Dedication of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Dedication. To Henry Irving, Esquire. My dear Irving, to a consummate artist like yourself, I need hardly suggest that the Nights still offers many a virgin mind to the playwright, and I inscribe this volume to you, not only in admiration of your genius, but in the hope that you will find means of exploiting the hidden wealth which awaits only your open sesame. Ever yours sincerely, Richard F. Burton. London, August the 1st, 1886. End of dedication.
Section 1 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sim. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 1. Al-Malik, Al-Zahir, Rukn al-Din, Bibars, Al-Bundukdari, and the 16 captains of police. There was once in the climes of Egypt and the city of Cairo under the Turks a king of the valiant kings and the exceeding mighty Soldans, hight Al-Malik, Al-Zahir, Rukn al-Din, Bibars, Al-Bundukdari, who was used to storm the Islamite sconces and the strongholds of the Shah and the Nazarene citadels. His chief of police in the capital of his kingdom was just to the folk, all of them, and Al-Malik al-Zahir delighted in stories of the common sort, and of that which men purposed in thought. And he loved to see this with his own eyes, and to hear their sayings with his own ears. Now it fortuned that he heard one night from a certain of his nocturnal reciters, that among women are those who are doughtier than the doughtiest men, and prower of prowess, and that among them are some who will engage in fight singular with the sword, and others who beguile the quickest witted of willies, and baffle them and bring down on them all manner of miseries. Wherefore, said the Soldan, I would lief hear this of their legerdemain from one of those who have had to do with it, so I may hearken unto him and cause him discourse. And one of the storytellers said, O king, send for the chief of police of this thy city. Now Alam al-Din Sanjar was at that time wali, and he was a man of experience, in affairs well versed. So the king sent for him, and when he came before him, he discovered to him that which was in his mind. Quoth Sanjar, I will do my endeavour for that which our Lord seeketh. Then he arose, and returning to his house, summoned the captains of the watch and the lieutenants of the ward, and said to them, Know that I purpose to marry my son and make him a bridal banquet, and I desire that ye assemble all of you in one place. I also will be present, I and my company, and do ye relate that which you have heard of rare occurrences, and that which hath betided you of experiences. And the captains and runners and agents of police answered him, 'Tis well, Bismillah, in the name of Allah. We will make thee see all this with thine own eyes, and hear it with thine own ears. Then the chief of police arose, and going up to Al-Malik al-Zahir, informed him that the assembly would meet on such a day at his house, and the Soldan said, 'Tis well, and gave him somewhat of coin for his spending money. When the appointed day came, the chief of police set apart for his officers and constables a saloon, which had latticed casements ranged in order and giving upon the flower garden, and Al-Malik al-Zahir came to him, and he seated himself and the Soldan in the alcove. Then the tables were spread for them with food, and they ate. And when the bowl went round amongst them, and their souls were gladdened by meat and drink, they mutually related that which was with them, and revealed their secrets from concealment. The first to discourse was a man, a captain of the watch, hight Mu'in al-Din, whose heart was wholly occupied with the love of fair women. And he said, Hark ye, all ye people of high degree, I will acquaint you with an extraordinary affair which fortuned me aforetime. Then he began to tell the first constable's history. Know ye that when I entered the service of this Emir, I had a great repute, and every low fellow and lewd feared me most of all mankind. And when I rode through the city, each and every of the folk would point at me with their fingers and sign at me with their eyes. It happened one day, as I sat in the palace of the prefecture, back propped against a wall, considering in myself, suddenly there fell somewhat in my lap, and behold, it was a purse sealed and tied. So I hent it in hand, and lo, it had in it 100 dirhams. But I found not who threw it, and I said, Lauded be the Lord, the King of the kingdoms. Another day, as I sat in the same way, somewhat fell on me and startled me, and lucky 'twas a purse like the first. I took it, and hiding the matter, made as though I slept, albeit sleep was not with me. One day, as I thus shammed sleep, I suddenly sensed in my lap a hand, and in it a purse of the finest. So I seized the hand, and behold, was that of a fair woman. Quoth I to her, O my lady, who art thou? And quoth she, Rise and come away from here, that I may make myself known to thee. Presently I rose up, and following her walked on, without tarrying, till we stopped at the door of a high-builded house. Whereupon I asked her, O my lady, who art thou? Indeed, thou hast done me kindness, and what is the reason of this? She answered, By Allah, O Captain Mu'in, I am a woman on whom love and longing are sore for desire of the daughter of the Ghazi Amin al-Hukam. Now, there was between me and her what was, and fondness for her fell upon my heart, and I agreed upon an assignation with her, according to possibility and convenience. But her father, Amin al-Hukam, took her and went away, and my heart cleaveth to her, and yearning and distraction waxed sore upon me for her sake. I said to her, marvelling the while at her words, What wouldst thou have me do? And said she, O Captain Mu'in, I would have thee lend me a helping hand. Quoth I, Where am I, and where is the daughter of the Ghazi Amin al-Hukam? And quoth she, Be assured that I would not have thee intrude upon the Ghazi's daughter, but I would fain work for the winning of my wishes. This is my will and my want, which may not be wrought and saved by thine aid. Then she added, I mean this night to go with heart enheartened, and hie me bracelets and armlets and anklets of price. Then I will hie me, and sit in the street, wherein is the house of Amin al-Hukam. And when 'tis the season of the round, and folk are asleep, do thou pass, thou and those who are with thee of the men, and thou wilt see me sitting, and on me fine raiment and ornaments, and wilt smell on me the odour of ottars. Whereupon do thou question me of my case, and I will say, I hail from the citadel, and am of the daughters of the deputies. And I came down into the town for a purpose, but night overtook me all unawares, and the Zuwaylah gate was shut against me, and all the other portals, and I knew not whither I should wend this night. Presently I saw this street, and noting the goodly fashion of its ordinance and its cleanliness, I sheltered me therein against break of day. When I speak these words to thee with complete self-possession, the chief of the watch will have no ill suspicion of me, but will say there is no help but that we leave her with one who will take care of her till morning. Thereto do thou rejoin, 'twere best that she night with Amin al-Hukam, and lie with his wives and children until dawn of day. Then straightway knock at the Ghazi's door, and thus shall I have secured admission into his house without inconvenience, and won my wish and the peace. I said to her, By Allah, this is an easy matter. So when the night was blackest, we rose to make our round, followed by men with girded swords, and went about the ways and compassed the city, till we came to the street, where was the woman, and it was the middle of the night. Here we smelt mighty rich scents, and heard the clink of rings. So I said to my comrades, Methinks I espy a spectre. And the captain of the watch cried, See what it is. Accordingly I undertook the work, and entering the thoroughfare presently came out again and said, I have found a fair woman, and she telleth me that she is from the citadel, and that dark night surprised her, and she saw this street, and noting its cleanness and goodly fashion of ordinance, knew that it belonged to a great man, and that needs must there be in it a guardian to keep watch over it. So she sheltered her therein. Quoth the captain of the watch to me, Take her, and carry her to thy house. But quoth I seek refuge with Allah. My house is no strong box, and on this woman are trinkets and fine clothing. By Allah, we will not deposit the lady save with Amin al-Hukam, in whose street she hath been since the first darkening of the darkness. Therefore do thou leave her with him till the break of day. He rejoined, Do whatso thou willest. So I rapped at the Ghazi's gate, and out came a black slave of his slaves, to whom said I, O my lord, take this woman and let her be with you till day shall dawn. For that the lieutenant of the Emir al-Mu'adhin hath found her with trinkets and fine apparel on her, sitting at the door of your house, and we feared lest her responsibility be upon you. Wherefore I suggested, to meetest she night with you. So the chattel opened and took her in with him. Now, when the morning morrowed, the first who presented himself before the Emir was the Ghazi Amin al-Hukam, leaning on two of his negro slaves, and he was crying out and calling for aid and saying, O Emir, crafty and perfidious, yesternight thou depositedst with me a woman and broughtest her into my house and home, and she arose in the dark and took from me the monies of the little orphans my wards, 6 great bags, each containing 1,000 dinars, and made off. But as for me, I will say no syllable to thee except in the Sultan's presence. When the Wali heard these words, he was troubled, and rose and sat down in his agitation. Then he took the judge, and placing him by his side, soothed him and exhorted him to patience, till he had made an end of talk, when he turned to the officers and questioned them of that. They fixed the affair on me and said, We know nothing of this matter but from Captain Muin al-Din. So the Ghazi turned to me and said, Thou wast of accord to practice upon me with this woman, for she said she came from the citadel. As for me, I stood with my head bowed groundwards, forgetting both sunnah and farz, and remained sunk in thought, saying, How came I to be the dupe of that randy wench? Then cried the Emir to me, What ailest thee that thou answerest not? Thereupon I replied, O my lord, 'tis a custom among the folk that he who hath a payment to make at a certain date is allowed 3 days' grace. Do thou have patience with me so long, and if, at the end of that time, the culprit be not found, I will be responsible for that which is lost. When the folk heard my speech, they all approved it as reasonable, and the Wali turned to the Ghazi and sware to him that he would do his utmost to recover the stolen monies, adding, And they shall be restored to thee. Then he went away, whilst I mounted without stay or delay, and began toing and froing about the world without purpose, and indeed I was become the underling of a woman without honesty or honour, and I went my rounds in this way all that my day and that my night, but happened not upon tidings of her, and thus I did on the morrow. On the 3rd day I said to myself, Thou art mad or silly, for I was wandering in quest of a woman who knew me, and I knew her not, she being veiled when I met her. Then I went round about the 3rd day till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, and so waxed my cark and my care, for I kenned that there remained to me of my life but the morrow, when the chief of police would send for me. However, as sundown time came, I passed through one of the main streets, and saw a woman at a window. Her door was ajar, and she was clapping her hands and casting sidelong glances at me, as who should say, Come up by the door. So I went up, without fear or suspicion, and when I entered, she rose and clasped me to her breast. I marvelled at the matter, and quoth she to me, I am she whom thou depositedst with Amin al-Hukam. Quoth I to her, O my sister, I have been going round and round in request of thee, for indeed thou hast done a deed which will be chronicled, and hast cast me into red death on thine account. She asked me, Dost thou speak thus to me, and thou a captain of men? And I answered, How should I not be troubled, seeing that I being concerned for an affair I turn over and over in mind, more by token that I continue my day long going about, searching for thee, and in the night I watch its stars and planets? Cried she, Naught shall betide save weal, and thou shalt get the better of him. So saying, She rose and going to a chest, drew out therefrom 6 bags full of gold and said to me, This is what I took from Amin al-Hukam's house. So an thou wilt, restore it, else the whole is lawfully thine. And if thou desire other than this, thou shalt obtain it. For I have monies in plenty, and I had no design herein save to marry thee. Then she arose, and opening other chests, brought out therefrom wealth galore. And I said to her, O my sister, I have no wish for all this, nor do I want aught except to be quit of that wherein I am. Quoth she, I came not forth of the Qazi's house without preparing for thine acquittance. Then said she to me, When the morrow shall morn, and Amin al-Hukam shall come to thee, bear with him till he have made an end of his speech, and when he is silent, return him no reply. And if the Wali ask, What aileth thee that thou answerest me not? Do thou rejoin, O Lord and Master, know that the 2 words are not alike, but there is no helper for the conquered one, save Allah Almighty. The Qazi will cry, What is the meaning of thy saying, the 2 words are not alike? And do thou retort, I deposited with thee a damsel from the palace of the Sultan, and most likely some enemy of hers in thy household hath transgressed against her, or she hath been secretly murdered. Verily, there were on her raiment and ornaments worth 1,000 ducats. And hadst thou put to the question those who are with thee of slaves and slave girls, needs must thou have litten on some traces of the crime. When he heareth this from thee, his trouble will redouble, and he will be emated, and will make oath that thou hast no help for it, but to go with him to his house. However, do thou say, That will I not do, for I am the party aggrieved, more especially because I am under suspicion with thee. If he redouble in calling on Allah's aid, and conjure thee by the oath of divorce, saying, Thou must assuredly come, do thou reply, By Allah I will not go, unless the chief also go with me. Then, as soon as thou comest to the house, begin by searching the terrace roofs, then rummage the closets and cabinets, and if thou find naught, humble thyself before the Qazi, and be abject and feign thyself subjected, and after stand at the door and look as if thou soughtest a place wherein to make water, because there is a dark corner there. Then come forward, with heart harder than cyanite stone, and lay hold upon a jar of the jars, and raise it from its place. Thou wilt find there under it a mantilla skirt. Bring it out publicly, and call the Wali in a loud voice, before those who are present. Then open it, and thou wilt find it full of blood, exceeding for freshness, and therein a woman's walking boots, and a pair of petticoat trousers, and somewhat of linen. When I heard from her these words, I rose to go out, and she said to me, Take these 100 sequins, so they may succour thee, and such is my guest gift to thee. Accordingly, I took them, and leaving her door ajar, returned to my lodging. Next morning up came the judge, with his face like the ox eye, and asked in the name of Allah, Where is my debtor, and where is my property? Then he wept and cried out and said to the Wali, Where is that ill-omened fellow, who aboundeth in robbery and villainy? Thereupon the chief turned to me and said, Why dost thou not answer the Qazi? And I replied, O Amir, the 2 heads are not equal, and I have no helper. But, and the right beyond my side 'twill appear. At this the judge grew hotter of temper and cried out, Woe to thee, O ill-omened wight! How wilt thou make manifest that the right is on thy side? I replied, O our Lord, the Qazi, I deposited with thee and in thy charge a woman whom we found at thy door, and on her raiment and ornaments of price. Now she is gone, even as yesterday is gone. And after this thou turnest upon us, and suest me for 6,000 gold pieces. By Allah, this is none other than a mighty great wrong, and assuredly some foe of hers in thy household hath transgressed against her. With this the judge's wrath redoubled, and he swore by the most solemn of oaths that I should go with him and search his house. I replied, By Allah, I will not go, unless the Wali go with us. For, an he be present, he and the officers thou wilt not dare to work thy wicked will upon me. So the Ghazi rose and swore an oath, saying, by the truth of him who created mankind, we will not go but with the Emir. Accordingly, we repaired to the judge's house, accompanied by the chief, and going up searched it through, but found naught, whereat fear fell upon me. And the Wali turned to me and said, Fie upon thee, O ill-omened fellow, thou hast put us to shame before the men. All this, and I wept and went round about right and left, with the tears running down my face, till we were about to go forth and drew near the door of the house. I looked at the place which the woman had mentioned, and asked, What is yonder dark place I see? Then said I to the men, Pull up this jar with me. They did my bidding, and I saw somewhat appearing under the jar, and said, Rummage, and look at what is under it. So they searched, and behold, they came upon a woman's mantilla and petticoat trousers full of blood, which when I espied, I fell down in a fainting fit. Now when the Wali saw this, he said, By Allah, the captain is excused. Then my comrades came round about me, and sprinkled water on my face till I recovered. When I arose and accosting the Ghazi, who was covered with confusion, said to him, Thou seest that suspicion is fallen on thee, and indeed this affair is no light matter, because this woman's family will assuredly not sit down quietly under her loss. Therewith the Ghazi's heart quaked and fluttered, for that he knew the suspicion had reverted upon him. Wherefore his colour yellowed, and his limbs smote together, and he paid of his own money, after the measure of that he had lost, so we would quench that fire for him. Then we departed from him in peace, whilst I said within myself, Indeed, the woman falsed me not. After that, I tarried till 3 days had passed, when I went to the hammam, and changing my clothes, betook myself to her home, but found the door shut and covered with dust. So I asked the neighbours of her, and they answered, This house hath been empty of habitants these many days, but 3 days agone there came a woman with an ass, and at supper time last night she took her gear and went away. Hereat I turned back, bewildered in my wit, and for many a day after I inquired of the dwellers in that street concerning her, but could happen on no tidings of her, and indeed I wondered at the eloquence of her tongue, and the readiness of her talk. And this is the most admirable of all I have seen, and of whatso hath betided me. When Al-Malik al-Zahir heard the tale of Mu'in al-Din, he marvelled thereat. Then rose another constable and said, O Lord, hear what befell me in bygone days. End of section 1. Recording by Sim.
Chapter number 2 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 2. The Second Constable's History. I was once an overseer in the household of the Emir Jamal al-Din al-Atwash al-Mujahi, who was made governor of the 2 provinces, Sharqiya and Garbiya, and I was dear to his heart, and he hid from me not of whatso he desired to do, and he was eke master of his reason. It came to pass one day of the days that it was reported to him how the daughter of such an one had a mint of monies, and raiment and ornaments, and at that present she loved a Jewish man, whom every day she invited to be private with her, and they passed the light hours eating and drinking in company, and he lay the night with her. The Wali feigned not to believe a word of this story, but he summoned the watchmen of the quarter one night and questioned them of this tittle-tattle. Quoth one of them, "As for me, O my lord, I saw none save a Jew enter the street in question one night, but I have not made certain to whom he went in." And quoth the chief, "Keep thine eye on him from this time forward, and note what place he entereth." So the watchman went out and kept his eye on the Judean. One day, as the prefect sat in his house, the watchman came in to him and said, "O my lord, in very sooth the Jew goeth to the house of such an one." Whereupon Al-Rashid sprang to his feet and went forth alone, taking with him none save myself. As he went along, he said to me, "Indeed, this girl is a fat piece of meat." And we gave not over going till we came to the door of the house, and stood there until a handmaid came out, as if to buy them something wanted. We waited till she opened the door, whereupon, without question or answer, we forced our way into the house and rushed in upon the girl, whom we found seated with the Jew in a saloon with 4 dais and cooking pots and candles therein. When her eyes fell on the Wali, she knew him, and rising to her feet said, "Well, come and welcome and fair cheer. By Allah, great honor hath betided me by my lord's visit, and indeed thou dignifiest my dwelling." Hereat she carried him up to the dais, and seating him on the couch, brought him meat and wine, and gave him to drink, after which she put off all that was upon her of raiment and ornaments, and tying them up in a kerchief, said to him, "O my lord, this is thy portion, all of it." Then she turned to the Jew and said to him, "Rise thou also, and do even as I." So he arose in haste and went out, very hardly crediting his deliverance. When the girl was assured of his escape, she put out her hand to her clothes and jewels, and taking them, said to the chief, "O Emir, is the requital of kindness other than kindness? Thou hast deigned to visit me and eat of my bread and salt. So now arise and depart from us without ill doing, or I will give a single outcry, and all who are in the street will come forth." So the emir went out from her, without having gotten a single dirham, and on this wise she delivered the Jew by the seemingness of her stratagem. The company admired this tale, and for the Wali and Al-Malik al-Zahir they said, "Ever devised any the like of this device?" And they marveled with the utterest of marvel. Then arose a third constable and said, "Hear what betided me, for it is yet stranger and rarer." End of section 2. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 3 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 3, The Third Constable's History. I was one day abroad on business with certain of my comrades, and as we walked along, behold, we fell in with a company of women, as they were moons, and among them one, the tallest of them and the handsomest. When I saw her, and she saw me, she lagged behind her companions and waited for me, till I came up to her and bespake her. Quoth she, O my lord, Allah favour thee. I saw thee prolong thy looking on me, and I fancied that thou knewest me. And it be thus, let me learn more of thee. Quoth I, By Allah, I know thee not, save that the Most High Lord hath cast the love of thee into my heart, and the goodliness of thy qualities hath confounded me, and that wherewith the Almighty hath gifted thee of those eyes that shoot with shafts hath captivated me. And she rejoined, By Allah, indeed I feel the like of that which thou feelest, aye, and even more, so that meseemeth I have known thee from childhood. Then said I, A man cannot well effect all whereof he hath need in the marketplaces. She asked me, Hast thou a house? And I answered, No, by Allah, nor is this city my dwelling place. Rejoined she, By Allah, nor have I a place, but I will contrive for thee. Then she went on before me, and I followed her till she came to a lodging-house, and said to the housekeeper, Hast thou an empty room? The other replied, Yes. And my mistress said, Give us the key. So we took the key, and going up to see the room, entered to inspect it, after which she went out to the housekeeper, and giving her a dirham, said to her, Take the douceur of the key, for the chamber pleaseth us, and here is another dirham for thy trouble. Go fetch us a gugglet of water, so that we may refresh ourselves, and rest till siesta time pass, and the heat decline, when the man will depart, and bring our bag and baggage. Therewith the housekeeper rejoiced, and brought us a mat, 2 gugglets of water on a tray, a fan, and a leather rug. We abode thus till the setting in of mid-afternoon, when she said, Needs must I make the ghusl ablution ere I fare. Said I, Get water wherewith we may both wash, and drew forth from my pocket a score or so of dirhams, thinking to give them to her, but she cried, Refuge with Allah, and brought out of her pocket a handful of silver, saying, But for destiny, and that the Almighty hath caused the love of thee fall into my heart, there had not happened that which hath happened, quoth I, except this in requital of that which thou hast spent. And quoth she, O my lord, by and by, whenas mating is prolonged between us, thou wilt see if the like of me looketh unto money, and means or no. Then the lady took a jar of water, and going into the lavatory, made the ghusl ablution, and presently coming forth, prayed the mid-afternoon prayer, and craved pardon of Allah Almighty for the sin into which she had fallen. Now I had asked her name, and she answered, Rehana, and described to me her dwelling place. When I saw her make the ablution, I said within myself, This woman doth on this wise, and shall I not do the like of her doing? Then quoth I to her, Peradventure, thou wilt see us another jar of water. Accordingly she went out to the housekeeper, and said to her, O my sister, take this nusf, and fetch us for it water, wherewith we may wash the flags. So the housekeeper brought 2 jars of water, and I took one of them, and giving her my clothes, entered the lavatory and bathed. And when I had made an end of bathing, I cried out, saying, Hark ye, my lady Rehana. However, none answered me. So I went out and found her not, but I did find that she had taken my clothes, and all that was in them of silver, to wit, 400 dirhams. She had also carried off my turban and my kerchief, and I lacked the wherewithal to veil my shame. So I suffered somewhat then, which death is less grievous, and abode looking about the place, hoping that haply I might espy a rag wherewith to hide my nakedness. Then I sat a little, and presently going up to the door, smote upon it. Whereat up came the housekeeper, and I said to her, O my sister, what hath Allah done with the woman who was here? She replied, The lady came down just now and said, I'm going to cover the boys with the clothes, adding, And I have left him sleeping, and he awake, tell him not to stir till the clothes come to him. Then I cried, O my sister, secrets are safe with the fair dealing and the freedom. By Allah, this woman is not my wife, nor ever in my life have I seen her before this day. And I recounted to her the whole affair and begged of her to cover me, informing her that my private parts were clean, unconcealed. She laughed and cried out to the women of the lodging-house, saying, Ho Fatima, ho Kadija, o Harifa, ho Saniana. Whereupon all those who were in the place of women and neighbors flocked to me, and fell a-mocking me, and saying, O pimp, what hadst thou to do with gallantry? Then one of them came and looked in my face and laughed, and another said, By Allah, thou mightest have known that she lied, from the time she said she liked thee, and was in love with thee. What is there in thee to love? A third said, This is an old man without wisdom. And all vied one with other in exercising their wits upon me, I suffering mighty sore chagrin. However, one of the women took compassion on me after a while, and brought me a rag of thin stuff, and cast it on me. With this I covered my shame, and no more and abode a while thus. Then said I in myself, The husbands of these women will presently gather together upon me, and I shall be disgraced. So I went out by another door of the lodging-house, and young and old crowded about me, running after me and crying, A madman, till I came to my house and knocked on the door. Whereupon out came my wife, and seeing me naked, tall, bare of head, cried out and ran in again, saying, This is a maniac, a Satan. But when my family and spouse knew me, they rejoiced and said to me, What aileth thee? I told them that thieves had taken my clothes and stripped me, and had been like to slay me. And when I assured them that the rogues would have slaughtered me, they praised Allah Almighty, and gave me joy of my safety. So consider the craft this woman practiced upon me, and I pretending to cleverness and wiliness. Those present marveled at this story, and at the doings of women. Then came forth a fourth constable, and said, Now that which hath betided me of strange adventures is yet stranger than this, and 'twas after the following fashion. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 4. The Fourth Constable's History. We were sleeping one night on the terrace roof, when a woman made her way through the darkness into the house and, gathering into a bundle all that was therein, took it up that she might go away with it. Now she was big with child and nigh upon her time of delivery. So when she packed up the bundle and prepared to shoulder it and make off with it, she hastened the coming of the labour pangs, and she bare a child in the dark. Then she sought for the fire sticks, and when they burned, kindled the lamp and went round about the house with the little one, and it was weeping. The wail awoke us as we lay on the roof, and we marvelled. So we rose to see what was to do, and looking down through the opening of the saloon, saw a woman who had lit the lamp and heard the little one crying. As we were peering, she heard our words, and raising her head to us said, Are ye not ashamed to deal thus with us and bear our shame? Wist ye not that the day belongeth to you and the night to us? Begone from us. By Allah, were it not that ye have been my neighbours these many years, I would assuredly bring down the house upon you. We doubted not but that she was of the jinn, and drew back our heads. But when we rose on the morrow, we found that she had taken all that was with us, and made off with it. Wherefore we knew that she was a thief, and had practised on us a device, such as was never before practised. And we repented, when as repentance availed us naught. The company, hearing this tale, marvelled thereat with the utmost marvelling. Then the fifth constable, who was the lieutenant of the bench, came forward and said, This is no wonder, and there befell me a story which is rarer and stranger than this. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 5. The Fifth Constable's History. As I sat one day at the door of the prefecture, behold, a woman suddenly entered and said as though consulting me, O my lord, I am the wife of such an one, the leech, and with him is a company of the notables of the city, drinking fermented drinks in such a place. When I heard this, I misliked to make a scandal. So I bluffed her off and sent her away unsatisfied. Then I rose and walked alone to the place in question, and sat without till the door opened, when I rushed in, and entering, found the company even as the woman aforesaid had set out, and she herself with them. I saluted them, and they returned my salam, and rising, treated me with honour, and seated me, and served me with meat. Then I informed them how one had denounced them to me, but I had driven him away, and had come to them by myself. So they thanked me, and praising me for my kindness, brought out to me from among them 2,000 dirhams, and I took them and went away. Now 2 months after this adventure, there came to me one of the Qazi's officers, with a paper, wherein was the judge's writ, summoning me to him. So I accompanied the officer and went into the Qazi, whereupon the plaintiff, he who had taken out the summons, sued me for 2,000 dirhams, declaring that I had borrowed them from him as the agent or guardian of the woman. I denied the debt, but he produced against me a bond for that sum, attested by 4 of those who were in company on the occasion, and they were present and bore witness to the loan. I reminded them of my kindness and paid the amount, swearing that I would never again follow a woman's counsel. Is not this marvellous? The company admired the goodliness of his tale, and it pleased Al-Malik al-Zahir, and the Wali said, By Allah, this is a strange story. Then came forward the 6th constable, and said to those present, Hear my adventure and that which befell me, to wit, that which befell such an one the assessor, for 'tis rarer than this and finer. End of section 5.
Chapter number 6 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 6. The Six Constables' History. A certain assessor one day of the days was taken with a woman, and much people assembled before his house, and the lieutenant of police and his posse came to him and rapped at the door. The assessor peered from housetop, and seeing the folk, said, "What do ye want?" Replied they, "Speak with the lieutenant of police, such an one." So he came down, and as he opened the door, they cried to him, "Bring forth the woman who is with thee." "Are ye not ashamed? How shall I bring forth my wife? Is she thy wife by book, or without marriage lines?" "She is my wife according to the book of Allah and the institutes of his apostle." "Where is the contract?" "Her lines are in her mother's house." "Arise thou, and come down, and show us the writ. Go from her way, so she may come forth." Now, as soon as he got wind of the matter, he had written the bond and fashioned it after the fashion of his wife, to suit with the case, and he had written therein the names of certain of his friends to serve as witnesses, and forged the signatures of the drawer and the wife's next friend, and made it a contract of marriage with his wife and a legal deed. Accordingly, when the woman was about to go out from him, he gave her the contract he had forged, and the emir sent with her a servant of his to carry her home to her father. So the servant went with her, and when she was inside, she said to him, "I will not return to the citation of the emir, but let the assessors present themselves and take my contract." Hereupon the servant carried this message to the lieutenant of police, who was standing at the assessor's door, and he said, "This is permissible." Then said the assessor to the servant, "Fare, O eunuch, and fetch us such an one, the notary, for that he was his friend, and 'twas he whose name he had forged as the drawer up of the contract." So the lieutenant sent after him and fetched him to the assessor, who, when he saw him, said to him, "Get thee to such as one, her with whom thou marriest me, and cried out upon her, and when she cometh to thee, demand of her the contract, and take it from her, and bring it to us." And he signed to him, as much as to say, "Bear me out in the lie, and screen me, for that she is a strange woman, and I am in fear of the lieutenant, who standeth at the door, and we beseech Allah Almighty to screen us and you from the woes of this world. Amen." So that the notary went up to the lieutenant, who was among the witnesses, and said, "'Tis well. Is she not such an one whose marriage contract we drew up in such a place?" Then he betook himself to the woman's house and cried out upon her, whereat she brought him the forged contract, and he took it and returned with it to the lieutenant of police. When the officer had taken cognizance of the document and professed himself satisfied, the assessor said to the notary, "Go to our lord and master, the Kazi of the Kazis, and acquaint him with that which befalleth his assessors. The notary rose to go, but the lieutenant feared for himself, and was urgent in beseeching the assessor, and in kissing his hands till he forgave him, whereupon the lieutenant went away in the utmost concern and affright. On such wise the assessor ordered the case, and carried out the forgery and feigned marriage with the woman, and thus escaped calumny and calamity by the seemingness of his stratagem. The folk marveled at this with the uttermost marvel, and the seventh constable said, There befell me in Alexandria, the God guarded, a wondrous thing, and 'twas this. End of section 6. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 7 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 7. The Seventh Constable's History. There came one day an old woman to the stuff bazaar with a casket of mighty fine workmanship, containing trinkets, and she was accompanied by a young baggage, big with child. The crone sat down at the shop of a draper, and giving him to know that the girl was pregnant by the prefect of police of the city, took of him, on credit, stuffs to the value of 1,000 dinars, and deposited with him the casket as security. She opened the casket and showed him that which was therein, and he found it full of trinkets of price. So he trusted her with the goods, and she farewelled him, and carrying the stuffs to the girl who was with her, went her way. Then the old woman was absent from him a great while, and when her absence was prolonged, the draper despaired of her. So he went up to the prefect's house and asked anent the woman of his household, who had taken his stuffs on credit, but could obtain no tidings of her, nor happen on any trace of her. Then he brought out the casket of jewelry and showed it to experts, who told him that the trinkets were gilt, and that their worth was but 100 dirhams. When he heard this, he was sore concerned thereat, and presenting himself before the deputy of the Sultan, made his complaint to him. Whereupon the official knew that a slight had been served upon him, and that the sons of Adam had cozened him and conquered him and cribbed his stuffs. Now the magistrate in question was a man of experience and judgment, well versed in affairs, so he said to the draper, Remove somewhat from thy shop, including the casket, and tomorrow morning break the lock and cry out, and come to me and complain that they have plundered all thy shop. Also, mind thou call Allah for aid, and wail aloud, and acquaint the people, so that a world of folk may flock to thee, and cite the breach of the lock, and that which is missing from thy shop. And on this wise display it to every one who presenteth himself, that the news may be noised abroad. And tell them that thy chief concern is for a casket of great value, deposited with thee by a great man of the town, and that thou standest in fear of him. But be thou not afraid, and still say ever and anon in thy saying, My casket was a casket of such an one, and I fear him, and dare not bespeak him. But you, O company, and all ye who are present, I call you to witness of this for me. And if there be with thee more than this saying, say it, and the old woman will assuredly come to thee. The draper answered with, To hear is to obey, and going forth from the deputy's presence, betook himself to his shop, and brought out thence the casket, and somewhat making a great display, which he removed to his house. At break of day he arose, and going to his shop, broke the lock, and shouted and shrieked, and called on Allah for aid, till each and every of the folk assembled about him, and all who were in the city were present, Whereupon he cried out to them, saying even as the prefect had bidden him, and this was bruited abroad. Then he made for the prefecture and presented himself before the chief of police, cried out and complained, and made a show of distraction. After 3 days the old woman came to him, and bringing him the 1,000 dinars, the price of the stuffs, demanded the casket. When he saw her, he seized her and carried her to the prefect of the city, and when she came before the Qazi, he said to her, Woe to thee, O Sataness! Did not thy first deed suffice thee, but thou must come a second time? She replied, I am of those who seek their salvation in the cities, and we foregather every month, and yesterday we foregathered. He asked her, Canst thou cause me to catch them? And she answered, Yes, but an thou wait till tomorrow, they will have dispersed, so I will deliver them to thee tonight. The Emir said to her, Go, and she said, Send me one who shall go with me to them and obey me in whatso I shall say to him, and all that I bid him he shall not gainsay, and therein conform to my way. Accordingly he gave her a company of men, and she took them, and bringing them to a certain door, said to them, Stand ye here at this door, and whoso cometh out to you seize him, and I will come out to you last of all. Hearing and obeying, answered they, and stood at the door, whilst the crone went in. They waited a whole hour, even as the Sultan's deputy had bidden them, but none came out to them, and their standing waxed longsome. And when they were weary of waiting, they went up to the door, and smote upon it a heavy blow and a violent, so that they came nigh to break the wooden bolt. Then one of them entered, and was absent a long while, but found not, so he returned to his comrades, and said to them, This is the door of a dark passage leading to such a thoroughfare, and indeed she laughed at you, and left you, and went away. When they heard his words, they returned to the Emir, and acquainted him with the case, whereby he knew that the old woman was a cunning craft mistress, and that she had mocked at them, and cozened them, and put a cheat on them to save herself. Witness, then, the wiles of this woman, and that which she contrived of guile, for all her lack of foresight in presenting herself a second time to the draper, and not suspecting that his conduct was but a slight. Yet when she found herself hard upon calamity, she straightway devised a device for her deliverance. When the company heard the 7th Constable's story, they were moved to mirth galore, than which naught could be more, and Al-Malik, Al-Zahir Bibars rejoiced in that which he heard, and said, Verily, there betide things in this world wherefrom kings are shut out, by reason of their exalted degree. Then came forward another person from amongst the company, and said, There hath reached me through one of my friends a similar story bearing on the malice of women and their wiles, and it is more wondrous and marvelous, more diverting and more delectable than all that hath been told to you. Quoth the company there present, Tell us thy tale, and expound it unto us, so that we may see that which it hath of extraordinary. And he began to relate. End of section 7. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. Chapter 8 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 8. The 8th Constable's History. Ye must know that a company, amongst whom was a friend of mine, once invited me to an entertainment. So I went with him, and when we came into his house and sat down on his couch, he said to me, This is a blessed day, and a day of gladness, and who is he that liveth to see the like of this day? I desire that thou practice with us, and disapprove not our proceedings, for that thou hast been accustomed to fall in with those who offer this. I consented thereto, and their talk happened upon the like of this subject. Presently my friend, who had invited me, arose from among them, and said to them, Listen to me, and I will acquaint you with an adventure which happened to me. There was a certain person who used to visit me in my shop, and I knew him not, nor he knew me, nor ever in his life had he seen me, but he was wont, whenever he wanted a dirham or two, by way of loan, to come to me and ask me, without acquaintance or introduction between me and him, and I would give him what he required. I told none of him, and matters abode thus between us a long while, till he began a borrowing at a time 10 or 20 dirhams, more or less. One day as I stood in my shop, behold, a woman suddenly came up to me and stopped before me, and she was a presence as she were the full moon rising from among the constellations, and the place was alight by her light. When I saw her, I fixed my eyes on her and stared in her face, and she fell to bespeaking me with soft voice. When I heard her words and the sweetness of her speech, I lusted after her. And as soon as she saw that I longed for her, she did her errand, and promising me an assignation, went away, leaving my thoughts occupied with her and fire aflame in my heart. Accordingly, I abode, perplexed and pondering my affair, the fire still burning in my heart, till the third day, when she came again, and I could hardly credit her coming. When I saw her, I talked with her, and cajoled her, and courted her, and craved her favor with speech, and invited her to my house. But hearing all this, she only answered, I will not go up into any one's house. Quoth I will go with thee. And quoth she, Arise, and come with me. So I rose, and putting into my sleeve a kerchief, wherein was a fair sum of silver and a considerable, followed the woman, who forewent me, and ceased not walking till she brought me to a lane and to a door, which she bade me unlock. I refused, and she opened it, and led me into the vestibule. As soon as I had entered, she bolted the entrance door from within, and said to me, Sit here till I go into the slave girls, and cause them enter a place whence they shall not see me. 'Tis well, answered I, and sat down. Whereupon she entered, and was absent from me, an eye twinkling, after which she returned to me, without a veil, and straightway said, Arise, and enter in the name of Allah. So I arose, and went in after her, and we gave not over going till we reached a saloon. When I examined the place, I found it neither handsome nor pleasant, but desolate and dreadful, without symmetry or cleanliness. Indeed, it was loathsome to look upon, and there was in it a foul smell. After this inspection, I seated myself amiddlemost the saloon, misdoubting, and lo and behold, as I sat, there came down on me from the dais a body of 7 naked men, without other clothing than leather belts about their waists. One of them walked up to me and took my turban, whilst another seized my kerchief that was in my sleeve, with my money, and a third stripped me of my clothes, after which a fourth came and bound my hands behind my back with his belt. Then they all took me up, pinioned as I was, and casting me down, fell a-haling me towards a sinkhole that was there, and were about to cut my throat, when suddenly there came a violent knocking at the door. As they heard the raps, they were afraid, and their minds were diverted from me by affright. So the woman went out, and presently returning, said to them, Fear not, no harm shall betide you this day. 'Tis only your comrade who hath brought you your dinner. With this the newcomer entered, bringing with him a roasted lamb, and when he came in to them, he asked, What is it to do with you that ye have tucked up sleeves and bagged trousers? Replied they, This is a head of game we've caught. As he heard these words, he came up to me, and peering in my face, cried out and said, By Allah, this is my brother, the son of my mother and father. Allah, Allah. Then he loosed me from my pinion bonds, and bussed my head, and behold, it was my friend who used to borrow silver of me. When I kissed his head, he kissed mine, and said, O my brother, be not affrighted. And he called for my clothes and coin, and restored all to me, nor was aught missing. Also he brought me a porcelain bowl full of sherbet of sugar, with lemons therein, and gave me to drink. And the company came and seated me at a table. So I ate with them, and he said to me, O my lord and my brother, now have bread and salt passed between us, and thou hast discovered our secret and our case, but secrets with the noble are safe. I replied, As I am a lawfully begotten child and a well-born, I will not name aught of this nor denounce you. They assured themselves of me by an oath. Then they brought me out, and I went my way, very hardly crediting but that I was of the dead. I lay ill in my house for a whole month, after which I went to the Hammam, and coming out, opened my shop and sat selling and buying, as was my wont, but saw no more of that man or that woman till one day there stopped before my shop a young Turcoman, as he were the full moon, and he was a sheep merchant, and had with him a leathern bag, wherein was money, the price of sheep he had sold. He was followed by the woman, and when he stopped over against my shop, she stood by his side and cajoled him, and indeed he inclined to her with great inclination. As for me, I was dying of solicitude for him, and began casting furtive glances at him, and winked at him, till he chanced to look round and saw me signing to him, whereupon the woman gazed at me and made a signal with her hand and went away. The Turcoman followed her, and I deemed him dead without a doubt, wherefore I feared with exceeding fear, and shut my shop. Then I journeyed for a year's space, and returning, opened my shop. Whereupon, behold, the woman, as she walked by, came up to me and said, This is none other than a great absence. I replied, I have been on a journey. And she asked, Why didst thou wink at the Turcoman? I answered, Allah forfend. I did not wink at him. Quoth she, Beware lest thou thwart me, and went away. A while after this, a familiar of mine invited me to his house, and when I came to him, we ate and drank and chatted. Then he asked me, O my friend, hath there befallen thee aught of sore trouble in the length of thy life? Answered I, Tell me first, hath there befallen thee aught? He rejoined, Know that one day I espied a fair woman, so I followed her and sued her to come home with me. Quoth she, I will not enter any one's house but my own, so come thou to my home, and thou wilt, and be it on such a day. Accordingly, on the appointed day, her messenger came to me, proposing to carry me to her, and when he announced his purpose, I arose and went with him, till we arrived at a goodly house, and a great door. He opened the door, and I entered, whereupon he bolted it behind me, and would have gone in, but I feared with exceeding fear, and foregoing him to the second door, whereby he would have had me enter, bolted it, and cried out at him, saying, By Allah, an thou open not to me, I will slay thee, for I am none of those whom you canst readily cozen. What deemest thou of cozening? Verily, I am startled by the loneliness of the house and the lack of any keeper at its door, for I see none appear. O my lord, this is a private door. Private or public, open to me. So he opened to me, and I went out and had gone but a little way from the door, when I met a woman, who said to me, A long life was foreordained to thee, else hadst thou never come forth of yonder house. I asked, How so? And she answered, Inquire of thy friend such an one, naming thee, and he will acquaint thee with strange things. So Allah upon thee, O my friend, tell me what befell thee of wondrous and marvelous, for I have told thee what befell me. O my brother, I am bound by a solemn oath. O my friend, false thine oath, and tell me. Indeed, I dread the issue of this. But he urged me till I told him all, whereat he marveled. Then I went away from him, and abode a long while, without further news. One day I met another of my friends, who said to me, A neighbor of mine hath invited me to hear singers. But I said, I will not foregather with anyone. However, he prevailed upon me, so we repaired to the place and found there a person who came to meet us and said, Bismillah. Then he pulled out a key and opened the door, whereupon we entered, and he locked the door after us. Quoth I, We are the first of the folk, but where be the singers' voices? He replied, They are within the house. This is but a private door, so be not amazed at the absence of the folk. My friend said to me, Behold, we are two, and what can they dare to do with us? Then he brought us into the house, and when we entered the saloon, we found it desolate exceedingly, and dreadful of aspect. Quoth my friend, We are fallen into a trap, but there is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. And quoth I, May God never requite thee for me with good. Then we sat down on the edge of the dais, and suddenly I espied a closet beside me. So I peered into it, and my friend asked me, What seest thou? I answered, I see there wealth in store, and corpses of murdered men galore. Look. So he looked and cried, By Allah, we are down among the dead. And we fell a-weeping, I and he. As we were thus, behold, 4 men came in upon us, by the door at which we had entered, and they were naked, wearing only leather belts about their waists, and made for my friend. He ran at them, and dealing one of them a blow with his sword pommel, knocked him down, whereupon the other 3 rushed upon him. I seized the opportunity to escape while they were occupied with him, and espying a door by my side, slipped into it, and found myself in an underground room, without issue, even a window. So I made sure of death and said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Then I looked at the top of the vault and saw in it a range of glazed and colored lunettes. So I clambered up for dear life till I reached the lunettes, and I out of my wits for fear. I made shift to remove the glass, and scrambling out through the setting, found behind them a wall which I bestrode. Thence I saw folk walking in the street, so I cast myself down on the ground, and Allah Almighty preserved me. And when I reached the face of earth unhurt, the folk flocked round me, and I acquainted them with my adventure. Now, as destiny decreed, the chief of police was passing through the market street, so the people told him what was to do, and he made for the door and bade raise it off its hinges. We entered with a rush and found the thieves, as they had thrown my friend down and cut his throat. For they occupied not themselves with me, but said, Whither shall yonder fellow wend? Verily he is in our grasp. So the wali hent them with the hand, and questioned them of their case, and they confessed against the woman and against their associates in Cairo. Then he took them and went forth, after he had locked up the house and sealed it. And I accompanied him till he came without the first house. He found the door bolted from within, so he bade raise it, and we entered and found another door. This also he caused pull up, and joining his men to silence till the door should be lifted. And we entered and found the band occupied with new game, whom the woman had just brought in, and whose throat they were about to cut. The chief released the man and gave him back whatso the thieves had taken from him, and he laid hands on the woman and the rest, and took forth of the house a mint of money, with which they found the purse of the Turkoman sheep merchant. They at once nailed up the thieves against the house wall, whilst, as for the woman, they wrapped her in one of her mantillas, and nailing her to a board, set her upon a camel, and went round about the town with her. Thus Allah raised their dwelling places, and did away from me that which I feared from them. All this befell whilst I looked on, and I saw not my friend who had saved me from them the first time, whereat I wondered to the utterest of wonderment. However, some days afterward, he came up to me, and indeed he had renounced the world and donned a fakir's dress, and he saluted me and went away. Then he again began to pay me frequent visits, and I entered into conversation with him, and questioned him of the band and how he came to escape, he alone of them all. He replied, I left them from the day on which Allah the Most High delivered thee from them, for that they would not obey my say. So I swear I would no longer consort with them. Quoth I, By Allah, I marvel at thee, for that assuredly thou wast the cause of my preservation. Quoth he, The world is full of this sort, and we beseech the Almighty to send us safety, for that these wretches practice upon men with every kind of malpractice. Then I said to him, Tell me the rarest adventure of all that befell thee in this villainy thou wast wont to work. And he answered, O my brother, I was not present when they did such deeds, for that my part with them was to concern myself with selling and buying and feeding them. But it hath reached me that the rarest thing which befell them was on this wise. The Thief's Tale. The woman who acted decoy for them and trapped their game and used to inveigle damsels from marriage banquets, once caught them a woman from a bride feast, under pretense that she had a wedding in her own house, and fixed for her a day when she should come to her. As soon as the appointed time arrived, the woman presented herself, and the other carried her into the house by a door, declaring that it was a private wicket. When she entered the saloon, she saw men and braves, and knew that she had fallen into a snare. So she looked at them and said, Hark ye, my fine fellows, I am a woman, and in my slaughter there is no glory. Nor have ye against me any feud of blood white, wherefore ye shall pursue me. And that which is upon me of raiment and ornaments ye are free to take as lawful loot. Quoth they, We fear thy denunciation. But quoth she, I will abide with you, neither coming in nor going out. So they said, We grant thee thy life. Then the captain looked on her, and she pleased him, so he took her for himself, and she abode with him a whole year, doing her very best in their service, till they became familiar with her and felt assured of her faith. One night of the nights she plied them with drink, and they drank till they became drunken, whereupon she arose and took her clothes and 500 dinars from the captain, after which she fetched a razor and shaved off all their beards. Then she took soot from the cooking pots, and blackening their faces, opened the doors and fared forth. And when the thieves recovered from their drink, they abode confounded, and knew that the woman had practiced upon them. All present marveled at this his story, and the 9th Constable came forward and said, I will tell you a right pleasant tale I heard at a wedding. End of section 8, the 8th Constable's History and the Thief's Tale. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown.
Section number 9 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 9. The 9th Constable's History. A certain singing girl was fair of favor, and bruited of repute. And it happened one day that she fared forth to a garden a pleasuring. As she sat in the summer house, behold, a man lopped of the hand stopped to beg of her, and suddenly entered in at the door. Then he touched her with his stump, saying, An alms, for the love of Allah. But she answered, Allah open, and insulted him. Many days after this, there came to her a messenger, and gave her the hire of her going forth. So she took with her a handmaid and an accompanist, and when she came to the place appointed, the messenger brought her into a long passage, at the end whereof was a saloon. So, quoth she, we entered therein and found nobody, But we saw the room made ready for an entertainment with candles, dried fruits, and wine. And in another place we saw food, and in a third beds. Thereupon we sat down, and I looked at him who had opened the door to us, and behold, he was lopped of the hand. I misliked this, and when I sat a little longer, there entered a man, who filled the candelabra in the saloon, and lit the waxen candles, and behold, he also was hand lopped. Then flocked the folk, and there entered none except he were lopped of the hand. And indeed the house was full of these companions. When the session was complete, the host came in, and the company rose to him and seated him in the place of honor. Now he was none other than the man who had fetched me, and he was clad in sumptuous clothes, but his hands were in his sleeves, so that I knew not how it was with them. They brought him food, and he ate, he and the company, after which they washed their hands, and the host began casting at me furtive glances. Then they drank till they were drunken, and when they had taken leave of their wits, the host turned to me and said, Thou dealest not in friendly fashion with him who sought an alms of thee, and thou saidst to him, How loathsome art thou! Ah, I considered him, and behold, he was the lop hand who had accosted me in my pleasance. So I asked, O my lord, what is this thou sayest? And he answered, Wait, thou shalt remember it. So saying, he shook his head and stroked his beard, whilst I sat down for fear. Then he put out his hand to my mantilla and walking boots, and laying them by his side, cried to me, Sing, O accursed! Accordingly I sang till I was tired out. What while they occupied themselves with their case and drank themselves drunk, and the heat of their drink redoubled. Presently the doorkeeper came to me and said, O my lady, fear not, but when thou hast a mind to go, let me know. Quoth I, Thinkest thou to delude me? And quoth he, Nay, by Allah, but I have ruth on thee, for that our captain and chief purposeth thee no good, and methinketh he will kill thee this night. Said I to him, An thou be minded to do me a favour, now is its time. And said he, When our chief riseth to his need and goeth to the chapel of ease, I will precede him with the light and leave the door open, and do thou wend whithersoever thou willest. Then I sang, and the captain cried, "'Tis good." Replied I, "Nay, but thou'rt loathsome." He looked at me and rejoined, "By Allah, thou shalt never more scent the odour of the world." But his comrades said to him, "Do it not," and genteeled him, till he added, "And it must be so, and there be no help for it. She shall tarry here a whole year, and not fare forth." My answer was, "I am content to submit to whatso pleaseth thee. If I have failed in respect to thee, thou art of the clement." He shook his head and drank, then arose and went out to do his need, whilst his comrades were occupied with what they were about of merrymaking and drunkenness and sport. So I winked to my friends, and we all slipped out into the corridor. We found the door open and fled forth, unveiled, and unknowingly whither we went. Nor did we halt till we had fared afar from the house, and happened on a cook cooking, of whom I asked, Hast thou a mind to quicken the dead? He said, Come up. So we went up into the shop, and he whispered, Lie down. Accordingly we lay down, and he covered us with the halfa grass, wherewith he was used to kindle the fire under the food. Hardly had we settled ourselves in the place, when we heard a noise of kicking at the door, and people running right and left, and questioning the cook, and asking, Hath any one passed by thee? Answered he, None hath passed by me. But they ceased not to go round about the shop till the day broke, when they turned back disappointed. Then the cook removed the reeds, and said to us, Rise, for ye are delivered from death. So we arose, and we were uncovered, sans veil or mantilla. But the cook carried us up into his house, and we sent to our homes and fetched us veils. And we repented to Allah Almighty, and renounced singing, for indeed this was a mighty narrow escape after stress. Those present marveled at this, and the 10th Constable came forward and said, As for me, there befell me that which was yet rarer than all ye yet heard. Quoth Al-Malik al-Zahir, What was that? And quoth he, Deign give ear to me. End of section 9. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 10 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 10. The 10th Constable's History. A robbery of stuffs had been committed in the city, and as it was a great matter, I was cited. I and my fellows. They pressed hard upon us, but we obtained of them some days' grace and dispersed in search of the stolen goods. As for me, I sallied forth with 5 men, and went round about the city that day, and on the morrow we fared forth into the suburbs. When we found ourselves a parasang or 2 parasangs away from the city, we waxed athirst, and presently we came to a garden. There I went in alone, and going up to the water wheel, entered it and drank, and made the wuzu ablution and prayed. Presently up came the keeper of the garden, and said to me, Woe to thee! Who brought thee to this water wheel? And he smote me and squeezed my ribs, till I was like to die. Then he bound me with one of his bulls, and made me work the water wheel, flogging me as I walked round with a cattle whip he had with him, till my heart was afire. After which he loosened me, and I went out, knowing not the way. Now, when I came forth, I fainted. So I sat down till my trouble subsided. Then I made for my comrades and said to them, I have found money and malefactor, and I affrighted him, not neither troubled him, lest he should flee. But now come, let us go to him, so we may contrive to lay hold upon him. Then I took them, and we repaired to the keeper of the garden, who had tortured me with tunding, with the intent to make him taste the like of that which he had done with me, and lie against him, and caused him to eat many a stick. So we rushed to the water wheel and seized the keeper. Now there was with him a youth, and as we were pinioning the gardener, he said, By Allah, I was not with him, and indeed 'tis 6 months since I entered the city, nor did I set eyes on the stuffs until they were brought hither. Quoth we, Show us the stuffs, upon which he carried us to a place wherein was a pit beside the water wheel, and digging there brought out the stolen goods, with not a thread or a stitch of them missing. So we took them and carried the keeper to the prefecture of police, where we stripped him and beat him with palm rods till he confessed to thefts manifold. Now I did this by way of mockery against my comrades, and it succeeded. The company marveled at this story with the utmost marveling, and the 11th Constable rose and said, I know a story yet stranger than this, but it happened not to myself. End of section 10. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 11 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 11. The 11th Constable's History. There was once in times of yore a chief officer of police, and there passed by him one day of the days a Jew, hending in hand a basket, wherein were 5,000 dinars. Whereupon quoth that officer to one of his slaves, Art able to take that money from yonder Jew's basket? Yes, quoth he, nor did he tarry beyond the next day, ere he came to his lord, bringing the basket. So, said the officer, I bade him, Go bury it in such a place, whereupon he went and buried it and returned and told me. Hardly had he reported this, when there arose a clamor like that of doomsday, and up came the Jew, with one of the king's officers, declaring that the gold pieces belonged to the Sultan, and that he looked to none but us for it. We demanded of him 3 days' delay, according to custom, and I said to him who had taken the money, Go and set in the Jew's house somewhat that shall occupy him with himself. Accordingly he went and played a mighty fine trick, which was, he laid in a basket a dead woman's hand, painted with henna, and having a gold seal ring on one of the fingers, and buried that basket under a slab in the Jew's home. Then we came and searched and found the basket, Whereupon, without a moment of delay, we clapped the Jew in irons for the murder of a woman. As soon as it was the appointed time, there entered to us the man of the Sultan's guards, who had accompanied the Jew when he came to complain of the loss of the money, and said, "The Sultan saith to you, nail up the Jew and bring the money, for there is no way by which 5,000 gold pieces can be lost." Wherefore we knew that our device did not suffice. So I went forth, and finding a young man, a Haruni, passing along the road, laid hands on him forthright, and stripped him, and whipped him with palm rods. Then I threw him in jail, ironed, and carried him to the prefecture, beat him again, saying to them, "This be the robber who stole the coin." And we strove to make him confess, but he would not. Accordingly we beat him a third and a fourth time, till we were aweary and exhausted, and he became unable to return a reply. But when we had made an end of beating and tormenting him, he said, "I will fetch the money this very moment." Presently we went with him till he came to the place where my slave had buried the gold, and he dug there and brought it out, whereat I marveled with the most utmost marvel, and we carried it to the prefect's house. When the wali saw the money and made sure of it with his own eyes, he rejoiced with joy exceeding, and bestowed on me a robe of honor. Then he restored the coin straightway to the Sultan, and we left the youth in durance vile, whilst I said to my slave who had taken the money, "Say me, did yonder young man see thee? What time thou burst the money?" And he replied, "No, by Allah the Great." So I went in to the young man, the prisoner, and plied him with wine till he recovered, when I said to him, "Tell me how thou stolest the money." Answered he, "By Allah, I stole it not, nor did I ever set eyes on it till I brought it forth of the earth." Quoth I, "How so?" And quoth he, "Know that the cause of my failing in your hands was my parents' imprecation against me, because I entreated her evilly yesternight, and beat her, and she said to me, 'By Allah, O my son, the Lord shall assuredly gar the oppressor prevail over thee.' Now she is a pious woman. So I went out forthright, and thou sawest me on my way, and didst that which thou didst. And when beating was prolonged on me, my senses failed me, and I heard a voice saying to me, 'Fetch it.' So I said to you what I said, and the speaker guided me till I came to the place, and there befell what befell of the bringing out of the money. I admired this with the utmost admiration, and knew that he was of the sons of the pious. So I bestirred myself for his release, and cured him, and besought him of acquittance and absolution of responsibility. All those who were present marveled at this story with the utmost marvel, and the 12th Constable came forward and said, "I will tell you a pleasant trait that I heard from a certain person, concerning an adventure which befell him with one of the thieves." End of section 11. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 12 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 12. The 12th Constable's History. I was passing one day in the market when I found that a robber had broken into the shop of a shroff, a changer of moneys, and thence taken a casket, wherewith he had made off to the burial ground. Accordingly, I followed him thither and came up to him as he opened the casket and fell a-looking into it, whereupon I accosted him, saying, Peace be on you. And he was startled at me, so I left him and went away from him. Some months after this, I met him again under arrest, in the midst of the guards and men of violence. And he said to them, Seize this man. So they laid hands on me and carried me to the chief of police, who said, What hast thou to do with this wheat? The robber turned to me and looking a long while in my face, asked, Who took this man? And the officer answered, Thou badest us take him, so we took him. And he cried, I ask refuge of Allah. I know not this man, nor knoweth he me. And I said not that to you, but of a person other than this. So they released me, and a while after, the thief met me in the street, and saluted me with the salam, saying, O my lord, fright for fright. Hadst thou taken aught from me, thou hadst a part in the calamity. I replied to him, Allah be the judge between thee and me, and this is what I have to recount. Then came forward the 13th Constable, and said, I will tell you a tale which a man of my friends told me. End of section 12. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 13 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 13. The 13th Constable's History. I went out one night of the nights to the house of a friend, and when it was the middle of the night, I sallied forth alone to hie me home. When I came into the road, I espied a sort of thieves, and they espied me, whereupon my spittle dried up. But I feigned myself drunken, and staggered from side to side, crying out and saying, I am drunken. And I went up to the walls right and left, and made as if I saw not the thieves, who followed me afoot, till I reached my home and knocked at the door, when they went away. Some few days after this, as I stood at the door of my house, behold, there came up to me a young man, with a chain about his neck, and with him a trooper. And he said to me, O my lord, an alms for the love of Allah. I replied, Allah open. And he looked at me a long while and cried, That which thou shouldest give me would not come to the worth of thy turband, or thy waistcloth, or what not else of thy habit, to say nothing of the gold and the silver, which were about thy person. I asked, And how so? And he answered, On such a night, when thou fellest into peril, and the thieves would have stripped thee, I was with them, and said to them, Yonder man is my lord, and my master who reared me. So was I, and only I, the cause of thy deliverance, and thus I saved thee from them. When I heard this, I said to him, Stop, and entering my house, brought him that which Allah Almighty made easy to me. So he went his way, and this is all I have to say. Then came forward the 14th Constable, and said, Know that the tale I have to tell is rarer and pleasanter than this, and 'tis as follows. End of section 13. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 14 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 14, the 14th Constable's History. I had a draper's shop before I entered this corporation, and there used to come to me a person whom I knew not, save by his face, and I would give him whatso he sought, and have patience with him, till he could pay me. One night I foregathered with certain of my friends, and we sat down to liquor. So we drank, and were merry, and played at tab, and we made one of us wazir, and another sultan, and a third torchbearer or headsman. Presently there came in upon us a sponger, without bidding, and we went on playing, whilst he played with us. Then quoth the sultan to the wazir, Bring the parasite who cometh in to the folk, without leave or license, that we may inquire into his case. After which I will cut off his head. So the headsman arose and dragged the sponger before the sultan, who bade cut off his head. Now there was with them a sword that would not cut clotted curd. So the headsman smote him therewith, and his head flew from his body. When we saw this, the wine fled from our brains, and we became in the foulest of plights. Then my friends lifted up the corpse, and went out with it, that they might hide it, whilst I took the head and made for the river. Now I was drunken, and my clothes were drenched with blood, and as I passed along the road, I met a robber. When he saw me, he knew me, and cried to me, Such an one. Well, said I, and he rejoined, What is that thou hast with thee? So I acquainted him with the case, and he took the head from me. Then we fared on till we came to the river, where he washed the head, and, considering it straightly, exclaimed, By Allah, verily, this be my brother, the son of my sire, and he used to sponge upon the folk. After which he threw that head into the river. As for me, I was like a dead man for dread. But he said to me, Fear not, neither do thou grieve, for I acquaint thee with my brother's blood. Presently he took my clothes and washed them, and dried them, and put them on me, after which he said to me, Get thee gone to thy house. So I returned to my house, and he accompanied me till I came thither, when he said to me, Allah never desolate thee. I am thy friend, such an one, who used to take of thee goods on credit, and I owe thee a kindness, but henceforward thou wilt never see me more. Then he went his ways. The company marveled at the manliness of this man, and his clemency and courtesy. And the Sultan said, "Tell us another of thy stories, O Shahrazad." She replied, "'Tis well." They set forth. A merry jest of a clever thief. A thief of thieves of the Arabs went one night to a certain man's house to steal from a heap of wheat there, and the people of the house surprised him. Now on the heap was a great copper tass, and the thief buried himself in the corn and covered his head with the tass, so that the folk found him not, and went their ways. But as they were going, behold, there came a mighty great fart forth from the corn. So they went up to the tass, and raising it, discovered the thief, and laid hands on him. Quoth he, "I have saved you the trouble of seeking me, for I purposed, in breaking wind, to direct you to my hiding place. Wherefore do you be easy with me, and have ruth on me. So may Allah have ruth on you." Accordingly, they let him go, and harmed him not. And for another story of the same kind, she continued, hearken to the tale of the old sharper. There once was an old man renowned for clever roguery, and he went, he and his mates, to one of the markets and stole thence a quantity of stuffs. Then they separated and returned each to his quarter. A while after this, the old man assembled a company of his fellows, and as they sat at drink, one of them pulled out a costly piece of cloth, and said, "Is there any one of you will dare sell this in its own market whence it was stolen, that we may confess his superior subtlety?" Quoth the old man, "I will." And they said, "Go, and Allah Almighty open to thee the door." So early on the morrow, he took the stuff, and carrying it to the market whence it had been stolen, sat down at the very shop out of which it had been purloined, and gave it to the broker, who hent it in hand and cried it for sale. Its owner knew it, and bidding for it, bought it, and sent after the chief of police, who seized the sharper, and seeing him an old man of grave presence and handsomely clad, said to him, "Whence hadst thou this piece of stuff?" Quoth he, "I had it from this market, and from yonder shop, where I was sitting." Quoth the Wali, "Did its owner sell it to thee?" And quoth the robber, "Not so. I stole it, this and other than it." Then said the chief, "How camest thou to bring it for sale to the place whence thou stolest it?" "I will not tell my tale save to the Sultan. For that I have a profitable counsel wherewith I would lief bespeak him." "Name it. Art thou the Sultan?" "No." "I'll not tell it save to himself." Accordingly, the Wali carried him up to the Sultan, and he said, "I have a counsel for thee, O my lord." Asked the Sultan, "What is thy counsel?" And the thief said, "I repent, and will deliver into thy hand all who are evildoers, and whomsoever I bring not, I will stand in his stead." Cried the Sultan, "Give him a robe of honor, and accept his profession of penitence." So he went down from the presence, and returning to his comrades, related to them that which had passed, when they confessed his subtlety, and gave him that which they had promised him. Then he took the rest of the booty, and went up therewith to the Sultan, who, seeing him, recognized him, and he was magnified in the royal eyes. And the king commanded that naught should be taken from him. After this, when he went down, the Sultan's attention was diverted from him, little by little, till the case was forgotten, and so he saved the booty for himself. Those present marveled at this, and the 15th Constable came forward and said, "Know that among those who make a trade of trickery are those whom Allah Almighty taketh on their own testimony against themselves." It was asked of him, "How so?" And he began to relate. End of section 14. Chapter 15 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 15. the 15th Constable's history. It is told of a thieving person, one of the braves, that he used to rob and cut the way by himself upon caravans, and whenever the chief of police and the governor sought him, he would flee from them and fortify himself in the mountains. Now it came to pass that a certain man journeyed along the road wherein was that robber, and this man was single-handed and knew not the sore perils besetting his way. So the highwayman came out upon him and said to him, Bring out that which is with thee, for I mean to kill thee, and no mistake. Quoth the traveller, Kill me not, but annex these saddlebags, and divide that which is in them, and take to thee the fourth part. And the thief answered, I will not take aught but the whole. Rejoined the traveller, Take half, and let me go. But the robber replied, I will have naught but the whole, and eke I will kill thee. So the wayfarer said, Take it. Accordingly the highwayman took the saddlebags and offered to slay the traveller, who said, What is this thou hast against me? No blood feud that should make my slaughter incumbent. Quoth the other, Needs must I kill thee. Whereupon the traveller dismounted from his horse and grovelled before him, beseeching the thief and bespeaking him fair. The man hearkened not to his prayers, but cast him to the ground, whereupon the traveller raised his eyes, and seeing a francolin flying over him, said in his agony, O francolin, bear testimony that this man slayeth me unjustly and wickedly. For indeed I have given him all that was with me, and entreated him to let me go for my children's sake. Yet would he not consent. But be thou witness against him, for Allah is not unmindful of deeds which the oppressors do. The highwayman paid no heed to what he heard, but smote him and cut off his head. After this the rulers compounded the highwayman for his submission, and when he came before them, they enriched him, and he became in such favor with the lieutenant of the Sultan that he used to eat and drink with them, and there befell between them familiar converse, which lasted a long while, till in fine there chanced a curious chance. The lieutenant of the Sultan one day of the days made a banquet, and therein was roasted a francolin, which when the robber saw, he laughed a loud laugh. The lieutenant was angered against him, and said to him, What is the meaning of thy laughter? Seest thou any fault, or dost thou mock at us of thy lack of good manners? Answered the highwayman, Not so, by Allah, O my lord, but I saw yonder francolin, which brought to my mind an extraordinary thing, and 'twas on this wise, in the days of my youth, I used to cut the way, and one day I waylaid a man who had with him a pair of saddlebags and money therein. So I said to him, Leave these saddlebags, for I mean to slay thee. Quoth he, Take the fourth part of that which is in them, and leave me the rest. And quoth I, Needs must I take the whole, and kill thee without mistake. Then said he, Take the saddlebags, and let me wend my way. But I answered, There is no help, but that I slay thee. As we were in this contention, behold, he saw a francolin, and in turning to it, said, Bear testimony against him, O francolin, that he slayeth me unjustly, and letteth me not go to my children, for all he hath taken my money. However, I had no pity on him, neither hearkened to that which he said, but smote him and slew him, and concerned not myself with the evidence of the francolin. His story troubled the lieutenant of the Sultan, and he was enraged against him with sore rage. So he drew his sword, and smiting him, cut off his head while he sat at the table, whereupon a voice recited these couplets. And wouldst not be injured, injure not, but do good, and from Allah win goodly lot. For what happeth by Allah is doomed to be, yet thine acts are the root, I would have thee wot. Now this voice was the francolin which bore witness against him. The company present marveled at this tale, and all cried, Woe to the oppressor! Then came forward the 16th Constable, and said, And I, for another, will tell you a marvelous story, which is on this wise. End of section 15.
Chapter 16 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 16. The 16th Constable's History. I went forth one day of the days, intending to travel, and suddenly fell upon a man, whose wont it was to cut the way. When he came up with me, he offered to slay me, and I said to him, I have naught with me whereby thou mayest profit. Quoth he, My profit shall be the taking of thy life. I asked, What is the cause of this? Hath there been enmity between us aforetime? And he answered, Nay, but needs must I slay thee. Thereupon I ran away from him to the river side, but he caught me up, and casting me to the ground, sat down on my breast. So I sought help of the Shaka of the pilgrims, and cried to him, Protect me from this oppressor. And indeed he had drawn a knife to cut my throat, when, lo and behold, there came a mighty great crocodile forth of the river, and snatching him up from off my breast, plunged into the water, with him still hending knife in hand, even with the jaws of the beast, whilst I abode extolling Almighty Allah, and rendering thanks for my preservation to him who had delivered me from the hand of that wrongdoer. End of section 16. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 17 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 17. Tale of Harun al-Rashid and Abdullah bin Nafi. Know thou, O King of the age, that there was in days of yore, and in ages and times long gone before, in the city of Baghdad, the abode of peace, a Caliph Harun al-Rashid hight, and he had cup companions and tale-tellers to entertain him by night. Among his inquiries was a man named Abdullah bin Nafi, who stood high in favor with him and dear to him, so that he did not forget him a single hour. Now it came to pass by the decree of destiny that it became manifest to Abdullah how he had grown of small account with the Caliph, who paid no heed unto him, nor, if he absented himself, did he ask after him, as had been his habit. This was grievous to Abdullah, and he said within himself, Verily, the soul of the commander of the faithful and his wazir are changed towards me, and nevermore shall I see in him that cordiality and affection wherewith he was wont to treat me. And this was chagrinful to him, and concern grew upon him, so that he recited these couplets. Whoso is contemned in his home and land should to better his case in self-exile he. So fly the house where contempt awaits, nor on fires of grief for the parting fry. Crude ambergris is but offal where 'tis born, but abroad on our necks shall sty. And coal at home is a kind of stone, cast on face of earth and on roads to lie. But when born abroad, it wins highest worth, and thrones between eyelid and ball of eye. quoth the Sayer. Then he could brook this matter no longer. So he went forth from the dominions of the Prince of True Believers, under presence of visiting certain of his kith and kin, and took with him nor servant nor comrade, neither acquainted any with his intent, but he betook himself to the road, and fared deep into the wold and the sand wastes, unknowing whither he went. After a while he unexpectedly fell in with travelers who were making the land of Hind, and journeyed with them. When he came thither, he lighted down in a city of that country, and housed himself in one of the lodging houses. And there he abode a while of days, relishing not food, neither solacing himself with sleep, nor was this for lack of dirhams or dinars, but for that his mind was occupied with musing upon the shifts of destiny, and bemoaning himself for that the revolving sphere had turned against him in enmity, and the days had decreed unto him the disfavor of our Lord the Imam. After such fashion he abode a space of days, and presently he homed him in the land, that took to himself friends and got him many familiars, with whom he addressed himself to diversion and good cheer. He used also to go a-pleasing with his companions, and their hearts were solaced by his company, and he entertained them every evening with stories and displays of his manifold accomplishments, and diverted them with delectable verses, and told them abundance of stories and histories. Presently the report of him reached King Jamhur, lord of Kashgar of Hind, who sent in quest of him, and great was his desire to see him. So Abdullah repaired to his court, and going in to him, kissed the ground before him. And Jamhur welcomed him, and treated him with kindness, and bade lodge him in the guest house, where he abode 3 days. At the end of which the king sent to him a chamberlain of his chamberlains, and bade bring him to the presence. When he came before him, he greeted him, and the truchman accosted him, saying, Verily, King Jamhur hath heard of thy report, that thou art a pleasant cup-companion, and an eloquent teller of night tales, and he would have thee company with him o nights, and entertain him with that which thou knowest of histories and pleasant stories and verses. And he made answer, To hear is to obey, quoth Abdullah bin Nafi. So I became his boon companion, and entertained him by night with tales and talk, and this pleased him with the utmost pleasure, and he took me into favor, and bestowed on me robes of honor, and set apart for me a lodging. Indeed, he was bountiful exceedingly to me, and could not brook to be parted from me a single hour. So I sojourned with him a while of time, and every night I caroused and conversed with him, till the most part of the dark hours was past. And when drowsiness overcame him, he would rise and betake himself to his sleeping place, saying to me, Forsake not my service, and forego not my presence. And I made answer with hearing and obeying. Now the king had a son, a nice child, called the Emir Mohammed, who was winsome of youth and sweet of speech. He had read books, and had perused histories, and he loved above all things in the world the telling and hearing of verses and tales and anecdotes. He was dear to his father, King Jamhur, for that he owned no other son than he on life, and indeed he had reared him in the lap of love, and he was gifted with exceeding beauty and loveliness, brilliancy, and perfect grace. He had also learnt to play upon the lute, and upon all manner of instruments, and he was used to converse in company with friends and brethren. Now it was his wont, when the king arose, seeking his sleeping chamber, to sit in his place and require me to entertain him with tales and verses and pleasant anecdotes. And on this wise I abode with them both a great while in all joyance and delight. And the prince still loved me with mighty great love, and treated me with the utmost tenderness. It fortuned one day that the king's son came to me after his sire had withdrawn, and cried, O Ibn Nafi, at thy service, O my lord. I would have thee tell me a wondrous story and a marvelous matter, which thou hast never related either to me or to my father Jamhur. O my lord, what story is this that thou desirest of me, and of what kind shall it be of the kinds? It mattereth little, so it be a goodly story, whether it befell of olden tide or in these times. O my lord, I know by rote many stories of various kinds. So which of the kinds preferest thou? And wilt thou have a story of mankind or of jinn kind? 'Tis well, and thou have espied aught with thine eyes and heard it with thine ears. Tell it me. Then he bethought himself and said to me, I conjure thee by my life, tell me a tale of the tales of the jinn, and that which thou hast heard of them and seen of them. I replied, O my son, indeed thou conjurest me by a mighty conjuration. So lend an ear to the goodliest of stories, aye, and the strangest of them, and the pleasantest and rarest. Quoth the prince, Say on, for I am attentive to thy speech. Quoth I, Hear then, O my son. End of section 17.
Chapter 18 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 18. The Tale of the Damsel Tohfat al-Kulub and the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. The vice-regent of the Lord of the Three Worlds, Harun al-Rashid, had a boon companion of the number of his boon companions, by name Ishaq bin Ibrahim al-Nadim al-Mawsili, who was the most accomplished of the folk of his time in smiting upon the lute. And of the commander of the faithful's love for him, he set apart for him a palace of the choicest of his palaces, wherein he was wont to instruct handmaidens in the art of singing and of lute playing. If any slave girl became, by his instruction, clever in the craft, he carried her before the Caliph, who bade her perform upon the lute, and if she pleased him, he would order her to the harem, else would he restore her to Ishaq's palace. One day, the commander of the faithful's breast was straitened, so he sent after his wazir Jafar, the Barmecide, and Ishaq the cup companion, and Masr the eunuch, the sworder of his vengeance. And when they came, he changed his habit and disguised himself, whilst Jafar and Ishaq and Masr and Al-Fazl and Yunus, who were also present, did the like. Then he went out, he and they, by the postern, to the Tigris, and taking boat fared on till they came to near Al-Taf, when they landed and walked till they came to the gate of the high street. Here there met them an old man, handsome in his hoariness, and of a venerable bearing, and a dignified, agreeable of aspect and apparel. He kissed the earth before Ishaq al-Mawsili, for that he knew only him of the company, and the Caliph being disguised, and deemed the others certain of his friends, and said to him, O my lord, there is presently with me a handmaid, a lutenist, never saw eyes the like of her nor the like of her grace, and indeed I was on my way to pay my respects to thee, and give thee to know of her. But Allah, of his favor, hath spared me the trouble. So now I desire to show her to thee, and if she take thy fancy, well and good, otherwise I will sell her. Quoth Ishaq, Go before me to thy quarters, till I come to thee and see her. The old man kissed his hand and went away, whereupon quoth Al-Rashid to him, O Ishaq, who is yonder man, and what is his want? The other replied, O my lord, this is a man Said the slave-dealer hight, and 'tis he that buyeth us maidens and Mamelukes. He declared that with him is a fair slave, a lutenist, whom he hath withheld from sale, for that he could not fairly sell her till he had passed her before me in review. Quoth the Caliph, Let us go to him so we may see her, by way of solace, and sight what is in the slave-dealer's quarters of slave-girls. And quoth Ishaq, Command belongeth to Allah and to the commander of the faithful. Then he forewent them, and they followed in his track, till they came to the slave-dealer's quarters, and found a building tall of wall and large of lodgment, with sleeping cells and chambers therein, after the number of the slave-girls and folk sitting upon the wooden benches. So Ishaq entered, he and his company, and seating themselves in the place of honor, amused themselves by looking at the handmaids and Mamluks, and watching how they were bought and sold, till the vending came to an end, when some of the folk went away and some remained seated. Then cried the slave-dealer, Let none sit with us except whoso purchaseth by the 1,000 dinars and upwards. Accordingly, those present withdrew, and there remained none but Al-Rashid and his suite. Whereupon the slave-dealer called the damsel, after he had caused to set her a chair of fawwak, lined with Grecian brocade, and she was like the sun shining high in the shimmering sky. When she entered, she saluted, and sitting down, took the lute and smote upon it, after she had touched its strings and tuned it, so that all present were amazed. Then she sang thereto these couplets. Breeze, O morn, on thou breathe over the loved one's land, deliver my greeting to all the dear band, and declare to them I am still pledged to their love, and my longing excels all that lover unmanned. O ye who have blighted my heart, ears, and eyes, my passion and ecstasy grow out of hand, and torn is my sprite every night with desire, and of nothing sleep can my eyelids command. Ishak exclaimed, Brava, O damsel, by Allah, this is a fair hour. Whereupon she sprang up and kissed his hand, saying, O, my lord, in very sooth the hands stand still before thy presence, and the tongues at thy sight, and the loquent when confronting thee wax dumb, but thou art the looser of the veil. Then she clung to him and cried, Stand! So he stood and said to her, Who art thou, and what is thy need? She raised a corner of the veil, and behold, she was a damsel as she were the full moon rising, or the levee glancing, with 2 side locks of hair which fell down to her anklets. She kissed his hand and said to him, O my lord, know that I have been in these quarters some 5 months, during which I have withheld myself from sale till thou shouldst be present and see me, and yonder slave-dealer also made thy coming a pretext for not vending me, and forbade me for all I sought of him night and day that he should cause thee come hither, and vouchsafe me thy company, and gar me and thee forgather. Quoth Ishak, Tell me what thou wouldst have. And quoth she, I beseech thee, by Allah Almighty, that thou buy me, so I may be with thee by way of service. He asked, Is that thy desire? And she answered, Yes. So Ishak returned to the slave-dealer and said to him, Ho thou, Shaykh Said, said the old man, at thy service, O my lord. And Ishak continued, In the corridor is a chamber, and therein wons a damsel pale and wan. What is her price in dirhams, and how much dost thou ask for her? Quoth the slave-dealer, She whom thou mentionest, O my lord, is called Tohfat al-Humaka. Ishak asked, What is the meaning of al-Humaka? And the old man answered, Her price hath been weighed and paid 100 times, and she still saith, Show me him who would buy me, and when I show her to him, she saith, This one I mislike, he hath in him such and such a default. And in every one who would fain buy her, she noteth some defect or other, so that none careth now to purchase her, and none seeketh her, for fear lest she find some fault in him. Quoth Ishak, She seeketh at this present to sell herself, so go thou to her, and inquire of her, and see her price, and send her to the palace. Quoth Said, O my lord, her price is 100 dinars, though were she free of this paleness that is upon her face, she would be worth 1,000 gold pieces. But wanton folly and wanness have diminished her value, and behold, I will go to her and consult her of this. So he betook himself to her, and inquired of her, Wilt thou be sold to Ishak bin Ibrahim al-Mausili? She replied, Yes. And he said, Leave folly, for to whom doth it happen to be in the house of Ishak the cup-companion? Thereupon Ishak went forth the slave-dealer's quarters, and overtook Al-Rashid, who had preceded him, and they ceased not walking till they came to their landing place, where they embarked in the boat and fared on to Tagr al-Kanaka. As for the slave-dealer, he went to the damsel to the house of Ishak al-Nadim, whose slave-girls took her and carried her to the Hammam. Then each damsel gave her somewhat of her gear, and they decked her with earrings and bracelets, so that she redoubled in beauty and became as she were the moon on the night of its full. When Ishak returned home from the Caliph's place, Tohfat rose to him and kissed his hand, and he saw that which the handmaids had done with her, and thanked them for being so doing, and said to them, Let her home in the house of instruction, and bring her instruments of music, and if she be apt at song, teach her, and may Allah Almighty vouchsafe her health and weal. So there passed over her 3 months, while she homed with him in the house of instruction, and they brought her the instruments of music. Furthermore, as time went on, she was vouchsafed health and soundness, and her beauty waxed many times brighter than before, and her pallor was changed to white and red, so that she became a seduction to all who saw her. One day Ishak bade summon all who were with him of slave girls from the house of instruction, and carried them up to Al-Rashid's palace, leaving none in his house save Tohfat and a cookmaid, for that he nought of Tohfat, nor did she come to his memory, and none of the damsels reminded him of her. When she saw that the house was empty of the slave girls, she took the lute. Now she was singular in her time for smiting upon the lute, nor had she her like in the world, no, not Ishak himself, nor any other, and sang thereto these couplets. When Sal desireth one that it is mate, it never winneth dear desire of fate. My life for him whose tortures tear my frame, and dealt me pine he can alone abate. He saith that only he to heal mine ill, whose sight is medicine to my doleful state. O scoffer wight, how long wilt mock my woe, as though did Allah nothing else create? Now Ishak had returned to his house on an occasion that called for him, and when he entered the vestibule, he heard a sound of singing, the like whereof he had never heard in the world, for that it was soft as the breeze, and more strengthening than oil of almonds. So the pleasure of it got hold of him, and delight so seized him, that he fell down fainting in the vestibule. Tohfat heard the noise of footfalls, and laying the lute from her hand, went out to see what was the matter. She found her lord Ishak laying aswoon in the entrance, so she took him up and strained him to her bosom, saying, I conjure thee in Allah's name, O my lord, tell me, hath aught of ill befallen thee? When he heard her voice, he recovered from his fainting and asked her, Who art thou? She answered, I am thy slave girl Tohfat. And he said to her, Art thou indeed Tohfat? Yes, replied she and he. By Allah, I had indeed forgotten thee, and remembered thee not till this moment. Then he looked at her and said, Verily, thy case is altered to the other case, and thy wanness is changed to rosiness, and thou hast redoubled in beauty and loveliness. But was it thou who was singing just now? Even I, O my lord. Whereupon Ishak seized upon her hand, and carrying her into the house, said to her, Take the lute and sing, for never saw I nor heard thy like in smiting upon the lute. No, not even myself, quoth thee. O my lord, thou mockest me. Who am I that thou shouldst say all of this to me? Indeed, this is but of thy kindness. Quoth he, Nay, by Allah, I said but the truth to thee, and I am not of those on whom pretense imposeth. For these 3 months nature hath not moved thee to take the lute and sing thereto. And this is not save a rare thing and strange. But all this cometh of strength in the art and thy self-restraint. Then he bade her sing, and she said, hearkening in obedience. So she took the lute, and tightening its strings to the sticking point, smote thereon a number of airs, so that she confounded Ishak's wit, and for delight he was like to fly. Then she returned to the first mode, and sang thereto these couplets. By your ruined stead I stand and stay, nor shall change or dwelling depart us tway. No distance of homestead shall gar me forget your love, O friends, but yearn alway. Never flies your phantom the babes of these eyne, your moons in night tide's murkest array, and with growing passion mine unrest grows, and each morn I find union dissolves in woes. When she had made an end of her song and laid down the lute, Ishak looked fixedly on her, then took her hand and offered to kiss it, but she snatched it from him and said to him, Allah, O my lord, do not do that. Cried he, Be silent. By Allah, I had said that there was not in the world the like of me, but now I have found my dinar in the art but a denik. For thou art more excellent of skill than I, beyond comparison or approximation or calculation. This very day will I carry thee up to the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and when his glance lighteth on thee, thou wilt become a princess of womankind. So Allah, Allah upon thee, O my lady, whenas thou becomest of the household of the prince of true believers, do not thou forget me. She replied, Allah, O my lord, thou art the root of my fortunes, and in thee is my heart forfeited. Thereat he took her hand and made a covenant with her of his, and she swore to him that she would not forget him. Then he said to her, By Allah, thou art the desire of the commander of the faithful. Now take the lute and sing a song which thou shalt sing to the Caliph, when thou goest in to him. So she took the lute, and tuning it, improvised these couplets. His lover hath ruth on his woeful mode, and o'erwept him as still by his couch he stood, and garred him drink of his lip-dews and wine, ere he died, and this food was his latest good. Ishak stared at her, and seizing her hand, said to her, Know that I am bound by an oath that when the singing of a damsel pleaseth me, she shall not end her song but before the prince of true believers. But now tell me, how came it that thou tarriest with the slave dealer 5 months, and wast not sold to any one, and thou of this skill, especially when the price set on thee was no great matter? Hereat she laughed and answered, O my lord, my story is a wondrous and my case a marvellous. Know that I belonged aforetime to a Maghribi merchant, who bought me when I was 3 years old, and there were in his house many slave girls and eunuchs. But I was the dearest to him of them all. So he kept me with him, and used not to address me otherwise than O daughterling. And indeed to this moment I am a clean maid. Now there was with him a damsel, a lutanist, and she reared me and taught me the art, even as thou seest. Then was my master removed to the mercy of Allah Almighty, and his sons divided his moneys. I fell to the lot of one of them, but 'twas only a little while ere he had wasted all his wealth, and there was left him naught of coin. So I gave up the lute, fearing lest I should fall into the hand of a man who knew not my worth. For well I wot that needs must my master sell me, and indeed but a few days past here he carried me forth to the quarters of the slave merchant who buyeth damsels, and displayeth them to the commander of the faithful. Now I desired to learn the art and mystery, so I refused to be sold to other than thou, until Allah, extolled and exalted be he, vouchsafed me my desire of thy presence, whereupon I came out to thee, as soon as I heard of thy coming, and besought thee to buy me. Thou heartenedst my heart, and boughtest me, and since I entered thy house, O my lord, I have not taken up the lute till now. But today, when I was left private by the slave girls, I took it, and my purpose in this was that I might see if my hand were changed or not. As I was singing, I heard a footfall in the vestibule, so springing up, I laid the lute from my hand, and going forth to see what was to do, found thee, O my lord, after this fashion. Quoth Ishak, Indeed, this was of thy fair fortune. By Allah, I know not that which thou knowest in this art. Then he arose, and opening a chest, brought out therefrom striped clothes, netted with jewels and great pearls and other costly gems, and said to her, In the name of Allah, don these, O my lady Tohfat. So she arose and donned that dress, and veiled herself, and went up with Ishak to the palace of the Caliphate, where he made her stand without, whilst he himself went in to the prince of true believers, with whom was Ja'far the Barmaki, and kissing the ground before him, said to him, O commander of the faithful, I have brought thee a damsel, never saw eyes of seer her like for excellence in singing and touching the lute, and her name is Tohfat. Al-Rashid asked, And where be this Tohfat, who hath not her like in the world? Answered Ishak, Yonder she standeth, O commander of the faithful. And he acquainted the Caliph with her case from first to last. Then said Al-Rashid, 'Tis a marvel to hear thee praise a slave girl after this fashion. Admit her that we may look upon her, for verily the morning may not be hidden. Accordingly, Ishak bade admit her. So she entered, and when her eyes fell upon the Prince of True Believers, she kissed ground before him and said, The peace be upon thee, O commander of the faithful fold and Aslam of all who the true creed hold, and quickener of justice in the world's threefold. Allah make thy feet tread on safest wise, and give thee joy of what he gave thee in generous guise, and make thy harborage paradise and hellfire that of thine enemies. Quoth Al-Rashid, And on thee be the peace, O damsel. Sit. So she sat down, and he bade her sing, whereupon she took the lute, and tightening its strings, played thereon in many modes, so that the Prince of True Believers and Ja'far were confounded in sprite, and like to fly for delight. Then she returned to the first mode, and improvised these couplets. O mine eyes, I swear by him I adore, whom pilgrims seek, thronging Arafat. On thou call my name on the graves of me, I'll reply to thy call, though my bones go rot. I crave none for friend of my heart save thee. So believe me, for true are the well-begot. End of section number 18.
Section number 19 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 19, The Tale of the Damsel Tohfat, al-Kulub, and the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, Part 2. Al-Rashid considered her comeliness, and the goodliness of her singing, and her eloquence, and what other qualities she comprised, and rejoiced with joy exceeding. And for the stress of that which overcame him of delight, he descended from the couch, and sitting down with her upon the floor, said to her, Thou hast done well, O Tohfat. By Allah, thou art indeed a choice gift. 155. Again, the usual pun upon the name. Then he turned to Ishak and said to him, Thou dealtest not justly, O Ishak, in the description of this damsel, nor didst thou fairly set forth all that she comprised of charms and art, for that, by Allah, she is inconceivably more skilful than thou, and I know of this craft that which none knoweth save I. Exclaimed the Wazir Ja'afar, By Allah, thou sayest sooth, O my lord, O commander of the faithful. Indeed, she hath done away my wit, hath this damsel. Quoth Ishak, By Allah, O prince of true believers, I had said that there was not on the face of the earth one who knew the art of the lute like myself, but when I heard her, my skill became nothing worth in mine eyes. Then said the Caliph to her, Repeat thy playing, O Tohfat. So she repeated it, and he cried to her, Well done! Moreover, he said to Ishak, Thou hast indeed brought me a marvelous thing, one which is worth in mine eyes the empire of the world. Then he turned to Masrur the eunuch and said to him, Carry Tohfat to the chamber of honor. Accordingly, she went away with the castrato, and the Caliph looked at her raiment and ornaments, and seeing her clad in clothing of choice, asked Ishak, O Ishak, whence hath she these robes? Answered he, O my lord, these are somewhat of thy bounties and thy largesse, and they are a gift to her from me. By Allah, O commander of the faithful, the world, all of it, were little in comparison with her. When the Caliph turned to the Wazir Ja'afar and said to him, Give Ishak 50,000 dirhams and a robe of honor of the choicest apparel. Hearing and obeying, replied Ja'afar, and gifted him with that which the Caliph ordered him. As for Al-Rashid, he was private with Tohfat that night, and found her a pure virgin, and rejoiced in her. And she took high rank in his heart, so that he could not suffer her absence a single hour, and committed to her the keys of the affairs of the realm, for that which he saw in her of good breeding and fine wit and leal will. He also gave her 50 slave girls and 200,000 dinars, and a quantity of raiment and ornaments, gems and jewels worth the kingdom of Egypt. And of the excess of his love for her, he would not entrust her to any of the handmaids or eunuchs, but whenever he went out from her, he locked the door upon her and took the key with him, against he should return to her, forbidding the damsels to go into her, of his fear lest they should slay her or poison her or practice on her with the knife, and in this way he abode a while. One day, as she sang before the commander of the faithful, he was delighted with exceeding delight, so that he offered to kiss her hand. 156. Throughout the East, this is the action of a servant or slave, practiced by freemen only when in danger of life or extreme need, and therefore humiliating. But she drew it away from him, and smote upon her lute, and broke it, and wept. Al-Rashid wiped away her tears, and said, O desire of my heart, what is it maketh thee weep? May Allah not cause an eye of thine to shed tears. Said she, O my lord, what am I that thou should kiss my hand? Wilt thou have Allah punish me for this, and my term come to an end, and my felicity pass away? For this is what none ever attained unto. He rejoined, Well said, O Tohfat. Know that thy rank in my esteem is high, and for that which delighted me of what I saw in thee, I offered to do this, but I will not return unto the like thereof. So be of good cheer, with eyes cool and clear, for I have no desire to other than thyself, and will not die but in the love of thee. And thou to me art queen this day, to the exclusion of all humankind. Therewith she fell to kissing his feet, and this her fashion pleased him, so that his love for her redoubled, and he became unable to brook severance from her a single hour. Now, Al-Rashid one day went forth to the chase and left Tohfat in her pavilion. As she sat perusing a book with a candle branch of gold before her, wherein was a perfumed candle, behold, a musk-apple fell down before her from the top of the saloon. 157. It had been thrown down from the mamrak, or small dome built over such pavilions for the purpose of light by day and ventilation by night. See volume I, 257, where it is called by the Persian term Beidhanj. So she looked up and beheld the lady Zubaydah bint el-Qasim. 158. The knights have more than once applied this patronymic to Zubaydah. See volume 8, 56, 158. Oh, my lady, were I not of the number of the new. 159. Arabic, mutahadisen equals novi homines, upstarts. I had daily sought thy service, so do not thou bereave me of those noble steps. 160. i.e., thine auspicious visits. The lady Zubaydah called down blessings upon her and replied, I knew this of thee, and by the life of the commander of the faithful, but that it was not of my wont to go forth of my place. I had come out to do my service to thee. Then quoth she to her, Know, O Tohfat, that the commander of the faithful hath deserted all his concubines and favourites on thine account. Even myself hath he abandoned on this wise. And I am not content to be as one of the mistresses, yet hath he made me of them, and forsaken me, and I have sought thee so thou mayest beseech him to come to me, though it be but once a month, in order that I may not be the like of the handmaids and concubines, nor take rank with the slave girls, and this is my need of thee. Answered Tohfat, Hearkening in obedience, by Allah, O my lady, I would that he might be with thee a whole month, and with me but one night, so that thy heart might be heartened, for that I am one of thy handmaids, and thou in every case art my lady. The Princess Zubaydah thanked her for this, and taking leave of her, returned to her palace. When the Caliph came back from the chase and course, he betook himself to Tohfat's pavilion, and bringing out the key, opened the lock and went into her. She rose to receive him, and kissed his hand, and he gathered her to his breast, and seated her on his knee. 161. He being seated on the carpet at the time. Then food was brought to them, and they ate and washed their hands, after which she took the lute and sang, till Al-Rashid was moved to sleep. When aware of this, she ceased singing, and told him her adventure with the lady Zubaydah, saying, O Prince of true believers, I would have thee favor me with a favor, and hearten my heart, and accept my intercession, and reject not my supplication, but fare thee forthright to the lady Zubaydah. Now, this talk befell after he had stripped himself naked, and she also had doffed her dress. And he said, Thou shouldst have named this ere we stripped ourselves naked, I and thou. But she answered, saying, O commander of the faithful, I did this not except in accordance with the saying of the poet in these couplets. Of all intercession can none succeed, save whatso Tohfat bint Marjan sued. No intercessor who comes unveiled, she sues the best, who sues mother nude. 162. Parentheses. A quotation from Al-Farazdat, who had quarreled with his wife Al-Hawar. See the tale in Ibn Khalikan, 1, 521. Hence, quote, the naked intercessor, unquote, became proverbial for one who cannot be withstood. When Al-Rashid heard this, her speech pleased him, and he strained her to his bosom. Then he went forth from her and locked the door upon her as before, whereupon she took the book and sat perusing it awhile. Presently she set it aside, and taking the lute, tightened its strings and smote thereon, after a wondrous fashion, such as would have moved inanimate things to dance, and fell to singing marvelous melodies, and chanting these couplets. Cease for change to wail, the world blames who rail, bear patient its shafts that for aye prevail. How often a joy, grief-garbed, thou shalt hail, how oft gladding bliss shall appear amid bale. Then she turned and saw within the chamber an old man, handsome in his hoariness and stately of semblance, who was dancing in goodly and winning wise, a dance whose like none might dance. So she sought refuge with Allah Almighty from Satan the stoned, and said, I will not give over what I am about, for whatso the Lord willeth, he fulfilleth. Accordingly she went on singing till the sheikh came up to her and kissed ground before her, saying, Well done, O highmost of the east and the west! May the world be not bereaved of thee. By Allah, indeed, thou art perfect of manners and morals. O Tohfat al-Sudur. 163. Parentheses, i.e., choice gift of the breasts, that is of hearts, the continens for the contentum. Parentheses. Dost thou know me? Cried she. Nay, by Allah, but methinks thou art of the Jann. Quoth he, Thou sayest sooth. I am Abu al-Tawaif Iblis. 164. Parentheses, pronoun, Abu Tawaif, the father of the jinn tribes. It is one of the Moslem Satan's manifold names, alluding to the number of his servants and worshippers, so far agreeing with that amiable Christian doctrine, quote, few shall be saved, unquote, parentheses. And I come to thee every night, and with me thy sister Kamariah, for that she loveth thee, and sweareth not but by thy life, and her pastime is not pleasant to her, except she come to thee, and see thee whilst thou seest her not. As for me, I approach thee upon an affair, whereby thou shalt gain and rise to high rank with the kings of the Jann, and rule them, even as thou rulest mankind. And to that end I would have thee come with me, and be present at the festival of my daughter's wedding, and the circumcision of my son. 165. Parentheses. Mr. Payne supplies this last clause from the sequence. Parentheses. For that the Jann are agreed upon the manifestation of thy command. And she answered, Bishmallah, in the name of the Lord. 166. Parentheses, i.e., quote, let us go, unquote, with a euphemistic formula to defend her from evil influences. Iblis uses the same word to prevent her being frightened. Parentheses. So she gave him the lute, and he forewent her, till he came to the chapel of ease. 167. Parentheses, Arabic. Al-Muhastara, a favorite haunting place of the jinn, like for hammam and other offices for human impurity. For its 6 names, Al-Kala, Al-Hushush, Al-Mutawaza, Al-Kanif, Al-Mustara, and Mirhaz. See Al-Masudi, chapter 127, and Shirishi's commentary to Harari's 47, assembly, parentheses. And behold, therein was a door and a stairway. When Tohfat saw this, her reason fled, but Iblis cheered her with chat. Then he descended the steps, and she followed him to the bottom of the stair, where she found a passage, and they fared on therein till they came to a horse standing, ready saddled and bridled and accoutred. Quoth Iblis, Bishmallah, O my lady Tohfat, and he held the stirrup for her. So she mounted, and the horse heaved like a wave under her, and putting forth wings, soared upward with her, while the sheikh flew by her side, whereat she was affrighted, and clung to the pommel of the saddle. 168. Parentheses, which, in the east, is high and prominent, whilst the cantle forms a back to the seat, and the rider sits as in a baby's chair. The object is a firm seat when fighting. Quote, across country, unquote, it is exceedingly dangerous. Parentheses. Nor was it but an hour ere they came to a fair green meadow, fresh flowered as if the soil thereof were a fine robe, purfled with all manner bright hues. A middlemost, That mead was a palace towering high in the air, with crenelles of red gold, set with pearls and gems, and a 2-leaf door, and about the gateway were much people of the chiefs of the Jann, clad in costliest clothing. When they saw the sheikh, they all cried out, saying, "The Lady Tohfat is come!" And as soon as she reached the palace gate, they pressed forward in a body, and dismounting her from the horse's back, carried her into the palace, and fell to kissing her hands. When she entered, she beheld a palace whereof seers ne'er saw the like, for therein were 4 halls, one facing other, and its walls were of gold, and its ceilings of silver. It was high builded of base, wide of space, and those who descried it would be posed to describe it. At the upper end of the hall stood a throne of red gold set with pearls and jewels, up to which led 5 steps of silver, and on its right and on its left were many chairs of gold and silver. Quoth Tohfat, "The sheikh led me to the estrade and seated me on a chair of gold beside the throne, and over the dais was a curtain let down, gold and silver wrought and broidered with pearls and jewels. And she was amazed that which she beheld in that place, and magnified her Lord. Extolled and exalted be he, and hallowed him. Then the kings of the Jann came up to that throne, and seated themselves thereon, and they were in the semblance of Adam's sons, excepting 2 of them, who appeared in the form and aspect of the Jann, each with 1 eye slit and long, and jutting horns and projecting tusks. 169. In Swedenborg's Arcana Celestia we read, quote, "When man's inner sight is opened, which is that of his spirit, then there appear the things of another life which cannot be made visible to the bodily sight." Unquote. Also, quote, "Evil spirits, when seen by eyes other than those of their infernal associates, present themselves by correspondence in the beast, Phara, which represents their particular lust in life, in aspect direful and atrocious." Unquote. These are the jinns of northern Europe. After this there came up a young lady, fair of favor and seemly of stature, the light of whose face outshone that of the waxen flambeau, and about her were other 3 women, than whom none fairer abode on face of earth. They saluted Tohfat with the salam, and she rose to them and kissed ground before them, whereupon they embraced her after returning her greeting. 170. Parentheses. This exchange of salams was a sign of her being in safety. Parentheses. And sat down on the chairs aforesaid. Now, the 4 women who thus accosted Tohfat were the Princess Camaraya, daughter of King Al-Shishban, and her sisters, and Camaraya loved Tohfat with exceeding love. So, when she came up to her, she fell to kissing and embracing her, and Sheikh Iblis cried, "Fair, befall the accolade, take me between you." At this, Tohfat laughed, and Camaraya said, "Oh, my sister, I love thee, and doubtless hearts have their witnesses." 171. Parentheses, Arabic, Shahrazad, meaning that heart testifies to heart. Parentheses. "For, since I saw thee, I have loved thee," replied Tohfat. "By Allah, hearts have sea-like deeps, and thou, by Allah, art dear to me, and I am thy handmaid." Camaraya thanked her for this, and kissing her once more, said, "These be the wives of the king of the Jann. Greet them with the salam. This is Queen Jamra." 172, parentheses, i.e., a live coal, afterwards called zalzala, an earthquake. See post, page 105. Wakhima equals an unhealthy land, and Shahryar equals a spark, parentheses. That is Queen Wakhima, and this other is Queen Shahryar, and they come not but for thee. So Tohfat rose to her feet and bussed their hands, and the 3 queens kissed her and welcomed her and honored her with the utmost honor. Then they brought trays and tables, and amongst the rest a platter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems. Its raised rims were of ore and emerald, and thereupon were graven 173, parentheses. I need hardly note the inscriptions upon the metal trays sold to Europeans. They are usually imitation words so that the infidel eyes may not look upon the formulae of prayer, and the same is the case with tablecloths, etc., showing a fancy toga or sultanic sign manual. Parentheses. These couplets. To bear provant assigned, by hands noble designed, for the generous I made, not for a niggardly hind. So eat safe all I hold, and praise God of mankind. After reading the verses, they ate, and Tohfat looked at the two kings who had not changed shape, and said to Kamariah, Oh, my lady, what be this ferule and that like unto him? By Allah, mine eye may not suffer the sight of them. Kamariah laughed and answered, Oh, my sister, that is my sire, Al-Shishban, and the other is hight Maimun the Sworder. And of the arrogance of their souls and their insolence, they consented not to change their created shapes. Indeed, all whom thou seest here are nature fashioned like them, but on thine account they have changed favor, for fear lest thou be disquieted, and for the comforting of thy mind, so thou mightest become familiar with them, and be at thine ease. Quoth Tohfat, Oh, my lady, verily, I cannot look at them. How frightful is this Maimun, with his monocular face. Mine eye cannot brook the sight of him, and indeed I am in a fright of him. Kamariah laughed at her speech, and Tohfat continued, By Allah, O my lady, I cannot fill my eye with the twain. 174. Parentheses, i.e., I cannot look at them for long. Parentheses. Then cried her father Al-Shishban to her, What be this laughing? So she bespoke him in a tongue none understood, but they two, and acquainted him with that which Tohfat had said, whereat he laughed a prodigious loud laugh, and it were the roaring thunder. Presently they ate, and the tables were removed, and they washed their hands, after which Iblis the accursed came up to Tohfat and said to her, Oh, my lady, thou gladdenest the place, and enlightenest, and embellishest it with thy presence. But now fain would these kings hear somewhat of thy singing, for night hath dispread her pinions for departure, and ne'er abideth of it but a little. Quoth she, Hearing and obeying. So she took the lute, and touching its strings with rare touch, played thereon after wondrous wise, so that it seemed to those who were present as if the palace surged like a wave with them for the music. Then she began singing and chanting these couplets. Folk of my faith and oath, peace be with you. Quoth ye not I shall meet you, you meet me? I'll chide you softer wise than breeze o' morn, sweeter than spring of coolest clarity. Aye, faith mine eyelids are with tears chafed sore, my vitals plain to you some cure to see. My friends, our union to disunion changed, was I my fear, for 'twas my certainty. I'll plain to Allah of all ills I bore, for pine and yearning, misery still I dree. The kings of the Jann were moved to delight by that sweet singing and seemly speech, and thanked Tohfat therefor. And Queen Kamariah rose to her and threw her arms round her neck and kissed her between the eyes, saying, By Allah, 'tis good, O my sister, and cooleth of mine eyes and core of my heart. Then said she, I conjure thee by Allah, give us more of this lovely singing. And Tohfat answered with, To hear is to obey. So she took the lute, and playing thereon in a mode different from the former fashion, sang these couplets. Aye, oft as ever grows the pine of me, console my soul with hope, thy sight to see. Haply shall Allah join our parted lives, e'en as my fortunes far from thee cast he. Then, oh, who thrallest me by force of love, seized by fond affection's mastery, all hardship easy wax when thou art nigh, and all the far draws near when near thou be. Ah, be the ruthful light to lover fond, lovelorn, frame wasted, ready death to dree. Were hope of seeing thee cut off, my loved, after thine absence, sleep mine eyes would flee. I mourn no worldly joyance, my delight is but to sight thee, while thou seest my sight. At this, the accursed Iblis was hugely pleased, and thrust his finger up his fundament. 175. Parentheses. Evidently a diabolical way of clapping his hands in applause. This description of the foul fiend has an element of grotesqueness which is rather Christian than Moslem. Parentheses. Whilst Maymun danced and said, "O Tohfat al-Sudur, soften the sound." 176. Parentheses. Arabic. Riki al-Sot, which may also mean either, quote, lower thy voice, quote, or, quote, change the air to one less touching, unquote. Parentheses. For, as pleasure entereth into my heart, it arresteth my breath and blood. So she took the lute, and altering the tune, played a third air. Then she returned to the first, and sang these couplets. The waves of your love o'er my life have rolled. I sink while I see you all aid withhold. You have drowned my vitals in deeps of your love, nor can heart and sprite for your loss be consoled. Deem not I forget my troth after you, how forget what Allah decreed of old. Love clings to the lover who nights in grief, and plains of unrest and of woes ensouled. 177. Parentheses. Your for thy. Parentheses. 178. Parentheses. I.e. written on the, quote, guarded tablet, unquote, from all eternity. End of section 19. Recording by Trish Rutter, San Diego, Trish at audible.impact.org.
Section 20 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12 by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 20. The Tale of the Damsel Tohfat, Al-Kulub, and the Caliph Harun, Al-Rashid, Part 3. The kings and all those who were present rejoiced in this with joy exceeding, and the accursed Iblis came up to Tohfat, and kissing her hand said to her, Verily there abideth but little of the night, so tarry with us till the morrow, when we will apply ourselves to the wedding and the circumcision. Then all the Jann went away, whereupon Tohfat rose to her feet, and Iblis said, Go ye up with Tohfat to the garden for the rest of the night. So Kamaraya took her and went with her into the garden, which contained all manner birds, nightingale and mockingbird, and ringdove and curlew, and other than these of all the kinds. Therein were all manner of fruits. Its channels were of gold and silver, and the water thereof, as it broke forth of its conduits, was like the bellies of fleeing serpents, and indeed it was, as it were, the Garden of Eden. When Tohfat beheld this, she called to mind her Lord, and wept sore, and said, I beseech Allah the Most High to vouchsafe me speedy deliverance, and return to my palace, and to my high estate and queendom and glory, and reunion with my Lord and Master Al-Rashid. Then she walked about that garden, and saw in its midst a dome of white marble, raised on columns of black teak, whereto hung curtains purfled with pearls and gems. Amiddlemost this pavilion was a fountain, inlaid with all kinds of jacinths, and thereon a golden statue of a man, and beside it a little door. She opened the door and found herself in a long corridor, so she followed it and entered a hammam bath, walled with all kinds of costly marbles and floored with a mosaic of pearls and jewels. Therein were 4 cisterns of alabaster, one facing other, and the ceiling of the bath was of glass, colored with all varieties of colors, such as confounded the understanding of those who have insight, and amazed the wit of every wight. Tohfat entered the bath after she had doffed her dress, and behold, the hammam basin was overlaid with gold, set with pearls, and red balasses, and green emeralds, and other jewels. So she extolled Allah Almighty, and hallowed him for the magnificence of that which she saw of the appointments of that bath. Then she made her wuzu, ablution in that basin, and pronouncing the prohibition, prayed the dawn prayer, and what else had escaped her of orisons, after which she went out and walked in that garden among jessamine, and lavender, and roses, and chamomile, and gillyflowers, and thyme, and violets, and basil royal, till she came to the door of the pavilion aforesaid. There she sat down, pondering that which would betide Al-Rashid after her, when he should come to her apartment and find her not, and she plunged into the sea of her solicitude, till slumber overtook her, and soon she slept. Presently she felt a breath upon her face, whereupon she awoke and found Queen Raya kissing her, and with her 3 sisters, Queen Jamra, Queen Wakima, and Queen Shorara. So she arose and kissed their hands, and rejoiced in them with the utmost joy, and they ceased not, she and they, to talk and converse, what while she related to them her history from the time of her purchase by the Maghrabi to that of her coming to the quarters of the slave dealer, where she was sought Ishaq al-Nadim to buy her, and how she won union with Al-Rashid, till the moment when Iblis came to her and brought her to them. They gave not over talking till the sun declined and yellowed, and the hour of its setting drew near, and the day departed, whereupon Tohfat was urgent in supplication to Allah Almighty on the occasion of the sundown prayer, that he would reunite her with her lord Al-Rashid. After this she abode with the 4 queens till they arose and entered the palace, where she found the wax and tapers lit and ranged in candlesticks of gold and silver, and censing vessels of silver and gold filled with line aloes and ambergris, and there were the kings of the Jann sitting. So she saluted them with the salam, kissing the earth before them, and doing them service, and they rejoiced in her and in her sight. Then she ascended the estrade, and sat down upon her chair, whilst King Al-Shisban, and King Al-Musfar, and Queen Lulua, and other kings of the Jann sat on chairs, and they brought choice tables spread with all manner meats befitting royalties. They ate their fill, after which the tables were removed, and they washed their hands and wiped them with napkins. Then they brought the wine service, and set on tasses, and cups and flagons, and beakers of gold and silver, and bowls of crystal and gold, and they poured out the wines, and they filled the flagons. Then Iblis took the bowl, and signed to Tohfat to sing, and she said, "To hear is to obey." So she hent the lute in hand, and tuning it, sang these couplets. Drink wine, O ye lovers, I rede you alway, and praise his worth who loves night and day, mid the myrtle, narcissus, and lavender, and the scented herbs that bedeck the tray. So Iblis the damned drank, and said, Brava, O desire of hearts, but thou owest me still another aria. Then he filled the cup, and signed to her to sing. Quoth she, hearkening and obedience, and chanted these couplets. Ye wot I'm whelmed in despair, and despite ye dight me blight that delights your sight. Your woe is between my unrest and my eyes, nor tears to melt you, nor sighs have might. How oft shall I sue you for justice, and you with a pining death, my dear love, requite? But your harshness is duty, your farness near Your hate is union, your wrath is delight. Take your fill of reproach as you will. You claim all my heart, and I reck not of safety or blame. All present were delighted, and the sitting chamber was moved like a wave with mirth, and Iblis said, Brave Tohfat, al-Sudur. Then they left not liquor bibbing, and rejoicing, and making merry, and tambourining, and piping, till the night waned, and the dawn waxed near, and indeed exceeding delight entered into them. The most of them in mirth was the Sheikh Iblis, and for the stress of that which befell him of joyance, he doffed all that was on him of coloured clothes, and cast them over Tohfat, and among the rest a robe, broidered with jewels and jacinths worth 10,000 dinars. Then he kissed the earth and danced, and he thrust his finger up his fundament, and tending his beard in hand, said to her, Sing about this beard, and endeavour after mirth and pleasance, and no blame shall betide thee for this. So she improvised and sang these couplets. Barb of the golden, the one-eyed goat, what words shall thy foulness of deed denote? Be not of our praise as so pompous proud, thy worth for a docktail's dogs I wot. By Allah, tomorrow shall see me drub thy nape with a cowhide, and dust thy coat. All those present laughed at her mockery of Iblis, and wondered at the wittiness of her visnomy, and her readiness in versifying, whilst the Sheikh himself rejoiced, and said to her, O Tohfat al-Sudur, verily the night be gone. So arise and rest thyself ere the day, and tomorrow there shall be naught save weal. Then all the kings of the Jinn departed together with those who were present of guards, and Tohfat abode alone, pondering the case of Al-Rashid, and bethinking her of how it went with him after her going, and of what had betided him for her loss, till the dawn lightened, when she arose and walked about the palace. Suddenly she saw a handsome door, so she opened it, and found herself in a flower garden, finer than the first, ne'er saw eyes of seer a fairer than it. When she beheld this garth, she was moved to delight, and she called to mind her lord Al-Rashid, and wept with sore weeping, and cried, I crave of the bounty of Allah Almighty, that my return to him, and to my palace, and to my home, may be near hand. Then she walked about the parterres, till she came to a pavilion, high builded of base, and wide of space. Never espied mortal, nor heard of a grander than it. So she entered, and found herself in a long corridor, which led to a hammam, goodlier than that aforetime described, and its cisterns were full of rose water mingled with musk. Quoth Tohfat, extolled be Allah, indeed this is none other than a mighty great king. Then she pulled off her clothes, and washed her body, and made her ghusl ablution of the whole person, and prayed that which was due from her of prayer from the evening of the previous day. When the sun rose upon the gate of the garden, and she saw the wonders thereof, with that which was therein of all manner blooms and streams, and heard the voices of its birds, she marvelled at what she beheld, of the rareness of its ordinance, and the beauty of its disposition, and sat musing over the case of Al-Rashid, and pondering what was come of him after her. Her tears coursed down her cheeks, and the zephyr blew on her, so she slept and knew no more, till she suddenly felt a breath on her side face, whereat she awoke in affright, and found Queen Kamariah kissing her, and she was accompanied by her sisters, who said, Rise, for the sun hath set. So Tohfat arose, and making the wuzu ablution, prayed her due of prayers, and accompanied the four queens to the palace, where she saw the wax candles lighted, and the kings sitting. She saluted them with the salam, and seated herself upon her couch, and beheld King Al-Shishban had shifted his semblance for all the pride of his soul. Then came up Iblis, whom Allah damn, and Tohfat rose to him, and kissed his hands. He also kissed her hand, and blessed her, and asked, How deemest thou? Is not this place pleasant for all its desertedness and desolation? Answered she, None may be desolate in this place. And he cried, Know that this is a site whose soil no mortal dare tread. But she rejoined, I've dared and trodden it, and this is one of thy many favours. Then they brought tables and dishes and viands and fruits and sweetmeats and other matters whose description passes powers of mortal man, and they ate their sufficiency, after which the tables were removed and the dessert trays and platters set on, and they ranged the bottles and flagons and vessels and phials, together with all manner of fruits and sweet-scented flowers. The first to raise the bowl was Iblis the accursed, who said, O Tohfat al-Sadur, sing over my cup. So she took the lute, and touching it, caroled these couplets. Wake ye, ho sleepers all, and take your joy of time and boons he deigned to bestow. Then hail the wine bride, drain the wine pitsane, which poured from flagon flows with flaming glow. O cup boy, serve the wine, bring round the red, whose draught gives all we hope for here below. What's worldly pleasure, save my lady's face, draughts of pure wine and song of musico. So Iblis drained his bowl, and when he had made an end of his draught, waved his hand to Tohfat, then throwing off that which was upon him of clothes, delivered them to her. The suit would have brought 10,000 dinars, and with it was a tray full of jewels worth a mint of money. Presently he filled again, and gave the cup to his son Al-Shishban, who took it from his hand, and kissing it, stood up and sat down again. Now there was before him a tray of roses. So he said to her, O Tohfat, sing thou somewhat upon these roses. She replied, hearkening and obedience, and chanted these two couplets. It proves my price o'er all the flowers that I seek you each year, yet stay but little stown, and high my vaunt I am died by my Lord, whom Allah made the best ere trod on ground. So Al-Shishban drank off the cup in his turn, and said, Brava, O desire of hearts, and he bestowed on her that was upon him, to wit, a dress of cloth of pearl, fringed with great unions, and rubies, and purfled with precious gems, and a tray wherein were 50,000 dinars. Then Maymun the sorter took the cup, and began gazing intently upon Tohfat. Now there was in his hand a pomegranate flower, and he said to her, Sing thou somewhat, O queen of mankind and jinn kind, upon this pomegranate flower, for indeed thou hast dominion over all hearts. Quoth she, To hear is to obey, and she improvised and sang these couplets. Breathes sweet the zephyr on fair parterre, robing lute in the flamings that fell from air, and moaned from the boughs with its cooing rhyme, voice of ring-doves plaining their love and care. The branch dresses in suit of fine sendal green, and in wine hues borrowed from bloom gulnair. Maymun the sorter drained his bowl, and said to her, Brava, O perfection of qualities. Then he signed to her, and was absent a while, after which he returned, and with him a tray of jewels worth 100,000 ducats, which he gave to Tohfat. With thereupon Camaraya arose and bade her slave girl open the closet behind the songstress, wherein she laid all that wealth, and committed the key to her, saying, Whatso of riches cometh to thee, lay thou in this closet that is by thy side, and after the festivities it shall be borne to thy palace on the heads of the jinn. Tohfat kissed her hand, and another king, by name Munir, took the bowl, and filling it, said to her, O fairly fair, sing to me over my bowl somewhat upon the jasmine. She replied with hearkening and obedience, and improvised these couplets. 'Twere as though the jasmine, when self she in robes on her boughs, doth display to my wondering eyne, in sky of green beryl, which beauty enclose, star groups like studs of the silvern mine. Munir drank off his cup, and ordered her 800,000 dinars, whereat Camaraya rejoiced, and rising to her feet, kissed Tohfat on her face, and said to her, Be the world never bereaved of thee, O thou who lordest it over the hearts of jinn kind and mankind. Then she returned to her place, and the Sheikh Iblis arose and danced, till all present were confounded, after which the songstress said, Verily, thou embellishest my festivities, O thou who commandest men and jinn, and rejoicest their hearts with thy loveliness and the beauty of thy faithfulness to thy Lord. All that thy hands possess shall be borne to thee in thy palace, and placed at thy service. But now the dawn is near hand, so do thou rise and rest thee according to thy custom. Tohfat turned and found with her none of the jinn, so she laid her head on the floor and slept till she had gotten her repose, after which she arose and, betaking herself to the lakelet, made the wuzu ablution and prayed. Then she sat beside the water a while and meditated the matter of her lord Al-Rashid and that which had betided him after her loss, and wept with sore weeping. Presently she heard a blowing behind her, and so she turned, and behold, a head without a body, and with eyes slit and long. It was of the bigness of an elephant's skull, and bigger, and had a mouth as it were an oven, and projecting canines as they were grapnels, and hair which trailed upon the ground. So Tohfat cried, I take refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned, and recited the two preventives that what while the head drew near her, and said, Peace be with thee, O Princess of Jinn, and men and union, pearl of her age and her time. Allah continue thee on life for all the lapsing of the days, and reunite thee with thy Lord, the Imam. She replied, And upon thee be peace, O thou whose like I have not seen among the Jann. Quoth the head, We are a folk who may not change their favours, and we are hight ghouls. Mortals summon us to their presence, but we cannot present ourselves before them without leave. As for me, I've gotten leave of the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaf to appear before thee, and I desire of thy favour that thou sing me a song, so I may go to thy palace and question its haunters concerning the plight of thy lord after thee, and return to thee. And know, O Tohfat al-Sadur, that between thee and thy lord be a distance of 50 years' journey for the bona fide traveller. She rejoined, Indeed thou grievest me anent him between whom and me is 50 years' journey. But the head cried to her, Be of good cheer, and of eyes cool and clear, for the sovereigns of the Jann will restore thee to him in less than the twinkling of an eye. Quoth she, I will sing thee 100 songs, so thou wilt bring me news of my lord, and that which betided him after me. And quoth the head, Do thou favour me, and sing me a song, so I may go to thy lord and fetch thee tidings of him, for that I desire, before I go to hear thy voice, so haply my thirst may be quenched. So she took the lute, and tuning it, sang these couplets. They have marched, yet no empty stead left they. They are gone, nor heart grieves me that fled be they. My heart forebode the bereaval of friends. Allah ne'er bereave steads wherefrom sped be they. Though they hid the stations where led were they, I'll follow till stars fall in disarray. Ye slumber, but wake shall ne'er fly these lids. 'Tis I bear what ye never bore well away. It had irked them not to farewell who fares with the parting fires that my heart waylay. My friends, your meeting to me is much, but more is the parting befell us tway. You're my heart's delight, or you present be or absent. With you is my soul for aye. Thereupon the head wept exceeding sore, and cried, O my lady, indeed thou hast solaced my heart, and I have naught but my life, so take it. She replied, Nay, and I but knew that thou wouldst bring me news of my lord Al-Rashid. 'Twere fainer to me than the reign of the world. And the head answered her, It shall be done as thou desirest. Then it disappeared, and returning to her at the last of the night, said, O my lady, know that I have been to thy palace, and have questioned one of its haunters of the case of the commander of the faithful, and that which befell him after thee. And he said, when the prince of true believers came to Tohfat's apartment, and found her not, and saw no sign of her, he buffeted his face and head, and rent his raiment. Now there was in thy chamber the castrator, the chief of thy household, and the Caliph cried out at him, saying, Bring me Ja'afar the Barmaki and his father and brother at this very moment. The eunuch went out, bewildered in his wit for fear of the king, and when he stood in the presence of Ja'afar, he said to him, Come to the commander of the faithful, thou and thy father and thy brother. So they arose in haste, and betaking themselves to the presence, said, O prince of true believers, what may be the matter? Quoth he, There is a matter which passeth description. Know that I locked the door, and taking the key with me, betook myself to my uncle's daughter, with whom I lay the night. But when I rose in the morning and came and opened the door, I found no sign of Tohfat. Quoth Ja'afar, O commander of the faithful, have patience, for that the damsel hath been snatched away, and needs must she return, seeing that she took the lute with her, and 'tis her own lute. The jinns have assuredly carried her off, and we trust in Allah Almighty that she will return. Cried the Caliph, This is a thing which may nowise be. and he abode in her apartment, nor eating nor drinking, while the Barmecides besought him to fare forth to the folk, and he weepeth and tarrieth on such fashion till she shall return. This then is that which hath betided him after thee. When Tohfat heard his words, they were grievous to her, and she wept with sore weeping. Whereupon quoth the head to her, The relief of Allah, the Most High, is near hand, but now let me hear somewhat of thy speech. So she took the lute and sang 3 songs, weeping the while. The head exclaimed, By Allah, thou hast been bountiful to me, the Lord be with thee. Then it disappeared, and the season of sundown came. So she rose and betook herself to her place in the hall, whereupon, behold, the candles sprang up from under the earth, and kindled themselves. Then the kings of the Jann appeared, and saluted her, and kissed her hands, and she greeted them with the salam. Presently appeared Kamariah and her 3 sisters, and saluted Tohfat, and sat down, whereupon the tables were brought, and they ate. And when the tables were removed, there came the wine tray and the drinking service. So Tohfat took the lute, and one of the 3 queens filled the cup, and signed to the songstress. Now she had in her hand a violet, so Tohfat improvised these couplets. I'm clad in a leaf cloak of green, in an honour robe ultramarine. I'm a wee thing of loveliest mien, but all flowers as my vassals are seen, and rose title her more in pride I ween, nor before me nor after she's queen. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole.
And by Devorah Allen.
The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 21. The Tale of the Damsel Tohfat al-Kulub and the Caliph Harun al-Rashid.
The queen drank off her cup, and bestowed on Tohfat a dress of cloth of pearl, fringed with red rubies, worth 20,000 ducats, and a tray whereon were 10,000 sequins. All this while Maymun's eye was upon her, and presently he said to her, Hark ye, Tohfat, sing to me. But Queen Zalzala cried out at him, and said, Desist, O Maymun. Thou sufferest not Tohfat to pay heed to us. Quoth he, I will have her sing to me. And many words passed between them, and Queen Zalzala cried aloud at him. Then she shook, and became like unto the jinns, and taking in her hand a mace of stone, said to him, Fie upon thee! What art thou that thou shouldst bespeak us thus? By Allah, but for the respect due to kings, and my fear of troubling the session and the festival and the mind of the Sheikh Iblis, I would assuredly beat the folly out of thy head. When Maymun heard these her words, he rose with the fire shooting from his eyes, and said, O daughter of Imlak, what art thou that thou shouldst outrage me with the like of this talk? Replied she, Woe to thee, O dog of the Jinn, knowest thou not thy place? So saying, she ran at him, and offered to strike him with the mace. But the Sheikh Iblis arose, and casting his turban on the ground, cried, Out on thee, O Maymun! Thou dost always with us on this wise. Wheresoever thou art present, thou troublest our pleasure. Canst thou not hold thy peace until thou go forth of the festival, and this bride feast be accomplished? When the circumcision is at an end, and ye all return to your dwellings, then do as thou willest. Fie upon thee, O Maymun! Wottest thou not that Imlak is of the chiefs of the Jinn? But for my good name thou shouldst have seen what would have betided thee of humiliation and chastisement. Yet on account of the festival none may speak. Indeed, thou exceedest. Dost thou not ken that her sister, Wakima, is doughtier than any of the Jann? Learn to know thyself. Hast thou no regard for thy life? So Maymun was silent, and Iblis turned to Tohfat, and said to her, Sing to the kings of the jinns this day, and tonight until the morrow, when the boy will be circumcised, and each shall return to his own place. Accordingly she took the lute, and Kamariah said to her, now she had a citron in hand, O my sister, sing to me somewhat on this citron. Tohfat replied, To hear is to obey. and improvising, sang these couplets. I'm a dome of fine gold, and right cunningly dight, and my sweetness of youth gladdeth every sight. My wine is ever the drink of kings, and I'm fittest gift to the friendliest sprite. At this, Queen Camaria rejoiced with joy exceeding, and drained her cup, crying, Brava, O thou choice gift of hearts! Furthermore, she took off a sleeved robe of blue brocade, fringed with red rubies, and a necklace of white jewels worth 100,000 ducats, and gave them to Tohfat. Then she passed the cup to her sister Zalzala, who hent in her hand herb basil, and she said to Tohfat, Sing to me somewhat on this basil. She replied, Hearing and obeying, and improvised and sang these couplets. I'm the queen of herbs in the seance of wine, and in heaven Naim are my name and sign, and the best are promised in garth of cooled, repose, sweet scents, and the peace divine. What prizes then with my price shall vie? What rank even mine in all mortals' eyne? Thereat Queen Zalzala rejoiced with joy exceeding, and bidding her treasuress bring a basket, wherein were 50 pairs of bracelets and the same number of earrings, all of gold, crusted with jewels of price, whose like nor mankind nor jinn-kind possessed, and 100 robes of vari-coloured brocades, and 100,000 ducats, gave the whole to Tohfat. Then she passed the cup to her sister Shahryar, who had in her hand a stalk of narcissus. So she took it from her, and turning to the songstress, said to her, O Tohfat, sing to me somewhat on this. She replied, hearkening and obedience, and improvised these couplets. With the smaraged wand doth my form compare, mid the finest flowers my worth's rarest rare. My eyes are likened to beauty's eyne, and my gaze is still on the bright parterre. When she had made an end of her song, Shahryar was moved to delight exceeding, and drinking off her cup, said to her, Brava, O thou choice gift of hearts! Then she ordered her 100 dresses of brocade, and 100,000 ducats, and passed the cup to Queen Wakima. Now she had in her hand somewhat of Nu'uman's bloom, the anemone. So she took the cup from her sister, and turning to the songstress, said to her, O Tohfat, sing to me on this. Quoth she, I hear and I obey, and improvised these couplets. I'm a dye was dyed by the ruthful's might, and all confess me the goodliest sight. I began in the dust and the clay, but now on the cheeks of fair women I rank by right. Therewith Wakima rejoiced with joy exceeding, and drinking off the cup, ordered her 20 dresses of romy brocade, and a tray, wherein were 30,000 ducats. Then she gave the cup to Queen Shua'a, regent of the Fourth Sea, who took it and said, O my lady Tohfat, sing to me on the gillyflower. She replied, hearing and obeying, and improvised these couplets. The time of my presence ne'er draws to a close, amid all whose joyance with mirth overflows, when topers gather to sit at wine, or in nightly shade, or when morning shows. I filch from the flagon to fill the bowls, and the crystal cup where the wine beam glows. Queen Shua'a rejoiced with joy exceeding, and emptying her cup, gave Tohfat 100,000 ducats. Then up sprang Iblis, whom Allah curse, and cried, Verily, the dawn lighteneth. Whereupon the folk arose and disappeared, all of them. And there abode not one of them save the songstress, who went forth to the garden, and entering the Hammam, made her wuzu ablutions, and prayed whatso lacked her of prayers. Then she sat down, and when the sun rose, behold, there came up to her near 100,000 green birds, which filled the branches of the trees with their multitudes, and they warbled in various voices, whilst Tohfat marvelled at their fashion. Suddenly appeared eunuchs, bearing a throne of gold, studded with pearls and gems and jacinths, both white and red, and having 4 steps of gold, together with many carpets of sendal and brocade, and Coptic cloth of silk sprigged with gold. And all these they spread in the centre of the garden, and setting up the throne thereon, perfumed the place with virgin musk, nard, and ambergris. After that there came a queen. Never saw eyes a fairer than she, nor than her qualities. She was robed in rich raiment, broidered with pearls and gems, and on her head was a crown set with various kinds of unions and jewels. About her were 500 slave girls, high-bosomed maids, as they were moons, screening her right and left, and she among them like the moon on the night of its full, for that she was the most worthy of them in majesty and dignity. She ceased not walking till she came to Tohfat, whom she found gazing on her in amazement. And when the songstress saw her turn to her, she rose to her, standing on her feet, and saluted her and kissed ground between her hands. The queen rejoiced in her, and putting out her hand to her, drew her to herself, and seated her by her side on the couch. Whereupon the songstress kissed her hands, and the queen said to her, Know, O Tohfat, that all which thou treadest of these carpets belongeth not to any of the jinn, who may never tread them without thy leave, for that I am the queen of them all, and the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif Iblis sought my permission to hold festival, and prayed me urgently to be present at the circumcision of his son. So I dispatched to him in my stead a slave girl of my slave girls, namely Shuwa'a, queen of the fourth sea, who is vice-reign of my reign. When she was present at the wedding and saw thee and heard thy singing, she sent to me, informing me of thee, and setting forth to me thy grace and amiability, and the beauty of thy breeding and thy courtesy. So I am come to thee, for that which I have heard of thy charms, and hereby I do thee a mighty great favour in the eyes of all the Jann. Thereupon Tohfat arose and kissed the earth, and the queen thanked her for this and bade her sit. So she sat down, and the queen called for food, when they brought a table of gold, inlaid with pearls and jacinths and jewels, and bearing kinds manifold of birds and viands of various hues. And the queen said, O Tohfat, in the name of Allah, let us eat bread and salt together, I and thou. Accordingly the songstress came forward and ate of those meats, and found therein somewhat the like whereof she had never eaten. No, nor aught more delicious than it, while the slave girls stood around the table, as the white compasseth the black of the eye. And she sat conversing and laughing with the queen. Then said the lady, O my sister, a slave girl told me of thee that thou saidst, How loathly is what yonder jinni Maymun eateth. Tohfat replied, By Allah, O my lady, I have not any eye that can look at him, and indeed I am fearful of him. When the queen heard this, she laughed till she fell backwards, and said, O my sister, by the might of the graving upon the seal ring of Solomon, prophet of Allah, I am queen over all the Jann, and none dare so much as cast on thee a glance of the eye. Whereat Tohfat kissed her hand. Then the tables were removed, and the twain sat talking. Presently up came the kings of the jinn from every side, and kissed ground before the queen, and stood in her service. And she thanked them for this, but moved not for one of them. Then appeared the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif Iblis, Allah curse him, and kissed the earth before her, saying, O my lady, may I not be bereft of these steps? She replied, O Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif, it behoveth thee to thank the bounty of the lady Tohfat, who was the cause of my coming. Rejoined he, Thou sayest sooth, and kissed ground. Then the queen fared on towards the palace, and there arose and alighted upon the trees 100,000 birds of manifold hues. The songstress asked, How many are these birds? And Queen Wakima answered her, Know, O my sister, that this queen is hight Queen Al-Shaba, and that she is queen over all the Jann from east to west. These birds thou seest are of her host, and unless they appeared in this shape, earth would not be wide enough for them. Indeed, they came forth with her, and are present with her presence at this circumcision. She will give thee after the measure of that which hath been given to thee from the first of the festival to the last thereof. And indeed, she honoureth us all with her presence. Then the queen entered the palace, and sat down on the couch of the circumcision, at the upper end of the hall, whereupon Tohfat took the lute, and pressing it to her breast, touched its strings such wise that the wits of all present were bewildered, and Sheikh Iblis cried to her, O my lady Tohfat, I conjure thee by the life of this noble queen, sing for me and praise thyself, and cross me not. Quoth she, To hear is to obey. Still, but for thine adjuration, I had not done this. Say me, doth any praise himself? What manner thing is this? Then she improvised these couplets. In all fetes I'm choice gift to the minstrel race. Folk attest my worth, rank, and my pride of place, while fame, merit, and praises with honour and grace. Her verses pleased the kings of the Jann, and they cried, By Allah, thou sayest sooth. Then she rose to her feet, hending lute in hand, and played and sang, whilst the jinns and the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif danced. Presently the father of the tribes came up to her, bussing her bosom, and gave her a Brahmani carbuncle he had taken from the hidden hoard of Yavis bin Nu, on whom be peace, and which was worth the reign of the world. Its light was as the sheen of the sun, and he said to her, Take this, and be equitable therewith to the people of the world. She kissed his hand and rejoiced in the jewel, and said, By Allah, this befitteth none save the commander of the faithful. Now Queen Al-Shaba laughed with delight at the dancing of Iblis, and she said to him, By Allah, this is a goodly pavane. He thanked her for this, and said to the songstress, O Tohfa, there is not on earth's face a skilfuller than Ishak al-Nadim, but thou art more skilful than he. Indeed, I have been present with him many a time, and have shown him his positions on the lute, and there has betided me with him that which betided. Indeed, the story of my dealings with him is a long one, but this is no time to repeat it, for now I would show thee a shift on the lute, whereby thou shalt be exalted over all folk. Quoth she, Do what seemeth good to thee. So he took the lute, and played thereon a wondrous playing, with rare divisions and marvellous modulations, and showed her a passage she knew not, and this was goodlier to her than all that she had gotten. Then she took the lute from him, and playing thereon, sang, and presently returned to the passage which he had shown her. And he said, By Allah, thou singest better than I. As for Tohfa, it became manifest to her that her former practice was all of it wrong, and that what she had learnt from the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif Iblis was the root and foundation of all perfection in the art and its modes. So she rejoiced in that which she had won of skill in touching the lute, far more than in all that had fallen to her lot of wealth and honour robes, and kissed the master's hand. Then said Queen Al-Shaba, By Allah, O Sheikh, my sister Tohfa is indeed singular among the folk of her time, and I hear that she singeth upon all sweet-smelling blooms. Iblis replied, Yes, O my lady, and I am in extremest wonderment thereat. But there remaineth somewhat of sweet-scented flowers, which she hath not besung, such as myrtle and tuberose and jessamine and the moss rose and the like. Then the Sheikh signed to her to sing somewhat upon the rest of the flowers, that Queen Al-Shaba might hear, and she said, Hearing and obeying. So she took the lute, and played thereon in many modes, then returned to the first, and sang these couplets.
I'm one of the lover retinue, whom long pine and patience have doomed rue, and sufferance of parting from kin and friends hath clothed me, O folk, in this yellow hue. Then, after the joyance had passed away, heartbreak, abasement, and cark I knew. Through the long, long day when the lift is light, nor when night is murk, my pangs cease pursue. So twixt fairest hope and unfailing fear, my bitter tears ever flow anew. Thereat Queen Al-Shaba rejoiced with joy exceeding, and cried, Brava, O Queen of Delight! No one is able to describe thee. Sing to us on the apple. Quoth Tohfa, Hearkening and obedience. Then she recited these couplets. I surpass all forms in my coquetry, for mine inner worth and mine outer blee. Tend me noble hands in the sight of all, and slack with pure waters the thirst of me. My robe is of sendal, and eke my veil is of sunlight, the ruthful hath bidden be, when my fair companions are marched afar, in sorrow fra home they are forced to flee. But noble hands deign heart in my heart, with beds where I sit in my high degree, and where like full moon at its rise my light mid the garden fruits thou shalt ever see. Queen Al-Shaba rejoiced in this way with exceeding joy, and cried, Brava! By Allah, there is none excelleth thee. Tohfat kissed the ground, then returned to her place, and versified on the tuberose, saying, I am a marvel bloom to be worn on head. Though a stranger among you fro home I fled, make use of wine in my company, and flout at time who in languish sped. E'en so doth camphor my hue attest, O my lords, as I stand in my present stead, so gar me your gladness when dawneth day. And to highmost seat in your homes be I led, and quaff your cups in all jollity, and cheer and ease shall ne'er cease to be. At this Queen Al-Shaba rejoiced with exceeding joy, and cried, Brava, O Queen of Delight! By Allah, I know not how I shall do to give thee thy due. May the Most High grant us the grace of thy long continuance. Then she strained her to her breast, and bussed her on the cheek, whereupon quoth Iblis, on whom be a curse, This is a mighty great honour. Quoth the Queen, Know that this Lady Tohfat is my sister, and that her biddance is my biddance, and her forbiddance my forbiddance. So all of you hearken to her word, and render her worshipful obedience. Therewith the kings rose in a body and kissed ground before Tohfat, who rejoiced in this. Moreover, Queen Al-Shaba doffed dress, and habited her in a suit adorned with pearls, jewels, and jacinths, worth 100,000 ducats, and wrote for her on a slip of paper a patent appointing her to be her deputy. So the songstress rose and kissed ground before the queen, who said to her, O thy favour, sing to us somewhat concerning the rest of the sweet-scented flowers and herbs, so I may hear thy chant and solace myself with witnessing thy skill. She replied, To hear is to obey, O lady mine, and taking the lute improvised these couplets. My hue excelleth all hues in light, and I would all eyes should enjoy my sight. My sight is the sight of fillets and pearls, where the fairest brows are with jasmine delight. My light's uprist, and what light it shows, is a silvern zone on the waist of night. Then she changed the measure and improvised these couplets. I'm the gem of herbs, and in seasons twain my tryst I keep with my lover's ta'en. I stint not union for length of time, nor visits, though some be of severance fain. The true one am I, and my troth I keep, and easy of plucking no hand disdain. Then changing measure and the mode, she played so that she bewildered the wits of those who were present, and Queen Al-Shaba, moved to mirth and merriment, cried, Brava, O Queen of Delight! Presently she returned to the first mode, and improved these couplets on Nenuphar. I fear me lest freak espy me in air when I fain deny me, so I root me beneath the wave, and my stalks to bow down apply me. Hereat Queen Al-Shaba rejoiced with exceeding joy, and cried, Brava, O Tohfat! Let me hear more of thy chant. Accordingly she smote the lute, and changing the mode, recited on the moss, rose these couplets. Look at Nasrin, those branchy shoots around, with greenest leafery 'tis decked and crowned. Its graceful bending stem draws every gaze, while beauteous bearing makes their love abound. Then she changed measure and mode, and sang these couplets on the water-lily. O thou who askest Susan of her scent, hear thou my words and beauty of my lay. Emir am I whom all mankind desire, quoth she, or present or when ta'en away. End of section 21. Recording by Nicole. Section 22 of the Book of the 1000th Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 22. The Tale of the Damsel Tohfat al-Kulub and the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. When Tohfat had made an end of her song, Queen Al-Shaba rose and said, "I never heard from any the like of this." And she drew the songstress to her and fell to kissing her. Then she took leave of her and flew away, and on likewise all the birds took flight with her, so that they walled the horizon, whilst the rest of the kings tarried behind. Now as soon as it was the 4th night, there came the boy who was to be circumcised, adorned with jewels such as never saw eye nor heard ear of, and amongst the rest a crowd of gold crusted with pearls and gems, the worth whereof was 100,000 sequins. He sat down upon the couch, and Tohfat sang to him, till the children came and they snipped his foreskin in the presence of all the kings, who showered on him a mighty great store of jewels and jacinths and gold. Queen Camaraya bade her eunuchs gather up all this and lay it in Tohfat's closet, and it was as much in value as all that had fallen to her, from the first of the festivities to the last thereof. Moreover, the Sheikh Iblis, whom Allah curse, bestowed upon the songstress the crown worn by the boy, and gave the circumcisee another, whereat Tohfat's reason took flight. Then the jinn departed in order of rank, whilst Iblis farewelled them, band after band. Seeing the sheikh thus occupied with taking leave of the kings, Maymun seized his opportunity, the place being empty, and taking up Tohfat on his shoulders, soared aloft with her to the confines of the lift, and flew away with her. Presently Iblis came to look for the songstress and see what she purposed, but found her not, and sighted the slave girls slapping their faces. So he said to them, "Fie on you! What may be the matter?" They replied, "O our lord, Maymun hath snatched up Tohfat and flown away with her." When Iblis heard this, he gave a cry, whereto earth trembled, and said, "What is to be done?" Then he buffeted his face and head, exclaiming, "Woe to you! This be none other than exceeding insolence. Shall he carry off Tohfat from my very place and attaint mine honour? Doubtless this Maymun hath lost his wits." Then he cried out a second time, so that the earth quaked and rose on his wings high in air. The news came to the rest of the kings, so they flew after him, and overtaking him, found him full of anxiety and affright, with fire issuing from his nostrils, and said to him, "O Sheikh al-Tawif, what is to do?" He replied, "Know ye that Maymun hath carried off Tohfat from my palace, and attainted mine honour?" When they heard this, they cried, "There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. By God, he hath ventured upon a grave matter, and verily he destroyeth self and folk." Then Sheikh Iblis ceased not flying till he fell in with the tribes of the Jann, and they gathered together a world of people, none may tell the tale of them save the Lord of all might. So they came to the fortress of copper and the citadel of lead, and the people of the sconces saw the tribes of the Jann issuing from every deep mountain pass, and said, "What be the news?" Then Iblis went in to King Al-Shishban, and acquainted him with that which had befallen, whereupon quoth he, "Verily Allah hath destroyed Maymun and his many. He pretendeth to possess Tohfat, and she is become queen of the Jann. But have patience till we devise that which befitteth in the matter of Tohfat." Iblis asked, "And what befitteth it to do?" And Al-Shishban answered, "We will fall upon him and kill him and his host with cut of brand." Then quoth Sheikh Iblis, "'Twere better to acquaint Queen Camaraya and Queen Zalzala and Queen Sharara and Queen Wakima, and when they are assembled, Allah shall ordain whatso he deemeth good in the matter of her release." Quoth Al-Shishban, Right is thy rede. And they dispatched to Queen Camaraya an Ifrit high Salhab, who came to her palace and found her sleeping. So he roused her, and she said, What is to do, O Salhab? Cried he, O my lady, come to the succour of thy sister the songstress, for Maymun hath carried her off and attainted thine honour and that of Sheikh Iblis. Quoth she, What sayest thou? And she sat up straight and cried out with a great cry. And indeed she feared for Tohfat, and said, By Allah, in very sooth she used to say that he gazed at her and prolonged the gaze, but ill is that whereto his soul hath prompted him. Then she rose in haste, and mounting a Satanist of her Satans, said to her, Fly! So she flew off with her, and alighted in the palace of her sister Sharara. Whereupon she sent for her sisters Zalzala and Wakima, and acquainted them with the tidings, saying, Know that Maymun hath snatched up Tohfat and flown off with her, swiftlier than the blinding levin. Then they all flew off in haste, and lightening down in the place where her father Al-Shishban and their grandfather the Sheikh Abu al-Tawif found the folk on the sorriest of situations. When their grandfather Iblis saw them, he rose to them and wept, and they all wept for the songstress. Then said Iblis to them, Yonder hound hath attained mine honour, and taken Tohfat, and I think not otherwise, but that she is like to die of distress for herself and her lord Al-Rashid, and saying the whole that they said and did was false. Quoth Camaraya, O grandfather mine, nothing is left for it but stratagem and device for her deliverance, for that she is dearer to me than everything. And know that yonder accursed, when he waxeth ware of your coming upon him, will ken that he hath no power to cope with you, he who is the least and meanest of the Jann. But we dread that he, when assured of defeat, will slay Tohfat, wherefore nothing will serve but that we contrive a sleight for saving her, else will she perish. He asked, And what hast thou in mind of device? And she answered, Let us take him with fair means, and if he obey, all will be well. Else we will practice stratagem against him, and expect not her deliverance from other than myself. Quoth Iblis, The affair is thine, contrive what thou will, for that Tohfat is thy sister, and thy solicitude for her is more effectual than that of any other. So Camaraya cried out to an Ifrit of the Ifrits, and a calamity of the calamities, by name Al-Asad al-Tayyar, the flying lion, and said to him, Hie with my message to the Crescent Mountain, the wone of Maymun the sworder, and enter and say to him, My lady saluteth thee with the salam, and asketh thee, How canst thou be assured for thyself of safety? After what thou hast done, O Maymun, couldst thou find none to maltreat in thy drunken humour save Tohfat, she too being a queen? But thou art excused because thou didst not this deed, but 'twas thy drink, and the Sheikh Abu al-Tawif pardoneth thee, because thou wast drunken. Indeed, thou hast attainted his honour, but now restore her to her palace, for that she hath done well, and favoured us, and rendered us service, and thou wottest that she is this day our queen. Belike she may bespeak Queen Al-Shaba, whereupon the matter will become grievous, and that wherein there is no good shall betide thee, and thou wilt get no title of gain. Verily I give thee good counsel, and so the peace. Al-Asad answered, hearing and obeying, and flew till he came to the Crescent Mountain, where he sought audience of Maymun, who bade admit him. So he entered, and kissing ground before him, gave him Queen Camaraya's message, which when he heard, he cried to the Ifrit, Return whence thou comest, and say to thy mistress, Be silent, and thou wilt show thy good sense. Else will I come and seize upon her, and make her serve Tohfat. And if the kings of the Jinn assemble together against me, and I be overcome by them, I will not leave her to scent the wind of this world, and she shall be neither mine nor theirs. For that she is presently my sprite, from between my ribs, and how shall any part with his sprite? When the Ifrit heard Maymun's words, he said to him, By Allah, O Maymun, art thou a changeling in thy wits, that thou speakest these words of my lady, and thou one of her page boys? Whereupon Maymun cried out and said to him, Woe to thee, O dog of the Jinns! Wilt thou bespeak the like of me with these words? Then he bade those who were about him bastinado al-Assad, but he took flight, and soaring high in air, betook himself to his mistress, and told her the tidings, when she said, Thou hast done well, O good knight. Then she turned to her sire, and said to him, Hear that which I shall say to thee. Quoth he, Say on. And quoth she, I rede thee take thy troops and go to him, for when he heareth this, he will in turn levy his many and come forth to thee, whereupon do thou offer him battle and prolong the fight with him, and make a show to him of weakness and giving way. Meantime I will devise me a device for getting at Tohfat and delivering her, what while he is busied with you in battle, and when my messenger cometh to thee and informeth thee that I have gotten possession of Tohfat, and that she is with me, return thou upon Maymun forthwith, and overthrow him and his hosts, and take him prisoner. But an my device succeed not with him, and we fail to deliver Tohfat, he will assuredly practise to slay her without recourse, and regret for her will remain in our hearts. Quoth Iblis, This is the right rede, and bade call a march among the troops, whereupon 100,000 knights, doughty wights of war, joined themselves to him and set out for the country of Maymun. As for Queen Camaraya, she flew off to the palace of her sister Wakima, and told her what deed Maymun had done, and how he declared that, whenas he saw defeat near hand, he would slay Tohfat, adding, And indeed he is resolved upon this, otherwise had he not dared to work such sleight. So do thou contrive the affair as thou see fit, for in rede thou hast no superior. Then they sent for Queen Zazala and Queen Sharara, and sat down to take counsel one with other, concerning what they had best do in the matter. Presently said Wakima, 'Twere advisable we fit out a ship in this our island home, and embark therein, disguised as Adam's sons, and fare on until we come to anchor under a little island that lieth over against Maymun's palace. There will we sit drinking and smiting the lute and singing, for Tohfat will assuredly be seated there overlooking the sea, and needs must she see us and come down to us, whereupon we will take her by force, and she will be under our hands, so that none shall be able to molest her any more. Or an Maymun be gone forth to do battle with the Jinns, we will storm his stronghold and take Tohfat and raze his palace and slay all therein. When he hears of this, his heart will be broken, and we will send to let our father know, whereat he will return upon him with his troops, and he will be destroyed, and we shall have rest of him. They answered her, saying, This is good counsel. Then they bade fit out a shrine from behind the mountain, and it was fitted out in less than the twinkling of an eye. So they launched it on the sea, and embarking therein, together with 4,000 Ifrits, set out, intending for Maymun's palace. They also bade other 5,000 Ifrits betake themselves to the island under the Crescent Mountain, and there lie in wait for them ambushed well. Thus fared it with the kings of the Jann. But as regards Sheikh Abu al-Tawif, Iblis and his son Al-Shishban, the twain set out, as we have said, with their troops, who were of the doughtiest of the Jinn and the prowest of them in wing-flying and horsemanship, and fared on till they drew near the Crescent Mountain. When the news of their approach reached Maymun, he cried out with a mighty great cry to the troops, who were 20,000 riders, and bade them make ready for departure. Then he went in to Tohfat, and kissing her, said, Know that thou art this day my life of the world, and indeed the Jinns are gathered together to wage war on me for thy sake. An I win the day from them, and am preserved alive, I will set all the kings of the Jann under thy feet, and thou shalt become queen of the world. But she shook her head and shed tears, and he said, Weep not, for I swear by the virtue of the mighty inscription borne on the seal ring of Solomon, thou shalt never again see the land of men, no, never. Say me, can any one part with his life? Give ear then to my words, else will I slay thee. So she was silent, and forthright he sent for his daughter, whose name was Jamrah, and where she came, he said to her, Know that I am going to fight the clans of Al-Shishban and Queen Kamariah and the kings of the Jann, and I be vouchsafed the victory over them. To Allah be the land, and thou shalt have of me largesse. But an thou see or hear that I am worsted, and any come to thee with ill news of me, hasten to kill Tohfat, so she may fall neither to me nor to them. Then he farewelled her and mounted, saying, When this cometh about, pass over to the Crescent Mountain, and take up thine abode there, and await what shall befall me, and what I shall say to thee. And Jamrah answered, Hearkening and obedience. Now when the songstress heard these words, she fell to weeping and wailing, and said, By Allah, naught irketh me, but severance from my lord Al-Rashid. However, when I am dead, let the world be ruined after me. And she was certified in herself that she was assuredly lost. Then Maymun set forth with his army, and departed in quest of the hosts of the Jinn, leaving none in the palace save his daughter Jamrah, and Tohfat, and an Ifrit, which was dear to him. They fared on till they met with the army of Al-Shishban, and when the two hosts came face to face, they fell each upon other, and fought a fight, a passing sore, than which naught could be more. After a while Al-Shishban's troops began to give way, and when Maymun saw them do thus, he despised them, and made sure of victory over them. On this wise it befell them, but as regards Queen Kamariah and her company, they sailed on without ceasing, till they came under the palace wherein was Tohfat, to wit that of Maymun the sworder, and by the decree of the Lord of Destiny, the songstress herself was at that very time sitting on the belvedere of the palace, pondering the affair of Harun al-Rashid and her own, and that which had befallen her, and weeping for that which she was doomed to death. She saw the vessel and what was therein of those who have named, and they in mortal disguise, and said, Alas, my sorrow for this ship, and for the men that be therein. As for Kamariah and her many, when they drew near the palace, they strained their eyes, and seeing the songstress sitting, cried, Yonder sitteth Tohfat, may Allah not bereave us of her. Then they moored their craft, and making for the island which lay over against the palace, spread carpets, and sat eating and drinking. Whereupon quoth Tohfat, Well, come and welcome to yonder faces. These be my kinswomen, and I conjure thee by Allah, O Jamrah, that thou let me down to them, so I may sit with them a while, and enjoy kindly converse with them, and return. Quoth Jamrah, I may on no wise do that. And Tohfat wept. Then the folk brought out wine and drank, while Kamariah took the lute and sang these couplets. By Allah, had I never hoped to greet you, your guide had failed on camel to seat you. Forbore you parting from friend would greet you, till meseems mine eyes for your warn entreat you. End of section 22. Recording by Nicole.
Section 23 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 23. The Tale of the Damsel Tohfat al-Kulub and the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, Part 6. When Tohfat heard this, she cried out so great a cry that the folk heard her, and Kamariah said, Relief is near hand. Then the songstress looked out to them and called to them, saying, O daughters of mine uncle, I am a lonely maid, an exile from kin and country, so for the love of Allah Almighty, repeat that song. Accordingly, Kamariah repeated it, and Tohfat swooned away. When she came to herself, she said to Jamrah, By the rights of the Apostle of Allah, who may he save and assain, unless you suffer me go down to them and look on them and sit with them for a full hour, I will hurl myself headlong from this palace, for that I am aweary of my life, and know that I am slain to all certainty. Wherefore will I kill myself ere you pass sentence upon me. And she was instant with her in asking. When Jamrah heard her words, she knew that, and she let her not down, she would assuredly destroy herself. So she said to her, O Tohfat, between thee and them are 1,000 cubits, but I will bring the women up to thee. The songstress replied, Nay, there is no help but that I go down to them, and solace me in the island, and look upon the sea anear. Then will we return, I and thou, for that and thou bring them up to us, they will be affrighted, and there will betide them neither joy nor gladness. As for me, I wish but to be with them, that they may cheer me with their company, neither give over their merrymaking. So peradventure I may broaden my breast with them, and indeed I swear that needs must I go down to them, else I will cast myself upon them. And she cajoled Jamrah and kissed her hands, till she said, Arise, and I will set thee down beside them. Then she took Tohfat under her armpit, and flying up swiftlier than the blinding levin, set her down with Kamaria and her company. Whereupon she went up to them and accosted them, saying, Fear ye not, no harm shall befall you, for I am a mortal, like unto you, and I would fain look on you, and talk with you, and hear your singing. So they welcomed her, and kept their places, whilst Jamrah sat down beside them, and fell a-snuffing their odours, and saying, I smell the scent of the Jinn. Would I wot whence it cometh? Then said Wakamah to her sister Kamaria, Yonder foul slut smelleth us, and presently she will take to flight. So what be this inaction concerning her? Thereupon Kamaria put out an arm as long as a camel's neck, and dealt Jamrah a buffet on the head, that made it fly from her body, and cast it into the sea. Then cried she, Allah is all great, and they uncovered their faces, whereupon Tohfat knew them, and said to them, Protection. Queen Kamaria embraced her, as also did Queen Zalzala, and Queen Wakamah, and Queen Sharara. And the first name said to her, Receive the good tidings of assured safety, for there abideth no harm for thee, but this is no time for talk. Then they cried out, whereupon up came the Ifrits ambushed in that island, hending swords and maces in hand, and taking up Tohfat, flew with her to the palace, and made themselves masters of it, whilst the Ifrit aforesaid, who was dear to Maymun, and whose name was Dukan, fled like an arrow, and stinted not flying till he came to Maymun, and found him fighting a sore fight with the Jinn. When his lord saw him, he cried out at him, saying, Fie upon thee, whom hast thou left in the palace? Dukan answered, saying, And who abideth in the palace? Thy beloved Tohfat they have captured, and Jamrah is slain, and they have taken the palace, all of it. At these ill tidings, Maymun buffeted his face and head, and said, Oh, out on it for a calamity. Then he cried aloud. Now Kamaria had sent to her sire, and reported to him the news, whereat the raven of the wold croaked for the foe. So when Maymun saw that which had betided him, and indeed the Jinn smote upon him, and the wings of eternal severance overspread his host, he planted the heel of his lance in the earth, and turning its head to his heart, urged his charger thereat, and pressed upon it with his breast, till the point came forth gleaming from his back. Meanwhile the messenger had made their friendly host with the news of Tohfat's deliverance, whereat the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif rejoiced, and bestowed upon the bringer of leaf tidings a sumptuous robe of honor, and made him commander over a company of the Jann. Then they charged home upon Maymun's host, and wiped them out to the last man. And when they came to Maymun, they found that he had slain himself, and was even as we have said. Presently Kamaria and her sister Wakama came up to their grandfather and told him what they had done, whereupon he came to Tohfat and saluted her with a salam and congratulated her on deliverance. Then he made over Maymun's palace to Salab, and taking all the rebels' wealth gave it to the songstress, while the troops encamped upon the crescent mountain. Furthermore, the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif said to Tohfat, "Blame me not," and she kissed his hands, when, behold, there appeared to them the tribes of the jinn, as they were clouds, and Queen al-Shaba flying in their van, drawn sword in grip. As she came in sight of the folk, they kissed ground between her hands, and she said to them, "Tell me what hath betided Queen Tohfat from yonder dog Maymun, and why did ye not send to me and report to me?" Quoth they, "And who was this dog that we should send to thee on his account? Indeed, he was the least and lowest of the jinn." Then they told her what Kamaria and her sisters had done, and how they had practiced upon Maymun, and delivered the songstress from his hand, fearing lest he should slay her when he found himself defeated. And she said, "By Allah, the accursed was wont to lengthen his looking upon her." And Tohfat fell to kissing al-Shaba's hand, whilst the queen strained her to her bosom and kissed her, saying, "Trouble is past, so rejoice in assurance of deliverance." Then they rose and went up to the palace, whereupon the trays of food were brought, and they ate and drank. After which quoth Queen al-Shaba, "O Tohfat, sing to us by way of sweetmeat for thine escape, and favor us with that which shall solace our minds, for that indeed my thoughts have been occupied with thee." And quoth Tohfat, "Hearkening and obedience, O my lady." So she improvised and sang these couplets. Breeze of east, and thou breathe o'er the dear one's land, speed, I pray thee, my special salute and salam, and say them I'm pledged to love them, and in pine that passeth, all pine I am. Thereat Queen al-Shaba rejoiced, and with her all who were present, and they admired her speech and fell to kissing her. And when she had made an end of her song, Queen Kamaria said to her, "O my sister, ere thou go to thy palace, I would fain bring thee to look upon Al-Anka, daughter of Bahramjur, whom Al-Anka, daughter of the wind, carried off, and her beauty, for that there is not her fellow on earth's face." And Queen al-Shaba said, "O Kamaria, I also think it were well an I beheld her." Quoth Kamaria, "I saw her 3 years ago, but my sister Wakama seeth her at all times, for she is near to her people, and she saith that there is not in the world fairer than she. Indeed, this Queen Al-Anka is become a byword for beauty and comeliness." And Wakama said, "By the mighty inscription on the seal ring of Solomon, there is not her like for loveliness here below." Then said Queen al-Shaba, "And it needs must be, and the affair is as ye say, I will take Tohfat and go with her to Al-Anka, so she may look upon her." So they all arose and repaired to Al-Anka, who abode in the mountain Kaf. When she saw them, she drew near to them and saluted them, saying, "O my ladies, may I not be bereaved of you?" Quoth Wakama to her, "Who is like unto thee, O Anka? Behold, Queen al-Shaba is come to thee." So Al-Anka kissed the queen's feet and lodged them in her palace, whereupon Tohfat came up to her and fell to kissing her and saying, "Never saw I a seemlier than this semblance." Then she set before them somewhat of food, and they ate and washed their hands, after which the songstress took the lute and smote it well. And Al-Anka also played, and they fell to improvising verses in turns, whilst Tohfat embraced Al-Anka every moment. Al-Shaba cried, "O my sister, each kiss is worth 1,000 dinars." And Tohfat replied, "And 1,000 dinars were little therefore." Whereat Al-Anka laughed, and after nighting in her pavilion on the morrow, they took leave of her and went away to Maymun's palace. Here Queen al-Shaba farewelled them, and taking her troops, returned to her capital, whilst the kings also went away to their abodes, and the Sheikh Abu al-Tawaif applied himself to diverting Tohfat till nightfall, when he mounted her on the back of one of the Ifrits, and bade other 30 gather together all that she had gotten of treasure and raiment, jewels and robes of honor. Then they flew off, whilst Iblis went with her, and in less than the twinkling of an eye he set her down in her sleeping room, where he and those who were with him bade adieu to her, and went away. When Tohfat found herself in her own chamber and on her couch, her reason fled for joy, and it seemed to her as if she had never stirred thence. Then she took the lute and tuned it, and touched it in wondrous fashion, and improvised verses and sang. The eunuch heard the smiting of the lute within the chamber, and cried, "By Allah, that is the touch of my lady Tohfat." So he arose and went, as he were a madman, falling down and rising up, till he came to the castrato on guard at the gate of the commander of the faithful, and found him sitting. When his fellow neutral saw him, and he like a madman slipping down and stumbling up, he asked him, "What aileth thee, and what bringeth thee hither at this hour?" The other answered, "Wilt thou not make haste and awaken the Prince of True Believers?" And he fell to crying out at him. Whereupon the Caliph awoke, and heard them bandying words together, and Tohfat's slave crying to the other, "Woe to thee! Awaken the commander of the faithful in haste." So quoth he, "O Sawab, what hast thou to say?" And quoth the chief eunuch, "O our lord, the eunuch of Tohfat's lodging hath lost his wits, and crieth, Awaken the commander of the faithful in haste." Then said Al-Rashid to one of the slave girls, "See what may be the matter." Accordingly she hastened to admit the castrato, who entered at her order, and when he saw the commander of the faithful, he salamed not, neither kissed ground, but cried in his hurry, "Quick, up with thee! My lady Tohfat sitteth in her chamber, singing a goodly ditty. Come to her in haste, and see all that I say to thee. Hasten, she sitteth awaiting thee." The Caliph was amazed at his speech, and asked him, "What sayest thou?" He answered, "Didst thou not hear the first of the speech? Tohfat sitteth in the sleeping chamber, singing and lute playing. Come thy quickest, hasten." Accordingly Al-Rashid sprang up and donned his dress, but he believed not the eunuch's words, and said to him, "Fie upon thee! What is this thou sayest? Hast thou not seen this in a dream?" Quoth the eunuch, "By Allah, I wot not what thou sayest, and I was not asleep." And quoth Al-Rashid, "An thy speech be soothfast, it shall be for thy good luck, for I will free thee and give thee 1,000 gold pieces. But an it be untrue, and thou have seen this in dreamland, I will crucify thee." The eunuch said within himself, "O protector, let me not have seen this in vision." Then he left the Caliph, and running to the chamber door, heard the sound of singing and lute playing, whereupon he returned to Al-Rashid, and said to him, "Go and hearken and see who is asleep." When the Prince of True Believers drew near the door of the sleeping chamber, he heard the sound of the lute and Tohfat's voice singing, whereat he could not restrain his reason, and was like to faint for excess of delight. Then he pulled out the key, but his hand refused to draw the bolt. However, after a while he took heart, and applying himself, opened the door and entered, saying, "Methinks this is none other than a vision or an imbroglio of dreams." When Tohfat saw him, she rose, and coming to meet him, pressed him to her breast, and cried out a cry wherein his sprite was like to depart, and fell down in a fit. She again strained him to her bosom, and sprinkled on him rose water mingled with musk, and washed his face, till he came to himself, as he were a drunken man, and shed tears for the stress of his joy in Tohfat's return to him, after he had despaired of her returning. Then she took the lute and smote thereon, after the fashion she had learnt from Sheikh Iblis, so that Al-Rashid's wit was bewildered for excess of joy, and his understanding was confounded for exaltation. After which she improvised and sang these couplets: "That I left thee, my heart to believe is unlief, for the life that's in it ne'er leafeth brief. And thou say I went, saith my heart, what a fib, and I bide twixt believing and unbelief. When she had made an end of her verses, Al-Rashid said to her, O Tohfat, thine absence was wondrous, yet is thy presence still more marvelous. She replied, By Allah, O my lord, thou sayest sooth. Then, taking his hand, she said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, see what I have brought with me. So he looked and spied treasures such as neither words could describe nor registers could document, pearls and jewels and jacinths and precious stones and unions and gorgeous robes of honor, adorned with marguerites and jewels and purfled with red gold. There he beheld what he never had beheld all his life long, not even in idea. And she showed him that which Queen Al-Shibah had bestowed on her of those carpets which she had brought with her, and that throne, the like whereof neither Kisra possessed nor Caesar, and those tables inlaid with pearls and jewels, and those vessels which amazed all who looked on them, and that crown which was on the head of the circumcised boy, and those robes of honor which Queen Al-Shibah and Sheikh Abu al-Tuwaif had doffed and donned upon her, and the trays wherein were those treasures. Brief, she showed him wealth, whose like he had never in his life espied, and which the tongue availeth not to describe, and whereat all who looked thereon were bewildered. Al-Rashid was like to lose his wits for amazement at this spectacle, and was confounded at that he sighted and witnessed. Then said he to Tohfat, Come tell me thy tale from beginning to end, and let me know all that hath betided thee, as if I had been present. She answered, hearkening and obedience, and acquainting him with all that had betided her first and last, from the time when she first saw the Sheikh Abu al-Tuwaif, how he took her and descended with her through the side of the chapel of ease, and she told him of the horse she had ridden, till she came to the meadow aforesaid, and described it to him, together with the palace and that was therein of furniture, and related to him how the jinn rejoiced in her, and whatso she had seen of their kings, masculine and feminine, and of Queen Kamariya and her sisters, and Queen Shuaha, regent of the fourth sea, and Queen Al-Shibah, queen of queens, and King Al-Shisban, and that which each one of them had bestowed upon her. Moreover, she recited to him the story of Maimon the sworder, and described to him his fulsome favor, which he had not deigned to change, and related to him that which befell her from the kings of the jinn, male and female, and the coming of the queen of queens, Al-Shibah, and how she had loved her and appointed her vice reign, and how she was thus become ruler over all the kings of the Jann. And she showed him the writ of investiture which Queen Al-Shibah had written her, and told him what had betided her with the Gulished when it appeared to her in the garden, and how she had dispatched it to her palace, beseeching it to bring her news of the Commander of the Faithful, and of what had betided him after her. Then she described to him the flower gardens wherein she had taken her pleasure, and the Hammam baths inlaid with pearls and jewels, and told him that which had befallen Maimon the sworder when he bore her off, and how he had slain himself. In fine, she related to him everything she had seen of wonders and marvels, and that which she had beheld of all kinds and colors among the jinn. Then she told him the story of Al-Anka, daughter of Bamran-Jur, with Al-Anka, daughter of the wind, and described to him her dwelling place and her island, whereupon quoth Al-Rashid, O Tohfat as-Sidr, tell me of Al-Anka, daughter of Bamran-Jur. Is she of the jinn kind, or of mankind, or of the bird kind? For this long time I have desired to find one who should tell me of her. Tohfat replied, 'Tis well, O Commander of the Faithful. I asked the queen of this, and she acquainted me with her case, and told me who built her the palace. Quoth Al-Rashid, Allah upon thee, tell it me. And quoth Tohfat, I will well, and proceeded to tell him. And he was amazed at that which he heard from her, and what she reported to him, and that which she had brought back of jewels and jacinths of various hues, and precious stones of many sorts, such as amazed the beholder, and confounded thought and mind. As for this, Tohfat was the means of the enrichment of the Barmecides and the Abbasides, and they had endurance in their delight. Then the Caliph went forth and bade decorate the city. So they decorated it, and the drums of glad tidings were beaten, and they made banquets to the people, for whom the tables were spread 7 days. And Tohfat and the commander of the faithful ceased not to enjoy the most delightsome of life and the most prosperous, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And this is all that hath come down to us of their story. End of section 23. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown.
Section 24 of the Book of Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Shahd. The Book of Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 24. Women's Wiles. On the following night, Dunyazad said to her sister Shahrazad, "O sister mine, and thou incline not unto sleep, prithee, tell us a tale which shall beguile our watching through the dark hours." She replied, with love and gladness, "It hath reached me, O magnificent king, that while I am there was in the city of Baghdad a comely youth and well-bred, fair of favour, tall of stature, and slender of shape. His name was Alauddin, and he was of the chiefs of the sons of the merchants, and had a shop wherein he sold and bought. One day, as he sat in his shop, there passed by him a merry girl, who raised her head, and casting a glance at the young merchant, saw written in a flowing hand on the forehead of his shop door these words: "There be no craft save men's craft, forasmuch as it overcometh women's craft." When she beheld this, she was wroth, and took counsel with herself, saying, "As my head liveth, there is no help but I show him a marvel trick of the wiles of women, and put to a note this his inscription." Thereupon she hied her home, and on the morrow she made her ready, and donning the finest of dress, adorned herself with the costliest of ornaments, and the highest of price, and stained her hands with henna. Then she let down her tresses upon her shoulder, and went forth, walking with coquettish gait and amorous grace, followed by her slave girl carrying a parcel, till she came to the young merchant's shop, and sitting down under pretext of seeking stuffs, saluted him with a salam, and demanded of him somewhat of clothes. So he brought out to her various kinds, and she took them and turned them over, talking with him the while. Then she said to him, "Look at the shapeliness of my shape and my semblance. Seest thou in my aught of default?" He replied, "No, O my lady." And she continued, "Is it lawful in any one that he should slander me and say that I am hump-backed?" Then she discovered to him a part of her bosom, and when he saw her breasts, his reason took flight from his head, and his heart clave to her, and he cried, "Cover it up, so may Allah veil thee, clothe thee, Is it fair of any one to decry my charms? And quoth he, How shall any decry thy charms, and thou the son of loveliness? Then said she, Hath any the right to save me that I am left-handed? And tying up her sleeves, she showed him full armed as they were crystal, after which she unveiled to him a face, as it were a full moon breaking forth on its 14th night, and said to him, Is it lawful for any to decry me, and declare that my face is pitted with smallpox, or that I am one-eyed or crop-eared? And said he, O my lady, what is it moved thee to discover unto me that lovely face and those fair limbs, want to be so jealously veiled and guarded? Tell me the truth of the matter. May I be thy ransom? And he began to improvise. White fair now, drawn from sheath of parted hair, then in the blackest tresses hid from sight, flasheth like day, irradiating earth, while round her glooms the murk of nightless night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say, whereupon cried Dunyazad her sister, O sister mine, how delectable is this tale, and how desirable! She replied, saying, And where is this compared with that which I will recount to the next night, inshallah? End of section 24 by Shahd.
Chapter 25 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 25, the 198th Night. Now when as came the night, quoth Dunyazad to her sister Shahrazad, O sister mine, an thou incline not unto sleep, prithee finish thy story, which shall beguile our watching through the dark hours. For indeed 'tis a fine tale and a wondrous. She replied, with love and gladness, It hath reached me, O generous king, that the unhappy merchant carnally knew the lovely bride sore against the grain, and abode that night troubled in mind, as he were in the prison of Al-Dalam. Hardly had the day dawned when he arose from her side, and betaking himself to one of the hammams, dozed there a while, after which he made the ghusl abolition of ceremonial impurity, and donned his everyday dress. Then he went out to the coffee house and drank a cup of coffee, after which he returned to his shop, and opening the door, sat down, with concern and chagrin manifest on his countenance. After an hour or so, his friends and intimates among the merchants and people of the market began to come up to him by ones and twos to give him joy, and said to him, laughing, A blessing, a blessing! Where be the sweetmeats? Where be the coffee? 'Twould seem thou hast forgotten us, and nothing made thee oblivious, save that the charms of the bride have disordered thy wit and taken thy reason. Allah help thee! We give thee joy, we give thee joy. And they mocked at him whilst he kept silence before them, trying like to rend his raiment and shed tears for rage. Then they went away from him, and when it was the hour of noon, up came his mistress, the crafty girl, trailing her skirts and swaying to and fro in her gait, as she were a branch of ban in a garden of bloom. She was yet more richly dressed and adorned, and more striking and cutting in her symmetry and grace than on the previous day, so that she made the passers stop and stand in espalier to gaze upon her. When she came to Ala al-Din's shop, she sat down thereon and said to him, Blessed be the day to thee, O my lord Ala al-Din. Allah prosper thee, and be good to thee, and perfect thy gladness, and make it a wedding of weal and welfare. He knitted his brows and frowned in answer to her, then asked her, Wherein have I failed of thy due, or what have I done to harm thee, that thou shouldest requite me after this fashion? She answered, Thou hast been no wise in default, but 'tis yonder inscription written on the door of thy shop that irketh me, and vexeth my heart. And thou have the courage to change it, and write up the contrary thereof, I will deliver thee from thine evil plight. And he answered, Thy requirement is right easy, on my head and eyes. So saying, he brought out a sequin, and summoning one of his Mamelukes, said to him, Get thee to such an one, the scribe, and bid him write us an epigraph, adorned with gold and lapis lazuli, in these words, There be no craft save women's craft, for indeed their craft is a mighty craft, and overcometh and humbleth the falses of men. And she said to the white slave, Fare thee forthright. So he repaired to the scribe, who wrote him the scroll, and he brought it to his master, who set it on the door, and asked the damsel, Is thy heart satisfied? She answered, Yes. Arise forthwith, and get thee to the place before the citadel, where do thou foregather with all the mountebanks and ape dancers and bear leaders and drummers and pipers, and bid them come to thee tomorrow early, with their kettle drums and flageolets, whilst thou art drinking coffee with thy father-in-law the Qazi, and congratulate thee and wish thee joy, saying, A blessing, O son of our uncle, indeed thou art the vein of our eye. We rejoice for thee, and if thou be ashamed of us, verily we pride ourselves upon thee. So although thou banish us from thee, know that we will not forsake thee, albeit thou forsake us. And do thou fall to throwing dinars and dirhams amongst them. Whereupon the Qazi will question thee, and do thou answer him, saying, My father was an ape dancer, and this is our original condition. But our Lord opened on us the gate of fortune, and we have gotten us a name amongst the merchants and with their provost. Upon this he will say to thee, Then thou art an ape leader of the tribe of the mountebanks. And do thou rejoin, I may in no wise deny my origin, for the sake of thy daughter and in her honor. The Qazi will say, It may not be that thou shalt be given the daughter of a sheikh who sitteth upon the carpet of the law, and whose descent is traceable by genealogy to the loins of the apostle of Allah. Nor is it meet that his daughter be in the power of a man who is an ape dancer, a minstrel. Then do thou reply, Nay, O Effendi, she is my lawful wife, and every hair of her worth is worth 1,000 lives, and I will not put her away, though I be given the kingship of the world. At last be thou persuaded to speak the word of divorce, and so shall the marriage be voided, and ye be saved from other. Quoth Ala al-Din, Write as thy rede, and locking up his shop, betook himself to the place. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Whereupon cried Dunyazad, her sister, O sister mine, how goodly is thy story, and how sweet! She replied, saying, And where is this compared to that which I will recount to thee next night? Inshallah. End of section 25. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown.
Chapter 26 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 26. The 199th Night. And whereas came the night, quoth Dunyazad to her sister, O sister mine, and thou incline not unto sleep, pray finish thy tale, which shall beguile our watching through the dark hours. She replied, with love and gladness, It hath reached me, O generous king, that the young merchant betook himself to the place before the citadel, where he foregathered with the dancers, the drummers and pipers, and instructed them how they should do, promising them a mighty fine reward. They received his word with hearing and obeying, and he betook himself on the morrow, after the morning prayer, to the presence of the judge, who received him with humble courtesy, and seated him by his side. Then he addressed him, and began questioning him of matters of selling and buying, and the price current of the various commodities which were carried to Baghdad from all quarters, whilst his son-in-law replied to all whereof he was questioned. As they were thus conversing, behold, up came the dancers and drummers with their drums and pipers with their pipes, whilst one of their number preceded them with a long pennon-like banner in his hand, and played all manner antics with voice and limbs. When they came to the court-house, the Kazi cried, I seek refuge with Allah from yonder Satans. And the young merchant laughed, but said naught. Then they entered, and saluting his worship, the Kazi kissed Allah ad-Din's hands, and said, A blessing on thee, O son of our uncle. Indeed, thou coolest our eyes in whatso thou dost, and we beseech Allah for the enduring greatness of our Lord the Kazi, who hath honored us by admitting thee to his connection, and hath allotted to us a portion in his high rank and degree. When the judge heard this talk, it bewildered his wit, and he was dazed, and his face flushed with rage. And quoth he to the son-in-law, What words are these? Quoth the merchant, Knowest thou not, O my lord, that I am of this tribe? Indeed, this man is the son of my maternal uncle, and that other the son of my paternal uncle. And if I be reckoned of the merchants, 'tis but by courtesy. When the Kazi heard these words, his color changed, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, whereupon cried Dunyazad, her sister, O sister mine, how delectable is the story, and how desirable! She replied, saying, And where is its first compared with its last? But I will forthwith relate it to you, and I be spared and suffered to live by the king, whom may Allah the Most High keep. Quoth the king within himself, By the Almighty, I will not slay her until I hear the end of her tale. End of section 26. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 27 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 27. The 200th Night. Now, whenas came the night, quoth Dunyazad to her sister, O sister mine, and thou incline not unto sleep, prithee finish thy tale which shall beguile our watching through the dark hours. She replied, with love and gladness, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Kazai's color changed, and he was troubled and waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, and was like to burst for stress of rage. Then said he to the young merchant, Allah forfend that this should last. How shall it be permitted that the daughter of the Kazai of the Moslems cohabit with a man of the dancers and vile of origin? By Allah, unless thou repudiate her forthright, I will bid beat thee and cast thee into prison, and there confine thee till thou die. Had I foreknown that thou wast of them, I had not suffered thee near me, but had spat in thy face, for that thou art more ill-omened than a dog or a hog. Then he kicked him down from his place and commanded him to divorce. But he said, Be ruthful to me, O Effendi, for that Allah is ruthful, and hasten not. I will not divorce my wife, though thou give me the kingdom of Iraq. The judge was perplexed and knew that compulsion was not permitted of holy law. So he bespake the young merchant fair and said to him, Veil me, so may Allah veil thee, and thou divorce her not. This dishonor shall cleave to me till the end of time. Then his fury gat the better of his wit, and he cried, An thou divorce her not of thine own will, I will forthright bid strike off thy head, and slay myself. Hell flame, but not shame. The merchant bethought himself a while, then divorced her with a manifest divorce, and a public, and on this wise he won free from that unwelcome worry. Then he returned to his shop, and presently sought in marriage of her father her who had done with him what she did, and who was the daughter of the Shaka of the guild of the blacksmiths. So he took her to wife, and they abode each with other, and lived the pleasantest of lives and the most delightsome, till the day of death. And praise be to Allah, the Lord of the three worlds. End of section 27. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 28 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 28. Nur al-Din Ali of Damascus and the damsel Sit al-Milah. There was once, in the days of yore, and in ages and times long gone before, a merchant of the merchants of Damascus, by name Abu al-Hasan, who had money and means, slave blacks and slave girls, lands and gardens, houses and hammams in that city, But he was not blessed with boon of child, and indeed his age waxed great. So he addressed himself to supplicate Allah Almighty in private and in public, and in his bows and his prostrations, and at the season of prayer call, beseeching him to vouchsafe him, before his decease, a son who should inherit his wealth and possessions. The Lord answered his prayer. His wife conceived, and the days of her pregnancy were accomplished, and her months and her nights, and the travail pangs came upon her, and she gave birth to a boy, as he were a slice of Luna. He had not his match for beauty, and he put to shame the sun and the resplendent moon. For he had a beaming face, and black eyes of Babili witchery, and aquiline nose, and carnelian lips. In fine, he was perfect of attributes, the loveliest of folk of his time, sans dubitation or gainsaying. His father joyed in him with exceeding joy, and his heart was solaced, and he was at last happy. He made banquets to the folk, and he clad the poor and the widows. Presently he named the boy Sidi Nur al-Din Ali, and reared him in fondness and delight among the handmaids and thralls. When he had passed his 7th year, his father put him to school, where he learned the sublime Koran and the arts of writing and reckoning. And when he reached his 10th year, he was taught horsemanship and archery, and to occupy himself with arts and sciences of all kinds, part and parts. He grew up pleasant and polite, winsome and lovesome, a ravishment to all who saw him, and he inclined to accompanying with brethren and comrades, and mixing with merchants and travelled men. From these he heard tell of that which they had witnessed, of the wonders of the cities in their wayfare, and heard them say, Whoso journeyeth not enjoyeth not, especially of the city of Baghdad. So he was concerned with exceeding concern for his lack of travel, and disclosed this to his sire, who said to him, O my son, why do I see thee chagrined? Quoth he, I would fain travel. And quoth Abu al-Hasan, O my son, none travelleth, save those whose need is urgent, and those who are compelled thereto by want. As for thee, O my son, thou enjoyest ample means. So do thou content thyself with that which Allah hath given thee, and be bounteous to others, even as he hath been bountiful to thee, and afflict not thyself with the toil and tribulation of travel, for indeed it is said that travel is a piece of hell torment. But the youth said, Needs must I journey to Baghdad, the house of peace. When his father saw the strength of his resolve to travel, he fell in with his wishes, and fitted him out with 5,000 dinars in cash, and the like in merchandise, and sent him 2 serving men. So the youth fared forth on the blessing of Allah Almighty, and his parent went out with him to take leave of him, and returned to Damascus. As for Nur al-Din Ali, he ceased not traveling days and nights till he entered Baghdad city, and laying up his loads in the Wakala, made for the Hammam bath, where he did away that which was upon him of the soil of the road, and doffing his traveling clothes, donned a costly suit of Yamani stuff, worth 100 dinars. Then he loaded his sleeve with 1,000 mescals of gold, and sallied forth, a-walking and swaying gracefully as he paced along. His gait confounded all those who gazed upon him, as he shamed the branches with his shape, and belittled the rose with the redness of his cheeks, and his black eyes of Babili witchcraft. Thou wouldest deem that whoso looked on him would surely be preserved from bane and bale, for he was even, as saith of him one of his describers in these couplets. Thy haters and enviers say for jeer, a true say that profits what ears will hear. No boast is his whom the gear adorns, the boast be his who adorns the gear. So Sidi Nur al-Din went walking in the highways of the city, and viewing its edifices, and its bazaars and thoroughfares, and gazing on its folk. Presently Abu Nawas met him. Now he was of those of whom it is said, they love fair lads, and indeed there is said what is said concerning him. When he saw Nur al-Din Ali, he stared at him in amazement, and exclaimed, Say, I take refuge with the Lord of the daybreak. Then he accosted the youth, and saluting him, asked him, Why do I see my lord lone and lorn? Meseemeth thou art a stranger, and knowest not this country. So with leave of my lord, I will put myself at his service, and acquaint him with the streets, for that I know this city. Nur al-Din answered, This will be of thy favor, old nuncle. Abu Nawas rejoiced at this, and fared on with him, showing him the streets and bazaars, till they came to the house of a slave dealer, where he stopped and said to the youth, From what city art thou? From Damascus, replied Nur al-Din. And Abu Nawas said, By Allah, thou art from a blessed city, even as saith of it the poet in these couplets. Now is Damascus a garth adorned, for her seekers, the houris and paradise boys. Sidi Nur al-Din thanked him, and the twain entered the mansion of the slave merchant. When the people of the house saw Abu Nawas, they rose to do him reverence, for that which they knew of his rank with the commander of the faithful, and the slave dealer himself came up to them with 2 chairs, whereon they seated themselves. Then the slave merchant went inside, and returning with a slave girl, as she wore a branch of ban or a rattan cane, clad in a vest of damask silk, and tired with a black and white headdress whose ends fell down over her face, seated her on a chair of ebony, after which he cried to those who were present, I will discover to you a favor as it were a full moon breaking forth from under a cloud bank. They replied, Do so. Whereupon he unveiled the damsel's face, and behold, she was like the shining sun, with shapely shape and dawn-bright cheeks, and thready waist, and heavy hips. Brief, she was endowed with an elegance, whose description is unfound, and was even as saith of her the poet. A fair one to idolaters, if she herself should show, they'd leave their idols and her face, for only Lord would know. And if into the briny sea one day she chanced to spit, assuredly the salt sea's floods straight fresh and sweet would grow. The dealer stood at the handmaid's head, and one of the merchants said, I bid 1,000 dinars for her. Quoth another, I bid 1,100 dinars. And a third, I bid 1,200. Then said a fourth merchant, Be she mine for 1,400 ducats. And the bidding standing still at that sum, her owner said, I will not sell her save with her consent, and if she desire to be sold, I will sell her to whom she willeth. The slave dealer asked him, What is her name? Answered the other, Her name is Sit al-Milah. Whereupon the dealer said to her, With thy leave, I will sell thee to yonder merchant for this price of 1,400 dinars. Quoth she, Come hither to me. So the man-vendor came up to her, and when he drew near, she gave him a kick with her foot, and cast him to the ground, saying, I will not have that oldster. The slave dealer arose, shaking the dust from his dress and head, and cried, Who biddeth more of us? Who is desirous? Said one of the merchants, I. And the dealer said to her, O Sit al-Milah, shall I sell thee to this merchant? She replied, Come hither to me. But he rejoined, Nay, speak, and I will hear thee from my place, for I will not trust myself to thee, nor hold myself safe when near thee. So she cried, Indeed, I will not have him. Then the slave dealer looked at her, and seeing her fix eyes on the young Damascene, for that in very deed he had fascinated her with his beauty and loveliness, went up to him and said to him, O my lord, art thou a looker-on or a buyer? Tell me. Quoth Nur al-Din, I am both looker-on and buyer. Wilt thou sell me yonder slave girl for 1,600 ducats? And he pulled out the purse of gold. Hereupon the dealer returned, dancing and clapping his hands, and saying, So be it, or not at all. Then he came to the damsel, and said to her, O Sit al-Milah, shall I sell thee to yonder young Damascene for 1,600 dinars? But she answered no, of bashfulness before her master and the bystanders, whereupon the people of the bazaar and the slave merchant departed. And Abu Nawas and Ali Dur al-Din arose, and went each his own way, whilst the damsel returned to her owner's house, full of love for the young Damascene. When the night darkened on her, she called him to mind, and her heart hung to him, and sleep visited her not. And on this wise she abode days and nights, till she sickened and abstained from food. So her lord went into her and asked her, O Sit Al-Milah, how findest thou thyself? Answered she, O my lord, dead without chance of deliverance, and I beseech thee to bring me my shroud, so I may look upon it ere I die. Therewith he went out from her, sore concerned for her, and betaking himself to the bazaar, found a friend of his, a draper, who had been present on the day when the damsel was cried for sale. Quoth his friend to him, Why do I see thee troubled? And quoth he, Sit Al-Milah is at the point of death, and for 3 days she hath neither eaten nor drunken. I questioned her today of her case, and she said, O my lord, buy me a shroud, so I may look upon it ere I die. The draper replied, Methinks not aileth her, but that she is in love with the young Damascene. And I counsel thee to mention his name to her, and declare to her that he has foregathered with thee on her account, and is desirous of coming to thy quarters, so he may hear somewhat of her singing. And she say, I reck not of him, for there is that to do with me which distracteth me from the Damascene and from other than he. Know that she saith sooth concerning her sickness. But, and she say thee other than this, acquaint me therewith. So the man returned to his lodging, and going in to his slave girl, said to her, O Sit Al-Milah, I went out for thy need, and there met the young man of Damascus, and he saluted me with the salam, and saluteth thee. He seeketh to win thy favor, and prayed me to admit him as a guest in our dwelling, so thou mayest let him hear somewhat of thy singing. When she heard speak of the young Damascene, she gave a sob, that her soul was like to leave her body, and answered, He knoweth my plight, and how these 3 days past I have not eaten nor drunken, and I beseech thee, O my lord, by Allah of all might, to do thy duty by the stranger, and bring him to my lodging, and make excuse to him for me. When her master heard this, his reason fled for joy, and he went to his familiar, the draper, and said to him, Thou wast right in the matter of the damsel, for that she is in love with the young Damascene. So how shall I manage? Said the other, Go to the bazaar, and when thou seest him, salute him, and say to him, Thy departure the other day, without winning thy wish, was grievous to me, so, and thou be still minded to buy the maid, I will abate thee of that which thou badest for her 100 sequins, by way of gaining thy favor, seeing thou be a stranger in our land. If he say to thee, I have no desire for her, and hold off from thee, be assured that he will not buy, in which case let me know, so I may devise thee another device. And if he say to thee other than this, conceal not from me aught. So the girl's owner betook himself to the bazaar, where he found the youth seated at the upper end of the place where the merchants mostly do meet, selling and buying and taking and giving, as he were the moon on the night of its full, and saluted him. The young man returned his salam, and said to him, O my lord, be not offended at that damsel's speech the other day, for her price shall be lowered to the intent that I may secure thy favor. And thou desire her for naught, I will send her to thee, or an thou wouldest have me abate to thee her price. I will well, for I desire nothing save what shall content thee, seeing thou art a stranger in our land, and it behoveth us to treat thee hospitably, and have consideration for thee. The youth replied, By Allah, I will not take her from thee, but at an advance on that which I bade thee for her afore. So wilt thou sell her to me for 1,700 dinars? And the other rejoined, O my lord, I sell her to thee, may Allah bless thee in her. Thereupon the young man went to his quarters, and fetching a purse, sent for the girl's owner, and weighed out to him the price aforesaid, whilst the draper was between the twain. Then said he, Bring her forth. But the other replied, She cannot come forth at this present. But be thou my guest the rest of this day and night, and on the morrow thou shalt take thy slave girl and go in the ward of Allah. The youth agreed with him on this, and he carried him to his house, where, after a little, he bade meat and wine be brought, and they ate and drank. Then said Nur al-Din to the girl's owner, I would have thee bring me the damsel, because I bought her not but for the like of this time. So he arose, and going into the girl, said to her, O Sitt al-Milah, the young man hath paid down thy price, and we have bidden him hither. So he hath come to our quarters, and we have entertained him, and he would fain have thee be present with him. Therewith the damsel rose deftly, and doffing her dress, bathed and donned sumptuous apparel, and perfumed herself, and went out to him, as she were a branch of ban or a cane of rattan, followed by a black slave girl bearing the lute. When she came to the young man, she saluted him, and sat down by his side. Then she took the lute from the slave girl, and screwing up its pegs, smote thereon in 24 modes, after which she returned to the first, and sang these couplets. My joy in this world is to see and sit near thee. Thy love's my religion. Thy union my pleasure. Attested these tears when in memory I spear thee, and unchecked down my cheeks pour the flood without measure. By Allah, no rival in love hast to fear thee. I'm thy slave as I swear, and this troth is my treasure. Be not this our last meeting, by Allah I swear thee, thy severance to me were most bitter displeasure. The young man was moved to delight, and cried, By Allah, thou sayest well, O Sitt al-Milah, let me hear more. Then he largessed her with 50 gold pieces, and they drank, and the cups made circuit among them. And to her seller said to her, O Sitt al-Milah, this is the season of farewelling, so let us hear somewhat thereon. Accordingly she struck the lute, and touching upon that which was in her heart, improvised these couplets. I thole longing, remembrance, and sad repine, nor my heart can brook rose in so lengthened line. O my lords, think not I forget your love. My case is pure case, and cure shows no sign. If creature could swim in the flood of his tears, I were first to swim in those floods of brine. O cup boy, withhold cup and bowl from a wretch, who ne'er ceaseth to drink of her tears for wine. Had I known that parting would do me die, I had shirked to part, but 'twas fate's design. End of part 28. Recorded by Bryce, Youngstown. Section 29 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 29. Nur al-Din Ali of Damascus and the damsel Sitt al-Milah, Part 2. Now whilst they were thus enjoying whatso is most delicious of ease and delight, and indeed the wine was to them sweet, and the talk a treat, behold, there came a knocking at the door. So the housemaster went out, that he might see what might be the matter, and found 10 head of the Caliph's eunuchs at the entrance. When he saw this, he was startled, and said, What is to do? The commander of the faithful saluteth thee, and requireth of thee the slave girl whom thou hast exposed for sale, and whose name is Sitt al-Milah. By Allah, I have sold her. Swear by the head of the commander of the faithful that she is not in thy quarters. The slaver made oath that he had sold her, and that she was no longer at his disposition. Yet they paid no heed to his word, and forcing their way into the house, found the damsel and the young Damascene in the sitting chamber. So they laid hands upon her, and the youth said, This is my slave girl, whom I have bought with my money. But they hearkened not to his speech, and taking her, carried her off to the prince of true believers. Therewith Nur al-Din's pleasure was troubled. He arose and donned his dress, and his host said, Whither away this night, O my lord? Said he, I purpose going to my quarters, and tomorrow I will betake myself to the palace of the commander of the faithful, and demand my slave girl. The other replied, Sleep till the morning, and fare not forth at the like of this hour. But he rejoined, Needs must I go. And the host said to him, Go in Allah his safeguard. So the youth went forth, and, drunkenness having got the mastery of his wits, he threw himself down on a bench before one of the shops. Now the watchmen were at that hour making their rounds, and they smelt the sweet scent of essences and wine that reeked from him. So they made for it, and suddenly beheld the youth lying on the bench, without sign of recovering. They poured water upon him, and he awoke, whereupon they carried him off to the office of the chief of police, and he questioned him of his case. He replied, O my lord, I am an alien in this town, and have been with one of my friends. I came forth from his house, and drunkenness overcame me. The wali bade carry him to his lodging, but one of those in attendance upon him, Al-Muradi, hight, said to him, What wilt thou do? This man is robed in rich raiment, and on his finger is a golden ring, whose bezel is a ruby of great price. So we will carry him away and slay him, and take that which is upon him of clothes, and bring to thee all we get. For that thou wilt not often see profit the like thereof, especially as this fellow is a foreigner, and there is none to ask after him. Quoth the chief, This wight is a thief, and that which he saith is leasing. Nur al-Din said, Allah forfend that I should be a thief. But the wali answered, Thou liest. So they stripped him of his clothes, and taking the seal ring from his finger, beat him with a grievous beating, while he cried out for succor, but none succored him, and besought protection, but none protected him. Then said he to them, O folk, you are quit of that which ye have taken from me, but now restore me to my lodging. They replied, Leave this knavery, O rascal. Thine intent is to sue us for thy clothes on the morrow. The youth cried, By the truth of the One, the Eternal One, I will not sue any for them. But they said, We find no way to this, and the prefect bade them bear him to the Tigris, and there slay him and cast him into the stream. So they dragged him away while he wept, and said the words which shall no wise shame the sayer. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. When they came to the Tigris, one of them drew the sword upon him, and Al-Muradi said to the sworder, Smite off his head. But one of them, hight Ahmad, cried, O folk, deal softly with this poor wretch, and slay him not unjustly and wickedly, for I stand in fear of Allah Almighty, lest he burn me with his fire. Quoth Al-Muradi, A truce to this talk. And quoth the Ahmad aforesaid, An ye do with him aught, I will acquaint the commander of the faithful. They asked, How then shall we do with him? And he answered, Let us deposit him in prison, and I will be answerable to you for his provision. So shall we be quit of his blood, for indeed he is a wronged man. Accordingly they agreed to this, and taking him up, cast him into the prison of blood, and then went their ways. So far as regards them, but returning to the damsel, they carried her to the commander of the faithful, and she pleased him. So he assigned her a chamber of the chambers of choice. She tarried in the palace, neither eating nor drinking, and weeping sans surcease night and day, till one night the Caliph sent for her to his sitting hall, and said to her, O sit Al-Milah, be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool of tear. For I will make thee rank higher than any of the concubines, and thou shalt see that which shall rejoice thee. She kissed the ground and wept, whereupon the Prince of True Believers called for her lute, and bade her sing. So, in accordance with that which was in her heart, she sang these improvised couplets. By the sheen of thy soul and the sheen of thy smile, say, moan'st thou for doubt, or is it ring-dove's moan? How many have died who by love were slain? Fails my patience, but blaming my blamers wone. Now when she had made an end of her song, she threw the lute from her hand, and wept till she fainted away, whereupon the Caliph bade carry her to her chamber. But he was fascinated by her and loved her with exceeding love. So after a while he again commanded to bring her to the presence, and when she came he ordered her to sing. Accordingly she took the lute and chanted to it that which was in her heart, and improvised these couplets. Have I patience and strength to support this despair? Ah, how couldst thou purpose a far too fair? Thou art swayed by the spy to my cark and care. No marvel and branchlet sway here and there. With unbearable load thou wouldst load me still. Thou loadest with love which I theewards bear. Then she cast the lute from her hand and fainted away. So she was carried to her sleeping chamber, and indeed passion grew upon her. After a long while the Prince of True Believers sent for her a third time, and commanded her to sing. So she took the lute and chanted these couplets. O, of piebald wild, ye dunes sandy and drear, shall the teenful lover scape teen and tear? Shall ye see me joined with a lover who still flies, or shall we meet in joyful cheer? O hail to the fawn with the hoary eye, like sun or moon on horizon clear. He saith to lovers, what look ye on? And to stony hearts, say what love ye dear. I pray to him who departed us, with severance doom be our union near. When she had made an end of her verse, the commander of the faithful said to her, O damsel, thou art in love. She replied, Yes. And he asked, With whom? Answered she, With my Lord and sovereign of my tenderness, for whom my love is as the love of the earth for rain, or as a desire of the female for the male. And indeed the love of him is mingled with my flesh and my blood, and hath entered into the channels of my bones. O Prince of True Believers, whenever I call him to mind, my vitals are consumed, for that I have not yet won my wish of him, and but that I fear to die without seeing him, I am assuredly slain myself. Thereupon quoth he, Art thou in my presence, and durst bespeak me with the like of these words? For sure I will gar thee forget thy Lord. Then he bade take her away, so she was carried to her pavilion, and he sent her a concubine with a casket wherein were 3,000 ducats, and a collar of gold set with seed pearls, and great unions and jewels, worth other 3,000, saying to her, The slave girl and that which is with her are a gift from me to thee. When she heard this, she cried, Allah forfend that I be consoled for the love of my Lord and my master, though with an earth full of gold. And she improvised and recited these couplets. By his life I swear, by his life I pray, for him fire I'd enter, unfold dismay. Console thee, cry they, with another fair, thou lovest and I, by life, nay, nay. He's moon, whom beauty and grace array, from whose cheeks and brow shineth light of day. Then the commander of the faithful summoned her to his presence a fourth time, and said, O sit Al-Milah, sing. So she recited and sang these couplets. The lover's heart by his beloved is often disheartened, and by the hand of sickness eke its sprite dispirited. One asks, What is the taste of love? And I to him replied, Love is a sweet at first, but oft in fine unsweetened. I am the thrall of love, who keeps the troth of love to them. But oft they proved themselves al-Kulub, and pact with me they made. What in their camp remains? They bound their loads and fared away. To other fairs the veiled fares and curtain litters sped. At every station the beloved showed all of Joseph's charms. The lover wone with Jacob's woe in every shift of stead. When she had made an end of her song, she threw the lute from her hand and wept herself a swoon. So they sprinkled on her musk-mingled rose water and willow flower water, and when she came to her senses, Al-Rashid said to her, O sit Al-Milah, this is not just dealing in thee. We love thee, and thou lovest another. She replied, O commander of the faithful, there is no help for it. Thereupon he was wroth with her, and cried, By the virtue of Hamza and Akil and Muhammad, Prince of the Apostles, and thou name in my presence one other than I will assuredly order strike off thy head. Then he bade return her to her chamber, whilst she wept and recited these couplets. O brave, I'd cry, and I my death could view, my death were better than these griefs to rue. Did sabre hew me limb by limb, this were not to affright a lover, leal true. Then the Caliph went in to the Lady Zubaydah, complexion altered with anger, and she noted this in him, and said to him, How cometh it that I see the commander of the faithful changed of color? He replied, O daughter of my uncle, I have a beautiful slave girl, who reciteth verses by rote, and telleth various tales, and she hath taken my whole heart. But she loveth other than myself, and declareth that she affecteth her former lord. So I have sworn a great oath that, if she come again to my sitting hall, and sing for other than for me, I will assuredly shorten her highest part by a span. Quoth Zubaydah, Let the commander of the faithful favor me by presenting her, so I may look on her and hear her singing. Accordingly he bade fetch her, and she came, upon which the Lady Zubaydah withdrew behind the curtain, where the damsel saw her not. And Al-Rashid said to her, Sing to us. So she took the lute, and tuning it, recited these couplets. O my lord, since the day when I lost your sight, my life was ungladdened, my heart full of teen. The memory of you kills me every night, and by all the worlds is my trace unseen. All for love of a fawn, who hath snared my sprite, by his love and his brow is the morning sheen. Like a left hand parted from brother right, I became by parting through fortune's spleen. On the brow of him beauty deigned indite, Blessed be Allah, whom best of creators I ween. And him I pray, who could disunite, to reunite us, then cry Amin. When Al-Rashid heard the end of this, he waxed exceeding wroth, and said, May Allah not reunite you twain in gladness. Then he summoned the headsman, and when he presented himself, he said to him, Strike off the head of this accursed slave girl. So Mesrur took her by the hand and led her away. But when she came to the door, she turned and said to the Caliph, O commander of the faithful, I conjure thee, by thy fathers and forefathers, behead me not till thou give ear to that I shall say. Then she improvised and recited these couplets. Emir of justice, be to lieges kind, for justice ever guides thy generous mind. And O who blamest love to him inclining, our lovers blame for laches undesigning. By him who gave thee rule, deign spare my life, for rule on earth he hath to thee assigned. Then Masrur carried her to the other end of the sitting hall, and bound her eyes, and making her sit, stood awaiting a second order. Whereupon quoth the Lady Zubaydah, O Prince of true believers, with thy permission, wilt thou not vouchsafe this damsel a portion of thy clemency? And thou slay her, 'twere injustice. Quoth he, What is to be done with her? And quoth she, Forbear to slay her, and send for her lord. If he be as she describeth him in beauty and loveliness, she is excused. And if he be not on this wise, then kill her, and this shall be thy plea against her. Al-Rashid replied, No harm in this rede, and caused return the damsel to her chamber, saying to her, The Lady Zubaydah saith thus and thus. She rejoined, God requite her for me with good. Indeed, thou dealest equitably, O commander of the faithful, in this judgment. And he retorted, Go now to thy place, and tomorrow we will bid them bring thy lord. So she kissed ground and recited these couplets. I indeed will well for whom love I will. Let chider chide, and let blamer blame. All lives must die at fixed tide and term, but I must die ere my life term came. Then, O whose love hath afflicted me, well I will but thy presence in haste I claim. Then she arose and returned to her chamber. Now on the morrow the commander of the faithful sat in his hall of audience, and his wazir, Ja'far bin Yaha, the Barmecide, came in to him, whereupon he called to him, saying, I would have thee bring me a youth who is lately come to Baghdad, hight Sidi Nur al-Din Ali the Damascene. Quoth Ja'far, hearing and obeying. And going forth in quest of the youth, sent to the bazaars and wakalas and khans for 3 successive days, but discovered no trace of him, neither happened upon the place of him. So on the 4th day he presented himself before the Caliph, and said to him, O our Lord, I have sought him these 3 days, but have not found him. Said Al-Rashid, Make ready letters to Damascus, peradventure he hath returned to his own land. Accordingly, Ja'afar wrote a letter and dispatched it by a dromedary courier to the Damascus city, and they sought him there and found him not. Meanwhile, news was brought that Khorasan had been conquered, whereupon Al-Rashid rejoiced and bade decorate Baghdad and release all in the gaol, giving each of them a ducat and a dress. So Ja'afar applied himself to the adornment of the city, and bade his brother Al-Fazi ride to the prison and robe and set free the prisoners. Al-Fazi did as his brother commanded, and released all save the young Damascene, who abode still in the prison of blood, saying, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily we are God's, and to him we are returning. Then quoth Al-Fazi to the gaoler, Is there any left in the prison? Quoth he, No. And Al-Fazi was about to depart, when Nur al-Din called out to him from within the prison, saying, O our Lord, tarry a while, for there remaineth none in the prison other than I, and indeed I am wronged. This is a day of pardon, and there is no disputing concerning it. Al-Fazi made release him, so they set him free, and he gave him a dress and a ducat. Thereupon the young man went out, bewildered and unknowing whither he should wend, for that he had sojourned in the gaol a year or so, and indeed his condition was changed, and his favor fouled, and he abode walking and turning round, lest Al-Muradi come upon him and cast him into another calamity. When Al-Muradi learnt his release, he betook himself to the Wali, and said, O our Lord, we are not assured of our lives from that youth, because he hath been freed from prison, and we fear lest he complain of us. Quoth the chief, How shall we do? And quoth Al-Muradi, I will cast him into a calamity for thee. Then he ceased not to follow the Damascene from place to place, till they came up with him in a narrow stead and cul-de-sac, whereupon he accosted him, and casting a cord about his neck, cried out, A thief! The folk flocked to him from all sides, and fell to beating and abusing Nur al-Din, whilst he cried out for aidance, but none aided him, and Al-Muradi kept saying to him, But yesterday the commander of the faithful released thee, and today thou robbest. So the hearts of the mob were hardened against him, and again Al-Muradi carried him to the chief of police, who bade hew off his hand. Accordingly the hangman took him, and bringing out the knife, proceeded to cut off his hand, while Al-Muradi said to him, Cut and sever the bone, and fry not in oil the stump for him, so he may lose all his blood, and we may be at rest from him. But Ahmad, he who had before been the cause of his deliverance, sprang up to him and cried, O folk, fear Allah in your action with this youth, for that I know his affair, first and last, and he is clear of offense and guiltless. He is of the lords of houses, and unless ye desist from him, I will go up to the commander of the faithful, and acquaint him with the case from beginning to end, and that the youth is innocent of sin or crime. Quoth Al-Muradi, Indeed, we are not assured from his mischief. And quoth Ahmed, Set him free and commit him to me, and I will warrant you against his doings, for ye shall never see him again after this. So they delivered Nur al-Din to him, and he took him from their hands, and said to him, O youth, have rue on thyself, for indeed thou hast fallen into the hands of these folk twice, and if they prevail over thee a third time, they will make an end of thee. And I, in doing thus with thee, aim at reward for thee, and recompense in heaven, and answer of prayer. So Nur al-Din fell to kissing his hand, and blessing him, said, Know that I am a stranger in this your city, and the completion of kindness is better than its commencement. Wherefore I pray thee of thy favor, that thou make perfect to me thy good offices and generosity, and bring me to the city gate. So will thy beneficence be accomplished unto me, and may God Almighty requite thee for me with good. Ahmad replied, No harm shall betide thee. Go, I will bear thee company till thou come to thy place of safety. And he left him not till he brought him to the city gate, and said to him, O youth, go in Allah's guard, and return not to the city. For an they fall in with thee again, they will make an end of thee. Nur al-Din kissed his hand, and going forth the city, gave not over walking, till he came to a mosque that stood in one of the suburbs of Baghdad, and entered therein with the night. Now he had with him not wherewith he might cover himself, so he wrapped himself up in one of the mats of the mosque, and thus abode till dawn, when the muezzins came in, and finding him seated in such case, said to him, O youth, what is this plight? Said he, I cast myself on your protection, imploring your defense from a company of folk who seek to slay me unjustly and wrongously without cause. And one of the muezzins said, I will protect thee, so be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool of tear. Then he brought him old clothes, and covered him therewith. He also set before him somewhat of victual, and seeing upon him signs of fine breeding, said to him, O my son, I grow old, and desiring help from thee, I will do away thy necessity. Nur al-Din replied, To hear is to obey, and abode with the old man, who rested and took his ease, while the youth did his service in the mosque, celebrating the praises of Allah, and calling the faithful to prayer, and lighting the lamps, and filling the spout pots, and weeping and cleaning out the place of worship. On this wise it befell the young Damascene, but as regards Sitt al-Milah, the lady Zubaydah, the wife of the commander of the faithful, made a banquet in her palace, and assembled her slave girls. And the damsel came, weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted, and those present blamed her for this, whereupon she recited these couplets. You blame the mourner who weeps his woe, needs must the mourner sing weeping sore. And I see not some happy day I'll weep, brine tears till followed by gouts of gore. End of section 29, recording by Bryce, Youngstown. Section 30 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 30. Nur al-Din Ali of Damascus and the damsel Sitt al-Milah. Part 3. When she had made an end of her verses, the lady Zubaydah bade each damsel sing a song, till the turn came round to Sitt al-Milah, whereupon she took the lute and, tuning it, caroled thereto 24 carols in 24 modes. Then she returned to the first, and sang these couplets. The world hath shot me with all her shafts, departing friends, parting grief to buy. So in heart the burn of all hearts I bear, and in eyes the teardrops of every eye. When she had made an end of her song, she wept till she garred the bystanders weep, and the lady Zubaydah condoled with her, and said to her, Allah upon thee, O Sitt al-Milah, sing us somewhat, so we may hearken to thee. The damsel replied, hearing and obeying, and sang these couplets. People of passion, assemble ye, this day be the day of our agony. The raven, O severance, croaks at our doors, our raven which nigh to us I see we. The friends we love have appointed us, a grievousest parting duel to dree. Rise by your lives, and let all at once fare to seek our friends where their sight we see. Then she threw the lute from her hand, and shed tears till she drew tears from the lady Zubaydah, who said to her, O Sitt al-Milah, he whom thou lovest, methinks, is not in this world, for the commander of the faithful has sought him in every place, but hath not found him. Whereupon the damsel arose, and kissing the princess's hands, said to her, O my lady, an thou wouldest have him found, I have this night a request to make whereby thou mayest win my need with the Caliph. Quoth the lady, And what is it? And quoth Sitt al-Milah, 'Tis that thou give me leave to fare forth by myself and go round about in quest of him 3 days, for the adage saith, Whoso keeneth for herself is not like whoso is hired to keen. And if I find him, I will bring him before the commander of the faithful, so he may do with us what he will. And if I find him not, I shall be cut off from hope of him, and the heat of that which is with me will be cooled. Quoth the lady Zubaydah, I will not get thee leave from him but for a whole month, so be of good cheer and eyes cool and clear. Whereat Sitt al-Milah rejoiced, and rising, kissed ground before her once more, and went away to her own place, and right glad was she. As for Zubaydah, she went in to the Caliph, and talked with him a while. Then she fell to kissing him between the eyes and on his hand, and asked him for that which she had promised to Sitt al-Milah, saying, O commander of the faithful, I doubt me her lord is not found in this world, but an she go about seeking him, and find him not, her hopes will be cut off, and her mind will be set at rest, and she will sport and laugh. And indeed, while she nourisheth hope, she will never take the right direction. And she ceased not cajoling him till he gave Sitt al-Milah leave to fare forth, and make search for her lord a month's space, and ordered a riding mule and an eunuch to attend her, and bade the privy purse give her all she needed, were it 1,000 dirhams a day or even more. So the lady Zubaydah arose, and returning to her palace, bade summon Sitt al-Milah, and, as soon as she came, acquainted her with that which had passed. Whereupon she kissed her hand, and thanked her, and called down blessings on her. Then she took leave of the princess, and veiling her face with a mask, disguised herself, after which she mounted the she-mule, and sallying forth, went round about seeking her lord in the highways of Baghdad 3 days' space, but happed on no tidings of him. And on the 4th day she rode forth without the city. Now it was the noon hour, and fierce was the heat, and she was aweary, and thirst came upon her. Presently she reached the mosque of the sheikh, who had lodged the young Damascene, and dismounting at the door, said to the old muezzin, O sheikh, hast thou a draught of cold water? Verily I am overcome with heat and thirst. Said he, 'Tis with me in my house. So he carried her up into his lodging, and spreading her a carpet, seated her. After which he brought her cold water, and she drank, and said to the eunuch, Go thy ways with the mule, and tomorrow come back to me here. Accordingly he went away, and she slept and rested herself. When she awoke, she asked the old man, O sheikh, hast thou aught of food? And he answered, O my lady, I have bread and olives. Quoth she, That be food which befitteth only the like of thee. As for me, I will have naught save roast lamb, and soups, and reddened fowls, right fat, and duck's farces with all manner stuffing of pistachio nuts and sugar. Quoth the muezzin, O my lady, I have never heard of this chapter in the Koran, nor was it revealed to our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah save and assain. She laughed and said, O sheikh, the matter is even as thou sayest, but bring me pen case and paper. So he brought her what she sought, and she wrote a note and gave it to him, together with a seal ring from her finger, saying, Go into the city and inquire for such an one the shroff, and give him this my note. Accordingly the oldster betook himself to the city, as she bade him, and asked for the money changer, to whom they directed him. So he gave him ring and writ, seeing which he kissed the letter, and breaking it open, read it, and apprehended its contents. Then he repaired to the bazaar, and buying all that she bade him, laid it in a porter's crate, and made him go with the sheikh. The old man took the hamal, and went with him to the mosque, where he relieved him of his burden, and carried the rich viands into Sitt al-Milah. She seated him by her side, and they ate, he and she, of those dainty cates, till they were satisfied, when the sheikh rose and removed the food from before her. She passed that night in his lodging, and when she got up in the morning, she said to him, O elder, may I not lack thy kind offices for the breakfast? Go to the shroff and fetch me from him the like of yesterday's food. So he arose, and betaking himself to the money changer, acquainted him with that which she had bidden him. The shroff brought him all she required, and set it on the heads of the hamals, and the sheikh took them and returned with them to the damsel, when she sat down with him, and they ate their sufficiency, after which he removed the rest of the meats. Then she took the fruits and the flowers, and setting them over against herself, wrought them into rings and knots and writs, whilst the sheikh looked on at a thing whose like he had never in his life seen, and rejoiced in the sight. Presently said she to him, O elder, I would fain drink. So he arose and brought her a gugglet of water, but she cried to him, Who said to thee, Fetch that? Quoth he, Saidst thou not to me, I would fain drink? And quoth she, I want not this, nay, I want wine, the solace of the soul, so haply, O sheikh, I may refresh myself therewith. Exclaimed the old man, Allah forfend that strong drink be drunk in my house, and I a stranger in the land, and a muezzin and an imam, who leadeth the true believers in prayer, and a servant of the house of the Lord of the three worlds. Why wilt thou forbid me to drink thereof in thy house? Because 'tis unlawful. O elder, Allah has forbidden only the eating of blood and carrion, and hog's flesh. Tell me, are grapes and honey lawful or unlawful? They are lawful. This is the juice of grapes and the water of honey. Leave this thy talk, for thou shalt never drink wine in my house. O sheikh, people eat and drink and enjoy themselves, and we are of the number of the folk, and Allah is indulgent and merciful. This is a thing that may not be. Hast thou not heard what the poet saith? And she reciteth these couplets. Cease thou to hear, O Simon's son, aught save the say of me, how bitter 'twas to quit the monks and fly the monastery, when on the fate of palms there stood, amid the hallowed fane, a pretty fawn whose lovely pride guard me sore wrong to dree. May Allah bless the night we spend when he to us was third, while Moslem, Jew, and Nazarene all sported fain and free. Quoth he, from out whose locks appeared the gleaming of the morn, Sweet is the wine and sweet the flowers, a joyous comrades three. The garden of the garths of Could, where roll and rail amain rivulets neath the myrtle shade, and bands fair branchery, and birds make carol on the boughs, and sing in blithest lay. Yea, this indeed is life, but ah, how soon it fades away. She then asked him, O sheikh, and Moslems and Jews and Nazarenes drink wine, who are we that we should reject it? Answered he, By Allah, O my lady, spare thy pains, for this be a thing whereto I will not hearken. When she knew that he would not consent to her desire, she said to him, O sheikh, I am of the slave girls of the commander of the faithful, and the food waxeth heavy on me, and if I drink not, I shall die of indigestion, nor wilt thou be assured against the issue of my case. As for me, I acquit myself of blame towards thee, for that I have bidden thee beware of the wrath of the commander of the faithful, after making myself known to thee. When the sheikh heard her words, and that wherewith she threatened him, he sprang up and went out, perplexed and unknowing what he should do. And there met him a Jewish man, which was his neighbor, and said to him, How cometh it that I see thee, O sheikh, straight abreast? Eke I hear in thy house a noise of talk, such as I am unwont to hear with thee. Quoth the muezzin, 'Tis of a damsel who declareth that she is of the slave girls of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and she hath eaten meat, and now would drink wine in my house, but I forbade her. However, she asserteth that unless she drink thereof, she will die, and indeed I am bewildered concerning my case. Answered the Jew, Know, O my neighbor, that the slave girls of the commander of the faithful are used to drink wine, and when they eat and drink not, they die. And I fear lest happen some mishap to her, when thou wouldst not be safe from the Caliph's fury. The sheikh asked, "What is to be done?" And the Jew answered, "I have old wine that will suit her." Quoth the sheikh, "By the right of neighborship, deliver me from this descent of calamity, and let me have that which is with thee." Quoth the Jew, "Bismillah, in the name of Allah," and passing to his quarters, brought out a glass flask of wine, wherewith the sheikh returned to Sit al-Milah. This pleased her, and she cried to him, "Whence hadst thou this?" He replied, "I got it from the Jew my neighbor. I set forth to him my case with thee, and he gave me this." Thereupon Sit al-Milah filled a cup and emptied it, after which she drank a second and a third. Then she crowned the cup a fourth time and handed it to the sheikh, but he would not accept it from her. However, she conjured him by her own head and that of the Prince of True Believers, that he take the cup from her, till he received it from her hand and kissed it, and would have set it down, but she sware him by her life to smell it. Accordingly he smelt it, and she said to him, "How deemest thou?" Said he, "I find its smell is sweet." And she conjured him by the Caliph's life to taste thereof. So he put it to his mouth, and she rose to him and made him drink. Whereupon quoth he, "O Princess of the Fair, this is none other than good." Quoth she, "So deem I. Hath not our Lord promised us wine in paradise?" He answered, "Yes, the Most High saith, and rivers of wine, delicious to the drinkers. And we will drink it in this world and in the next world." She laughed, and emptying the cup, gave him to drink, and he said, "O Princess of the Fair, indeed thou art excusable in thy love for this." Then he hent in hand from her another and another, till he became drunken, and his talk waxed great, and his prattle. The folk of the quarter heard him, and assembled under the window, and when the sheikh was aware of them, he opened the window, and said to them, "Are ye not ashamed, O pimps? Every one in his own house doth whatso he willeth, and none hindereth him. But we drink one single day, and ye assemble and come, panders that ye are. Today wine, and tomorrow business, and from hour to hour cometh relief." So they laughed together and dispersed. Then the girl drank till she was drunken, when she called to mind her lord and wept. And the sheikh said to her, "What maketh thee weep, O my lady?" Said she, "O elder, I am a lover and a separated." He cried, "O my lady, what is this love?" Cried she, "And thou, hast thou never been in love?" He replied, "By Allah, O my lady, never in all my life heard I of this thing, nor have I ever known it. Is it the sons of Adam or of the jinn?" She laughed and said, "Verily thou art even as those of whom the poet speaketh in these couplets. How oft shall they admonish and ye shun this nourishment, when e'en the shepherd's bidding is obeyed by his flocks? I see you like in shape and form to creatures whom we term mankind, but in your acts and deeds you are a sort of ox." The sheikh laughed at her speech, and her verses pleased him. Then cried she to him, "I desire of thee a lute." So he arose and brought her a bit of fuel. Quoth she, "What is that?" And quoth he, "Didst thou not say, Bring me fuel?" Said she, "I do not want this." And said he, "What then is it that is hight fuel other than this?" She laughed and replied, "The lute is an instrument of music, whereunto I sing." Asked he, "Where is this thing found, and of whom shall I get it for thee?" And answered she, "Of him who gave thee the wine." So he arose, and betaking himself to his neighbor, the Jew, said to him, "Thou favoredst us before with the wine, so now complete thy favors, and look me out such a thing hight lute, which be an instrument for singing, for she seeketh this of me, and I know it not." Replied the Jew, hearkening in obedience, and going into his house, brought him a lute. The old man carried to Sit al-Milah, whilst the Jew took his drink and sat by a window adjoining the sheikh's house, so he might hear the singing. The damsel rejoiced when the old man returned to her with the lute, and taking it from him, tuned its strings and sang these couplets. "Remains naught after you are gone, or trace of you or sign, but hope to see this parting end and break its lengthy line. You went and by your wending made the whole world desolate, and none may stand this day instead to fill the yearning eyne. Indeed, you've burdened weakling me by strength and force of view, with load no hill hath power to upheave, nor yet the plain low lion. And I, whenever fain I scent the breeze your land o'er breathes, lose all my wits as though they were bemused with heady wine. O folk, no light affair is love, for lover woe to dree, nor easy 'tis to satisfy its sorrow and repine. I've wandered east and west to hap upon your trace, and when spring camps I find the dwellers cry, they've marched, those friends o' thine. Never accustom me to part these intimates I love, nay, when I left them all, were wont new meetings to design. End of section 30, recording by Bryce, Youngstown. Section 31 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 31. Nur al-Din Ali of Damascus and the damsel Sit al-Milah, Part 4. Now when she had ended her song, she wept with sore weeping, till presently sleep overcame her, and she slept. On the morrow she said to the sheikh, Get thee to the shroff, and fetch me the ordinary. So he repaired to the money changer, and delivered him the message, whereupon he made ready meat and drink, according to his custom, with which the old man returned to the damsel, and they ate their sufficiency. When she had eaten, she sought of him wine, and he went to the Jew and fetched it. Then the twain sat down and drank, and when she waxed drunken, she took the lute, and smiting it, fell a-singing, and chanted these couplets. How long ask I the heart drowned, and eke refrain my complaint, while I my tear floods speak. They forbid e'en the phantom to visit me, O marvel, her phantom my couch to seek. And when she had made an end of her song, she wept with sore weeping. All this time the young Damascene was listening, and now he likened her voice to the voice of his slave girl, and then he put away from him this thought, and the damsel had no knowledge whatever of his presence. Then she broke out again into song, and chanted these couplets. Quoth they, Forget him, what is he? To them I cried, Allah forget me, when forget I mine adored. Now in this world shall I forget the love o' you. Heaven grant the thrall may ne'er forget to love his Lord. I pray that Allah pardon all except thy love, which when I meet him may my bestest plea afford. After ending this song, she drank 3 cups, and filling the old man other 3, improvised these couplets. His love he hid, which telltale tears betrayed, for a burn of coal that 'neath his ribs was laid. Given that he seek his joy in spring and flowers, some day his spring's the face of dear loved maid. O ye who blame me for who balks my love, what sweeter thing than boon to man denied? A sun yet scorcheth he my very heart, a moon but riseth he from breasts a shade. When she had made an end of her song, she threw the lute from her hand and wept, whilst the sheikh wept for her weeping. Then she fell down in a fainting fit, and presently recovering, crowned the cup, and drinking it off, gave the elder to drink, after which she took the lute, and breaking out into song, chanted these couplets. Thy parting is bestest of woes to my heart, and changed my case till all sleep it eschewed. The world to my being is desolate, then, O grief, and O lingering solitude. Maybe the ruthful incline thee to me, and join us despite what our foes have sued. Then she wept till her voice rose high, and her wailing was discovered to those without, After which she again began to drink, and plying the sheikh with wine, sang these couplets. And they hid thy person from eye and sight, they hid not thy name fro my mindful sprite. Or meet me thy ransom for meeting I'll be, or fly me and ransom I'll be for thy flight. Mine outer speaks for mine inner case, and mine inner speaks for mine outer plight. When she had made an end of her verses, she threw the lute from her hand, and wept and wailed. Then she slept a while, and presently awaking said, O sheikh, say me, hast thou what we may eat? He replied, O my lady, I have the rest of the food. But she cried, I will not eat of the orts I have left. Go down to the bazaar and fetch us what we may eat. He rejoined, Excuse me, O my lady, I cannot rise to my feet, because I am bemused with wine. But with me is the servant of the mosque, who is a sharp youth and an intelligent. I will call him, so he may buy thee whatso thou wantest. Asked she, Whence hast thou this servant? And he answered, He is of the people of Damascus. When she heard him say, Of the people of Damascus, she sobbed such a sob that she swooned away, and when she came to herself, she said, Woe is me for the people of Damascus, and for those who are therein. Call him, O sheikh, that he may do our need. Accordingly the old man put his head forth of the window, and called the youth, who came to him from the mosque, and sought leave to enter. The muezzin bade him come in, and when he appeared before the damsel, he knew her, and she knew him. Whereupon he turned back in bewilderment, and would have fled at haphazard, but she sprang up to him and held him fast, and they embraced and wept together, till they fell to the floor in a fainting fit. When the sheikh saw them in this condition, he feared for himself, and fared forth in fright, seeing not the way for drunkenness. His neighbor the Jew met him, and asked him, How is it that I behold thee astounded? Answered the old man, How should I not be astounded, seeing that the damsel who is with me is fallen in love with the mosque servant, and they have embraced and slipped down in a swoon? Indeed, I fear lest the Caliph come to know of this, and be wroth with me. So tell me thou, what is thy device for that wherewith I am afflicted in the matter of this damsel? Quoth the Jew, For the present, take this casting bottle of rosewater, and go forthright and sprinkle them therewith. As they be a swoon for this their union and embrace, they will recover, and if otherwise, then take to flight. The sheikh snatched the casting bottle from the Jew, and going up to the twain, sprinkled their faces, whereupon they came to themselves, and fell to relating each to other that which they had suffered, since both had been parted for the pangs of severance. Nur al-Din also acquainted Sitt al-Milah with that which he had endured from the folk who would have killed him and utterly annihilated him. And she said to him, O my lord, let us for the nonce leave this talk, and praise Allah for reunion of loves, and all this shall cease from us. Then she gave him the cup, and he said, By Allah, I will not wise drink it, whilst I am in this case. So she drank it off before him, and taking the lute, swept the strings, and sang these couplets. O absent from me, and yet present in place, thou art far from mine eyes, and yet ever nigh. Thy fairness bequeathed me all sorrow and care, and my troublous life can no joy espy. Lone, forlorn, weeping eyelidded, miserablest, I abide for thy sake as though banished I. Then, odd grief, O me, fair thou hast fared from sight, yet canst no more depart me than apple of eye. When she had made an end of her verse, she wept, and the young man of Damascus, Nur al-Din, wept also. Then she took the lute and improvised these couplets. Well, Allah, wots I never named you, but tears over brimming eyes and floods outburst, and passion raged, and pine would do me die, yet my heart rested with the thought it nursed. O cast light mine, O wish, and O my hope, your face can never quench mine eyes' hot thirst. When Nur al-Din heard these, his slave girl's verses, he fell a-weeping, while she strained him to her bosom, and wiped away his tears with her sleeve, and questioned him and comforted his mind. Then she took the lute, and sweeping its strings, played thereon with such performing as would move the statist to delight, and sang these couplets. Indeed, what day brings not your sight to me, that day I remember not as dight to me. And when I vainly long on you to look, my life is lost, O life, and light, O me. After this fashion they fared till the morning, tasting not the nourishment of sleep. And when the day lightened, behold, the eunuch came, and the she-mule, and said to Sit Al-Milah, the commander of the faithful calleth for thee. So she arose, and taking by the hand her lord, committed him to the sheikh, saying, This is the deposit of Allah, then thy deposit, till this eunuch cometh to thee. And indeed, O elder, my due to thee is the white hand of favor, such as filleth the interval betwixt heaven and earth. Then she mounted the mule, and repairing to the palace of the commander of the faithful, went in to him and kissed ground before him. Quoth he to her, as who should make mock of her, I doubt not that thou hast found thy lord. And quoth she, By thy felicity and the length of thy continuance on life, I have indeed found him. Now Al-Rashid was leaning back, but when he heard this, he sat upright and said to her, By my life, true? She replied, Ay, by thy life. He said, Bring him into my presence, so I may see him. But she said, O my lord, there have happened to him many hardships, and his charms are changed, and his favor faded. And indeed the Prince of True Believers vouchsafed me a month, wherefore I will tend him the rest of the month, and then bring him to do his service to the commander of the faithful. Quoth Al-Rashid, Sooth thou sayest, the condition certainly was for a month, but tell me what hath betided him. Quoth she, O my lord, Allah prolong thy continuance, and make paradise thy place of returning, and thine asylum, and the fire the abiding place of thy foes. When he presenteth himself to serve thee, he will assuredly expound to thee his case, and will name to thee his wrongdoers. And indeed this is an arrear that is due to the Prince of True Believers, by whom may Allah fortify the faith, and vouchsafe him the victory over rebel and froward wretch. Thereupon he ordered her a fine house, and bade furnish it with carpets and vessels of choice, and commanded them to give all she needed. This was done during the rest of the day, and when the night came, she sent the eunuch with a suit of clothes and the mule to fetch Nur al-Din from the muezzin's lodging. So the young man donned the dress, and mounting, rode to the house, where he abode in comfort and luxury a full-told month, while she solaced him with 4 things, the eating of fowls, and the drinking of wine, and the sleeping upon brocade, and the entering the bath after horizontal refreshment. Furthermore, she brought him 6 suits of linen stuffs, and took to changing his clothes day by day, nor was the appointed time of delay accomplished ere his beauty and loveliness returned to him. Nay, his favor waxed tenfold fairer, and he became a seduction to all who looked upon him. One day of the days Al-Rashid bade him to the presence, so his slave girl changed his clothes, and robing him in sumptuous raiment, mounted him on the she-mule. Then he rode to the palace, and presenting himself before the Caliph, saluted him with the goodliest of salutations, and bespake him with truckman's speech eloquent and deep-thoughted. When Al-Rashid saw him, he marveled at the seemliness of his semblance, and his loquence and eloquence, and asking of him, was told that he was Seat al-Malah's lord, whereupon quoth he, Indeed, she is excusable in her love for him, and if we had put her to death wrongfully, as we were minded to do, her blood would have been upon our heads. Then he accosted the young man, and entering into discourse with him, found him well-bred, intelligent, clever, quick-witted, generous, pleasant, elegant, excellent. So he loved him with exceeding love, and questioned him of his native city, and of his sire, and of the cause of his journey to Baghdad. Nur al-Din acquainted him with that which he would know in the goodliest words and concisest phrases, and the Caliph asked him, And where hast thou been absent all this while? Verily, we sent after thee to Damascus and Mosul, and all other cities, but happened on no tidings of thee. Answered the young man, O my lord, there betided thy slave in thy capital that which never yet betided any. Then he acquainted him with his case, first and last, and told him that which had befallen him of evil from Al-Mirandi and the chief of police. Now when Al-Rashid heard this, he was chagrined with sore chagrin, and waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, and cried, Shall this thing happen in a city wherein I am? And the Hashimi vein started out between his eyes. Then he bade fetch Ja'far, and when he came between his hands, he acquainted him with the adventure, and said to him, Shall this thing come to pass in my city, and I have no news of it? Thereupon he bade Ja'far fetch all whom the young Damascene had named, and when they came, he bade smite their necks. He also summoned him whom they called Ahmad, and who had been the means of the young man's deliverance a first time and a second, and thanked him and showed him favor, and bestowed on him a costly robe of honor, and made him chief of police in his city. Then he sent for the sheikh, the muezzin, and when the messenger came to him and told him that the commander of the faithful summoned him, he feared the denunciation of the damsel, and walked with him to the palace, farting for fear as he went, whilst all who passed him by laughed at him. When he came into the presence of the commander of the faithful, he fell a-trembling, and his tongue was tied, so that he could not speak. The Caliph smiled at him and said, O sheikh, thou hast done no offense, so why fearest thou? Answered the old man, and indeed he was in the sorest of that which may be of fear, O my lord, by the virtue of thy pure forefathers, indeed I have done naught, and do thou inquire of my manners and morals. The Caliph laughed at him, and ordering him 1,000 dinars, bestowed on him a costly robe of honor, and made him headman of the muezzins in his mosque. Then he called Sit al-Milah, and said to her, The house wherein thou lodgest with all its constraineth is a largesse to thy lord. So do thou take him and depart with him in the safeguard of Allah Almighty, but absent not yourselves from our presence. Accordingly she went forth with the young Damascene, and when she came to the house, she found that the Prince of True Believers had sent them gifts galore and good things in store. As for Nur al-Din, he sent for his father and mother, and appointed for himself agents in the city of Damascus to receive the rent of the houses and gardens and wakalas and hamans. And they occupied themselves with collecting that which accrued to him and sending it to him every year. Meanwhile his father and mother came to him with that which they had of monies and merchandise of price, and foregathering with their son, found that he was become of the chief officers and familiars of the commander of the faithful, and of the number of his sitting companions and nightly entertainers, wherefore they rejoiced in reunion with him, and he also rejoiced in them. The Caliph assigned them solde and allowances, and as for Nur al-Din, his father brought him those riches, and his wealth waxed, and his estate was established, till he became the richest of the folk of his time in Baghdad, and left not the presence of the commander of the faithful, or by night or by day. He was vouchsafed issue by Sit al-Milah, and he ceased not to live the goodliest of lives, he and she and his father and his mother, a while of time, till Abu al-Hasan sickened of a sore sickness, and departed to the mercy of Allah Almighty. Presently his mother also died, and he carried them forth, and shrouded them, and buried, and made them expiations and funeral ceremonies. In due course his children grew up and became like moons, and he reared them in splendor and affection, while his wealth waxed, and his case never waned. He ceased not to pay frequent visits to the commander of the faithful, he and his children and his slave girl Sit al-Milah, and they abode in all solace of life and prosperity till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies, and laud to the abiding, the eternal. This is all that hath come down to us of their story. End of section 31. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown.
Section 32 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 32. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas. Part 1. There was once, in days of yore and in ages and times long before, in the city of Baghdad, the house of peace, a king mighty of estate, lord of understanding and beneficence and generosity and munificence, and he was strong of sultanate and endowed with might and majesty and magnificence. His name was Inz bin Kays bin Rabi al-Shaybani. And when he took horse, there rode about him riders from the farthest parts of the two Iraqs. Almighty Allah decreed that he should take to wife a woman hight Afifa, daughter of Asad al-Sundusi, who was endowed with beauty and loveliness and brightness and perfect grace and symmetry of shape and stature. Her face was like the crescent moon, and she had eyes as they were gazelle's eyes, an aquiline nose like Luna's kimb. She had learned cavalarice and the use of arms, and had mastered the sciences of the Arabs. She had gotten by heart all the dragomanish tongues, and indeed she was a ravishment to mankind. She abode with Inz bin Kays 12 years, during which time he was not blessed with children by her. So his breast was straitened by reason of the failure of lineage, and he besought his Lord to vouchsafe him a son. Accordingly, the queen conceived by permission of Allah Almighty, and when the days of her pregnancy were accomplished, she gave birth to a maid-child, than whom never saw eyes fairer, for that her face was as it were a pearl pure bright, or a lamp raying light, or a candle gilt with gold, or a full moon breaking cloudy fold. Extolled be he who her from vile water dight, and made her to the beholders a delight. When her father saw her in this fashion of loveliness, his reason fled for joy, and when she grew up, he taught her writing, and belles letters, and philosophy, and all manners of tongues. So she excelled the folk of her time, and surpassed her peers, and the sons of the kings heard of her, and all of them longed to look upon her. The first who sought her to wife was King Naban of Mosul, who came to her with a great company, bringing 100 she-camels laden with musk and linaloes and ambergris, and 50 loaded with camphor and jewels, and other 100 laden with silver money, and yet other 100 loaded with raiment of silken stuffs, sandal and brocade, besides 100 slave girls, and a century of choice steeds, of swift and generous breeds, completely housed and accounted as they were brides, and all this he had laid before her father, demanding her of him in wedlock. Now King Inz bin Kays had bound himself by an oath that he would not marry his daughter save to him who she should choose. So when King Naban sought her in marriage, her father went in to her, and consulted her concerning his affair. She consented not, and he repeated to Naban that which she said, whereupon he departed from him. After this came King Bahram, lord of the White Island, with treasures richer than the first, but she accepted not of him, and he returned disappointed. Nor did the king cease coming to her sire on her account, one after another, from the farthest of the lands and the climes, each glorying in bringing more than those who forewent him, but she heeded not any one of them. Presently, Al-Abbas, son of King Al-Aziz, lord of the land of Al-Yaman and Zabidun and Mecca, which Allah increases in honor and brightness and beauty, heard of her. And he was of the great ones of Mecca and Al-Hijaz, and was a youth without hair on his side face. So he presented himself one day in his sire's assembly, whereupon the folk made way for him, and the king seated him on a chair of red gold, crusted with pearls and gems. The prince sat, with his head bowed groundwards, and spake not to any, whereby his father knew that his breast was straitened, and bade the cup companions and men of wit relate marvellous histories, such as beseemed the sessions of kings. Nor was there one of them but spoke forth the goodliest of that which was with him. But Al-Abbas still abode with his head bowed down. Then the king bade his sitting companions withdraw, and when the chamber was private, he looked at his son and said to him, By Allah, thou cheerest me with thy coming into me, and chagrinest me, for that thou payest no heed to any of the familiars, nor of the cup companions. What is the cause of this? Answered the prince, O my papa, I have heard tell that in the land of Al-Iraq is a woman of the daughters of the kings, and her father is called King Inz bin Kays, lord of Baghdad. She is famed for beauty and loveliness and brightness and perfect grace, and indeed many of the kings have sought her in marriage, but her soul consented not unto any of them. Wherefore my thought prompteth me to travel herwards, for that my heart cleaveth to her, and I beseech thee, suffer me to go to her. His sire replied, O my son, thou knowest that I have none other than thyself of children, and thou art the coolth of mine eyes, and the fruit of my vitals. Nay, I cannot brook to be parted from thee a single hour, and I propose to seat thee on the throne of the kingship, and espouse thee to one of the daughters of the kings, who shall be fairer than she. Al-Abbas gave ear to his father's word, and dared not gainsay him, wherefore he abode with him a while, whilst the love fire raged in his vitals. Then the king took ready with himself to build his son a hammam, and adorn it with various paintings, so he might display it to him, and divert him with the sight thereof, to the intent that his body might be solaced thereby, and that the accident of travel might cease from him, and he be turned from his purpose of removal from his parents. Presently he addressed himself to the building of the bath, and assembling architects and artisans from all the cities and citadels and islands, assigned them a foundation site, and marked out its boundaries. Then the workmen occupied themselves with the building of the hammam, and the ordinance and adornment of its cabinets and roofs. They used paints and precious minerals of all kinds, according to the contrast of their colours, red and green and blue and yellow, and what not else of all manner tints. And each artisan wrought at his craft, and each painter at his art, whilst the rest of the folk busied themselves with the transporting thither vari-coloured stones. One day, as the master painter wrought at his work, there came into him a poor man, who looked long upon him and observed his mystery. Whereupon quoth the artist to him, Knowest thou aught of painting? Quoth the stranger, Yes. So he gave him tools and paints, and said to him, Limn for us a rare semblance. Accordingly, the pauper stranger entered one of the bath chambers, and drew on its walls a double border, which he adorned on both sides after a fashion, than which eyes never saw a fairer. Moreover, amiddlemost the chamber he limned a picture to which there lacked but the breath, and it was the portraiture of Maria, daughter to the king of Baghdad. Then, when he had finished the portrait, he went his way, and told none of what he had done, nor knew any whit the chambers and doors of the bath, and the adornment and the ordinance thereof. Presently the chief artisan came to the palace, and sought audience of the king, who bade admit him. So we entered, and kissing the earth saluted him with a salam beseeming sultans, and said, O King of the time and Lord of the age and the tide, may prosperity endure to thee, and acceptance and eke thy degree over all the kings both morning and evening, exalted be. The work of the bath is accomplished by the king's fair fortune and the purity of his purpose, and indeed we have done all that behoved us, and there remaineth but which behoved the king. Al-Aziz ordered him a costly robe of honour, and expanded monies galore, giving unto each who had worn after the measure of his work. Then he assembled in the hammam all the lords of his realm, emirs and wazirs and chamberlains and nabobs, and the chief officers of his kingdom and household, and sending for his son Al-Abbas, said to him, O my son, I have builded thee a bath, wherein thou mayest take thy pleasance. So enter that thou mayst see it, and divert thyself by gazing upon it and viewing the beauty of its ordinance and decoration. With love and gladness, replied the prince, and entered the bath. He and the king and the folk about them, so they might divert themselves with the viewing that which the workman's hands had worked. Al-Abbas went in and passed from place to place and chamber to chamber, till he came to the room aforesaid and espied the portrait of Maria, whereupon he fell down in a fainting fit, and the workman went to his father and said to him, Thy son Al-Abbas hath swooned away. So the king came, and finding his son cast down, seated himself at his head and bathed his face with rose water. After a while he revived, and the king said to him, I seek refuge with Allah for thee, my son. What accident hath befallen thee? The prince replied, O my father, I did but look on yonder picture, and it bequeathed me 1,000 qualms, and there befell me that which thou beholdest. Therewith the king bade fetch the master painter, and when he stood before him, he said to him, Tell me of yonder portrait, and what girl is this of the daughters of the kings, else I will take thy head. Said the painter, By Allah, O king, I limned it not, neither know I who she is, but there came to me a poor man, and looked hard at me. So I asked him, Knowest thou the art of painting? And he answered, Yes. Whereupon I gave him the gear, and said to him, Limn for us a rare semblance. Accordingly he painted yonder portrait, and went away, and I wot him not, neither have I ever set eyes on him save that day. Hearing this, the king ordered all his officers to go round about in the thoroughfares and colleges, and bring before him all strangers they found there. So they went forth, and brought him much people, amongst whom was the pauper who had painted the portrait. When they came into the presence, the Sultan bade the crier make public proclamation, that whoso wrought the portrait should discover himself, and have whatso he wished. Thereupon the poor man came forward, and kissing the ground before the king, said to him, O king of the age, I am he who limned yonder likeness. Quoth Al-Aziz, And knowest thou who she is? And quoth the other, Yes, this is the portrait of Maria, daughter of the king of Baghdad. The king ordered him a robe of honour and a slave girl, and he went his way. Then said Al-Abbas, O my papa, give me leave to seek her, so I may look upon her. Else shall I farewell the world withouten fail. The king, his father, wept and answered, O my son, I builded thee a hammam, that it might turn thee from leaving me, and behold, it hath been the course of thy going forth. But the behest of Allah is a determinate decree. Then he wept again, and Al-Abbas said to him, Fear not for me, for thou knowest my prowess and puissance in returning answers in the assemblies of the land, and my good breeding and accomplishments, together with my skill in rhetoric. And indeed for him whose father thou art, and whom thou hast reared and bred, and in whom thou hast united praiseworthy qualities, the repute whereof hath traversed the east and the west, thou needest not fear aught, more especially as I propose but to seek pleasuring and return to thee. And be it the will of Allah Almighty, quoth the king. Whom wilt thou take with thee of attendants, and what of monies? Replied Al-Abbas, O my papa, I have no need of horses or camels or weapons, for I propose not warfare, and I will have none go forth with me save my page Emir, and no more. Now, as he and his father were thus engaged in talk, in came his mother and caught hold of him, and he said to her, Allah upon thee, let me gang my gait, and strive not to divert me from what purpose I have proposed, for needs must I go. She replied, O my son, if it must be so, and there be no help for it, swear to me that thou wilt not be absent from me for more than a year. And he sware to her. Then he entered his father's treasuries, and took therefrom what he would need of jewels and jacinths, and everything weighty of worth and light of load. He also bade his servant Emir saddle him 2 steeds, and the like for himself. And when as the night beset his back, he rose from his couch, and mounting the horse, set out for Baghdad, he and Emir, whilst the page knew not whither he intended. He gave not over going, and the journey was joyous to him, till he came to a goodly land, abounding in birds and wild beasts, whereupon Al-Abbas started a gazelle, and shot it with a shaft. Then he dismounted, and cutting its throat, said to his servant, Alight thou, and skin it, and carry it to the water. Emir answered him with hearkening and obedience, and going down to the water, built a fire, and broiled the gazelle's flesh. Then they ate their fill, and drank of the water, after which they mounted again, and fared on with diligent faring. And Emir, still unknowing whither Al-Abbas was minded to wend, so he said to him, O my lord, I conjure thee by Allah of all might, wilt thou not tell me whither thou intendest? Al-Abbas looked at him, and in reply improvised these couplets. And my vitals are fires of desire and repine, and naught I reply when they flare on high. Baghdad wards I hie me on life and death work, loving one who distorts my right judgment awry. A swift camel under me shortcuts the world, and deem it a cloud all who near hands espy. O Emir, make haste after model of her, who would heal mine ill and love's cup drain dry. For the leaven of love burns the vitals of me. So with me seek my tribe, and stint all reply. When Emir heard his lord's verses, he knew that he was a slave of love, and that she whom he loved abode in Baghdad. Then they fared on night and day, traversing plain and stony way, till they sighted Baghdad, and lighted down in its environs, and there they lay their night. When they arose in the morning, they removed to the bank of the Tigris, where they encamped, and sojourned a 2nd day and a 3rd. As they abode thus, on the 4th day, behold, a company of folk giving their beasts the rein, and crying aloud, and saying, Quick, quick, haste to our rescue, ho thou the king! Therewith the king's chamberlains and officers accosted them, and said, What is behind you, and what hath betided you? Quoth they, Bring us before the king. So they carried them to Inns bin Kays, and when they saw him, they said to him, O king, unless thou succour us, we are dead men, for that we are a folk of Banu Shayban, who have taken up our abode in the parts of Basora and Hodhaifa. The wild Arab hath come down on us, and with his steeds and his men hath slain our horsemen, and carried off our women and children. Nor was one saved of the tribe but he who fled. Wherefore we crave help, first by Allah Almighty, then by thy life. When the king heard their speech, he bade the crier proclaim in the highways of the city that the troops should bust them to march, and that the horsemen should mount, and the footmen fare forth. nor was it but the twinkling of the eye ere the kettle drums beat and the trumpets blared, and scarce was the forenoon of the day past when the city was blocked with horse and foot. Presently the king reviewed them, and behold, they were 24,000 in number, cavalry and infantry. He bade them go forth to the enemy, and gave the command of them to Sa'ab ibn al-Waqidi, a doughty cavalier and dauntless champion. So the horsemen set out and fared on along the Tigris bank. Al-Abbas, son of King Al-Aziz, looked at them, and saw the flags flaunting, and the standards stirring, and heard the kettle drums beating. So he bade his page saddle him a blood steed, and look to the circlingles, and bring him his harness of war, for indeed horsemanship was rooted in his heart. Quoth Amir, and indeed I saw Al-Abbas, his eyes wax red, and the hair on his hands on end. So he mounted his charger, whilst Amir also bestrode a destrier. And they went forth with the commando, and fared on 2 days. On the third day, after the hour of the mid-afternoon prayer, they came in sight of the foe, and the two armies met, and their two ranks joined in fight. The strife raged amain, and sore was the strain, whilst the dust rose in clouds, and hung in vaulted shrouds, so that all eyes were blinded. And they ceased not from the battle, till the night overtook them, when the two hosts drew from the melee, and passed the night perplexed concerning themselves. When Allah caused the morning tomorrow, the two hosts were aligned in line, and their thousands fixed their eyne, and their troops stood looking one at other. Then sallied forth Al-Haris ibn Sa'ad between the two lines, and played with his lance, and cried out and improvised these couplets. You are in every way this day our prey, and ever we prayed your sight to see. The ruthful drave you, Hodhaifa wards, to the brave, the lion who sways the free. Say amid yous a man who would heal his ills, with whose lust of battle shrewd blows agree. Then by Allah meet me who come to you, and whoso is wronged shall the wronger be. End of section 32. Recording by Annie Mars. Section 33 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 33. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas, Part 2. Thereupon there sallied forth to him Zuhair bin Habib, and they wheeled about and whiled a while. Then they exchanged strokes. Al-Haris forwent his foe in smiting, and stretched him weltering in his gore, whereupon Hodhaifa cried out to him, Gifted of Allah art thou, O Haris, call out another of them. So he cried aloud, I say who be champion. But they of Baghdad held back from him, and when it appeared to Al-Haris that consternation was amongst them, he charged down upon them, and overrolled the first of them upon the last of them, and slew of them 12 men. Then the evening caught him, and the Baghdadis began addressing themselves to fight. No sooner had the morning morrowed than they found themselves reduced to a 4th part of their number, and there was not one of them had dismounted from his horse. Wherefore they made sure of destruction, and Hodhaifa rushed out between the two lines. Now he was reckoned good for 1,000 nights, and cried out, Harkai, my masters of Baghdad, let none come forth to me but your Emir, so I may talk with him, and he with me, and he shall meet me in combat singular, and I will meet him, and may he who is clear of offence come off safe. Then he repeated his words, and said, How is it I see your Emir refuse me reply? But Sa'ad, the Emir of the army of Baghdad, answered him not, and indeed his teeth chattered in his mouth when he heard him summon him to the duello. Now when Al-Abbas heard Hodhaifa's challenge and saw Sa'ad in this case, he came up to the Emir and asked him, Wilt thou suffer me to answer him, and I will be thy substitute in replying him, and in monomachy with him, and will make my life thy sacrifice? Sa'ad looked at him, and seeing knighthood shining from between his eyes, said to him, O youth, by virtue of Mustafa the chosen prophet, whom Allah save and assain, tell me who thou art, and whence thou comest to bring us victory. Quoth the prince, This is no place for questioning. And quoth Sa'ad to him, O knight, up and at Hodhaifa, yet if his Satan prove too strong for thee, afflict not thyself on thy youth. Al-Abbas cried, Allah is he of whom help is to be sought, and taking his arms fortified his purpose, and went down into the field, as he were a fort of the forts or a mountain's contrafort. Thereupon Hodhaifa cried out to him, saying, Haste thee not, O youth, who art thou of the folk? He replied, I am Sa'ad ibn al-Waqidi, commander of the host of King Ind, and but for thy pride in challenging me, I had not come forth to thee, for thou art no peer for me to front, nor as mine equal dost thou count, nor canst thou bear my brunt. Wherefore get thee ready for the last march, seeing that there abitteth but a little of thy life. When Hodhaifa heard this speech, he threw himself backwards, as if in mockery of him, whereat Al-Abbas was wroth, and called out to him, saying, O Hodhaifa, guard thyself against me. Then he rushed upon him, as he were a swooper of the jinn, and Hodhaifa met him, and they wheeled about a long while. Presently Al-Abbas cried out at Hodhaifa a cry which astounded him, and struck him a stroke, saying, Take this from the hand of a brave who feareth not the like of thee. Hodhaifa met the sabre sway with his shield, thinking to ward it off from him, but the blade shore the target in sunder, and descending upon his shoulder, came forth gleaming from the tendons of his throat, and severed his arm at the armpit. Whereupon he fell down, wallowing in his blood, and Al-Abbas turned upon his host. Not had the sun departed the dome from the welkin air, Hodhaifa's army was in full flight before Al-Abbas, and the saddles were empty of men. Quoth Sa'ad, By the virtue of Mustafa the chosen prophet, whom Allah save and assain, I saw Al-Abbas with the blood upon his saddle pads, and clots like camels' livers, smiting with the sword right and left till he scattered them abroad in every gorge and wold. And when he hied him back to the camp, the men of Baghdad were fearful of him. But as soon as they saw this victory, which had betided them over their foes, they turned back, and gathering together weapons and treasures and horses of those they had slain, returned to Baghdad victorious, and all by the knightly valour of Al-Abbas. As for Sa'ad, he foregathered with his lord, and they fared on in company till they came to the place where Al-Abbas had taken horse, whereupon the prince dismounted from his charger, and Sa'ad said to him, O youth, wherefore alightest thou in other than thy place? Indeed, thy rights be incumbent upon us and upon our sultan. So go thou with us to the dwellings, that we may ransom thee with our souls. Replied Al-Abbas, O Emir Sa'ad, from this place I took horse with thee, and herein is my lodging. So Allah upon thee, mention not me to the king, but make as if thou hadst never seen me, because I am a stranger in the land. So saying, he turned away from him, and Sa'ad fared on to his palace, where he found all the courtiers in attendance on the king, and recounting to him that which had betided them with Al-Abbas. Quoth the king, Where is he? And quoth they, He is with Emir Sa'ad. So when the emir entered, the king looked but found none with him, and Sa'ad, seeing at a glance that he longed to look upon the youth, cried out to him, saying, Allah prolong the king's days. Indeed, he refuses to present himself before thee without order or leave. Asked the king, So Sa'ad, whence cometh this man? And the emir answered, O my lord, I know not, but he is a youth fair of favour, amiable of respect, accomplished in address, ready of repartee, and valour shineth from between his eyes. Quoth the king, O Sa'ad, fetch him to me, for indeed thou describest to me at full length a mighty matter. And he answered, saying, By Allah, O my lord, hadst thou but seen our case with Hodhaifa, when he challenged me to the field of fight, and the stead of cut and thrust I held back from doing battle with him. Then as I thought to go forth to him, behold, a knight gave loose to his bridle rein, and gave out to me, saying, O Sa'ad, wilt thou suffer me to be thy substitute in waging war with him, and I will ransom thee with myself. And quoth I, By Allah, O youth, whence comest thou? And quoth he, This be no time for thy questions, while Hodhaifa standeth awaiting thee. Thereupon he repeated to the king all that had passed between himself and Al-Abbas from first to last, whereat cried Inz bin Kays, Bring him to me in haste, so we may learn his tidings and question him of his case. 'Tis well, replied Sa'ad, and going forth from the king's presence, repaired to his own house, where he doffed his war harness and took rest for himself. On this wise fared it with the Emir Sa'ad, but as regards Al-Abbas, when he dismounted from his destrier, he doffed his war gear and reposed himself a while, after which he brought out a body dress of Venetian silk and a gown of green damask, and donning them, bound about his head a turban of Damietta stuff, and zoned his waist with a kerchief. Then he went out a-walking in the highways of Baghdad, and fared on till he came to the bazaar of the traders. There he found a merchant with chests before him. So the prince stood watching him, and presently the other looked up at him, and asked him, O youth, what wilt thou bet upon the game? He answered, Be it thine to decide. Said the merchant, Then be it 100 dinars. And Al-Abbas consented to him, whereupon quoth he, Produce the money, O youth, so the game may be fairly established. Accordingly, Al-Abbas brought out a satin purse, wherein were 1,000 dinars, and laid down 100 dinars therefrom on the edge of the carpet, whilst the merchant produced the like, and indeed his reason fled for joy when he saw the gold in possession of Al-Abbas. The folk flocked about them to divert themselves while watching the play, and they called the bystanders to witness the wager, and after the stakes were duly staked, the twain fell a-playing. Al-Abbas forbore the merchant, so he might lead him on, and dallied with him a full hour. And the merchant won, and took of him the 100 dinars. Then said the prince, Wilt thou play another party? And the other said, O youth, I will not play again, save for 1,000 dinars. Quoth the youth, Whatsoever thou stakest, I will match thy stake with its like. So the merchant brought out 1,000 dinars, and the prince covered them with other 1,000. Then the game began, but Al-Abbas was not long with him ere he beat him in the house of the elephant. Nor did he cease to do thus, till he had beaten him 4 times, and won of him 4,000 dinars. This was all the merchant had of money, so he said, O youth, I will play thee another game for the shop. Now the value of the shop was 4,000 dinars, so they played, and Al-Abbas beat him, and won his shop, with whatso was therein. Upon which the other arose, shaking his clothes, and said to him, Up, O youth, and take thy shop. Accordingly, Al-Abbas arose, and repairing to the shop, took possession thereof, after which he returned to the place where he had left his servant Amir, and found there the Emir Sa'ad, who was come to bid him to the presence of the king. The prince consented to this, and accompanied him till they came before King In's bin Kays, whereupon he kissed the ground and saluted him, and exaggerated the salutation. So the king asked him, Whence comest thou, O youth, and whither goest thou? And he answered, I come from Al-Yaman. Then said the king, Hast thou a need we may fulfill for thee? For indeed thou hast strong claims to our favour, after that which thou didst in the matter of Hodhaifa and his folk. And he commanded to cast over him a mantle of Egyptian satin, worth 100 dinars. He also bade his treasurer give him 1,000 dinars, and said to him, O youth, take this in part of that which thou deservest of us, and if thou prolong thy sojourn with us, we will give thee slaves and servants. Al-Abbas kissed the ground and said, O king, Allah grant thee abiding weal. I deserve not all this. Then he put his hand to his pouch, and pulling out 2 caskets of gold, in each of which were rubies, whose value none could estimate, gave them to the king, saying, O king, Allah cause thy welfare to endure. I conjure thee by that which the Almighty hath vouchsafed thee, heal my heart by accepting these 2 caskets, even as I have accepted thy present. So the king accepted the 2 caskets, and Al-Abbas took his leave and went away to the bazaar. Now when the merchants saw him, they accosted him and said, O youth, wilt thou not open thy shop? As they were addressing him, up came a woman, having with her a boy bare of head, and stood looking at Al-Abbas till he turned to her. When she said to him, O youth, I conjure thee by Allah, look at this boy, and have ruth on him, for that his father hath forgotten his skull-cap in the shop he lost to thee. So an thou see fit to give it to him, thy reward be with Allah. For indeed the child maketh our hearts ache with his excessive weeping, and the Lord be witness for us that, had they left us aught wherewith to buy him a cap in its stead, we had not sought it of thee. Replied Al-Abbas, O adornment of womankind, indeed thou bespeakest me with thy fair speech, and supplicatest me with thy goodly words. But bring me thy husband. So she went and fetched the merchant, whilst the crowd collected to see what Al-Abbas would do. When the men came, he returned him the gold he had won of him, art and part, and delivered him the keys of the shop, saying, Requite us with thy pious prayers. Therewith the woman came up to him and kissed his feet, and in like fashion did the merchant her husband. And all who were present blessed him, and there was no talk but of Al-Abbas. Thus fared it with him. But as for the merchant, he bought him a head of a sheep, and slaughtering it, roasted it, and dressed birds and other meats of various kinds and colours, and purchased dessert, and sweetmeats, and fresh fruits. Then he repaired to Al-Abbas, and conjured him to accept of his hospitality, and visit his home, and eat of his provant. The prince consented to his wishes, and went with him, till they came to his house, when the merchant bade him enter. So Al-Abbas went in, and saw a goodly house, wherein was a handsome saloon, with a vaulted ceiling. When he entered the saloon, he found that the merchant had made ready food and dessert and perfumes, such as may not be described, and indeed he had adorned the table with sweet-scented flowers, and sprinkled musk and rose-water upon the food, and he had smeared the salon walls with ambergris, and had burned aloes wood therein and nad. Presently Al-Abbas looked out of the window of the saloon, and saw by its side a house of goodly ordinance, tall of base and wide of space, with rooms manifold, and 2 upper stories crowning the whole, but therein was no sign of inhabitants. So he said to the merchant, Verily thou exaggeratest in doing us honour, but by Allah I will not eat of thy meat until thou tell me what hath caused the voidance of yonder house. Said he, O my lord, that was Al-Gritrif's house, and he passed away to the mercy of the Almighty, and left no heir save myself. Whereupon the mansion became mine, and by Allah, and thou have a mind to sojourn in Baghdad, take up thine abode in this house, whereby thou mayest be in my neighbourhood. For that verily my heart inclineth unto thee with affection, and I would have thee never absent from mine eyes, so I may still have my fill of thee, and hearken to thy speech. Al-Abbas thanked him, and said to him, By Allah, thou art indeed friendly in thy converse, and thou exaggeratest in thy discourse, and needs must I sojourn in Baghdad. As for the house, if it please thee to lodge me, I will abide therein, so accept of me its price. Therewith he put his hand to his pouch, and bringing out from it 300 dinars, gave them to the merchant, who said in himself, Unless I take his dirhams, he will not darken my doors. So he pocketed the monies, and sold him the mansion, taking witnesses against himself of the sale. Then he arose and set food before Al-Abbas, and they sat down to his good things, after which he brought him dessert and sweetmeats, whereof they ate their sufficiency. And when the tables were removed, they washed their hands with musk rose water and willow water. Then the merchant brought Al-Abbas a napkin, scented with the smoke of aloes wood, on which he wiped his right hand, and said to him, O my lord, the house is become thy house, so bid thy page transport thither the horses and arms and stuffs. The prince did this, and the merchant rejoiced in his neighbourhood, and left him not night nor day, so that Al-Abbas said to him, By the Lord, we distract thee from thy livelihood. He replied, Allah upon thee, O my lord, name not to me aught of this, or thou wilt break my heart, for the best of traffic art thou, and the best of livelihood. And there befell straight friendship between them, and all ceremony was laid aside. Meanwhile the king said to his vizier, How shall we do in the matter of yonder youth, the Yemeni, on whom we thought to confer gifts? But he hath gifted us with tenfold al-largesse and more, and we know not an he be a sojourner with us or not. Then he went into the harem, and gave the rubies to his wife Afifa, who asked him, What is the worth of these with thee, and with the other of the kings? Quoth he, They are not to be found save with the greatest of sovereigns, nor can any price them with monies. Quoth she, Whence gottest thou them? So he recounted to her the story of Al-Abbas from beginning to end, and she said, By Allah, the claims of honour are imperative on us, and the king hath fallen short of his devoir, for that we have not seen him bid the youth to his assembly, nor hath he seated him on his left hand. When the king heard his wife's words, it was as if he had been asleep and awoke. So he went forth the harem, and bade kill poultry and dress meats of every kind and colour. Moreover, he assembled all his courtiers, and let bring sweetmeats and desserts, and all that beseemeth the tables of kings. When he adorned his palace and dispatched after Al-Abbas, a man of the chief officers of his household, had found him coming forth of the hammam, clad in a jerkin of fine goat's hair, and over it a Baghdadi scarf. His waist was girt with a Rostaki kerchief, and on his head he wore a light turban of damietta stuff. The messenger wished him joy of the bath, and exaggerated in doing him honour. Then he said to him, The king biddeth thee in weal. To hear is to obey, quoth Al-Abbas, and accompanied the officer to the king's palace. Now Afifa and her daughter Maria were behind the curtain, both looking at him, and when he came before the sovereign, he saluted him and greeted him with the greeting of kings, whilst all present gazed at him and at his beauty and loveliness and perfect grace. The king seated him at the head of the table, and when Afifa saw him and considered him, straightly she said, By the virtue of Muhammad, Prince of the Apostles, this youth is the son of the kings, and cometh not to these parts save for some noble purpose. Then she looked at Maria, and saw that her favour was changed, and indeed her eyeballs were as dead in her face as she turned not her gaze from Al-Abbas, a twinkling of the eyes, for that the love of him had sunk deep into her heart. When the queen saw what had befallen her daughter, she feared for her from reproach concerning Al-Abbas, So she shut the casement wicket, that the princess might not look upon him any more. Now there was a pavilion set apart for Maria, and therein were boudoirs and bowers, balconies and lattices, and she had with her a nurse who served her as is the fashion with the daughters of the kings. When the banquet was ended, and the folk had dispersed, the king said to Al-Abbas, I would fain have thee abide with me, and I will buy thee a mansion, so haply we may requite thee for thy high services. And indeed imperative upon us is thy due, and magnified in our eyes is thy work. And soothly we have fallen short of thy deserts in the matter of distance. When the youth heard the king's speech, he rose and sat down, and kissing the ground, returned thanks for his bounty, and said, I am the king's thrall, wheresoever I may be, and under his eye. Then he told him the tale of the merchant and the manner of the buying of the house. And the king said, In very truth, I would fain have had thee in my neighbourhood, and by side of me. Presently Al-Abbas took leave of the king, and went away to his own house. Now it chanced that he passed under the palace of Maria, the king's daughter, and she was sitting at the casement. He happened to look round, and his eyes met those of the princess, whereupon his wit departed, and he was ready to swoon away, whilst his colour changed, and he said, Verily we are Allah's, and unto him are we returning. But he feared for himself, lest severance betide him. So he concealed his secret, and discovered not his case to any of the creatures of Allah Almighty. When he reached his quarters, his page Emir said to him, I seek refuge for thee with Allah, O my Lord, from change of colour. Hath there betided thee a pain from the Lord of all might, or aught of vexation? In good sooth, sickness hath an end, and patience doeth away trouble. But the prince returned him no answer. Then he brought out ink case and paper, and wrote these couplets. I cry, and mind's a frame that pines alway, a mind which fires of passion e'er waylay, and eyeballs never tasting sweets of sleep, yet fortune spare its cause, I ever pray, while from world perfidy and parting I, like Bishram with Hind, that well-loved may, yea, grown by word mid the folk, but I spend life unwinning, wish or night or day. I say, what she my love, when her I spied at the high lattice shedding sun-like ray? Her glance is keener than the brand when bared, cleaves soul of man, nor ever escapes her prey. I looked on her in lattice pierced aloft, when bare her cheat of veil had slipped away, and shot me thence a shaft my liver pierced, when thrall to care and dire despair I lay. Knowest thou, O fawn o'er the palace, how for thee I fared from fairness o'er the lands astray? Then read my writ, dear friends, and show some ruth to wight who wones black face distraught sans stay. End of section 33. Recording by Annie Mars. Section 34 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 34. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas, Part 3. And when he ended inditing, he folded up the letter. Now the merchant's wife aforesaid, who was the nurse of the king's daughter, was watching him from a window, unknown of him, and when she saw him writing and reciting, she knew that some rare tale attached to him. So she went to him and said, Peace be with thee, O afflicted wight, who acquaintest not leech with thy plight. Verily thou exposest thy life to grievous blight. I conjure thee by virtue of him who hath afflicted thee, and with great constraint of love liking hath stricken thee, that thou acquaint me with thine affair, and disclose to me the truth of thy secret. For indeed I have heard from thee verses which trouble the mind and melt the body. Accordingly, he acquainted her with his case, and enjoined her to secrecy, whereof she consented, saying, What shall be the recompense of whoso goeth with thy letter, and bringeth thee its reply? He bowed his head for shame before her, and was silent. And she said to him, Raise thy head, and give me thy writ. So he gave her the letter, and she hent it, carrying it to the princess, said to her, Take this epistle, and give me its answer. Now the dearest of all things to Maria was the recitation of poesy and verses, and linked rhymes, and the twanging of lute strings, and she was versed in all tongues. Wherefore she took the writ, and opening it, read that which was therein, and understood its purport. Then she threw it to the ground, and cried, O nurse, I have no answer to make to this letter. Quoth the nurse, Indeed, this is weakness in thee, and I reproach to thee. For that the people of the world have heard of thee, and commend thee for keenness of wit and understanding. So do thou return him an answer, such as shall trick his heart and tire his soul. Quoth she, O nurse, may be the man who presumeth upon me with this correspondence. Happily 'tis the stranger youth who gave my father the rubies. The woman said, It is himself. And Maria said, I will answer his letter in such fashion that thou shalt not bring me other than it. Cried the nurse, So be it. Thereupon the princess called for inkcase and paper, and wrote these couplets. Thou art bold in the copy thou sentest. Maybe 'twill increase the jewel foreign white must dree. Thou hast spied me with a glance that requests thee woe. Ah, far is thy hope, a mere foreigner's plea. Who art thou, poor freck, that wouldst win my love? Why thy verse? What seeks thine insanity? And thou hope for my favours, and greed therefore, where find thee a leech for such foolish greed? Then rhyme linking, leave and fool like be not, hanged to cross at the doorway of ignominy. Deem not that to thee I incline, O youth, mid the sons of the path is no place for me. Thou art homeless waif in the wide, wide world, so return thee home where they keen for thee. Leave verse spouting, O thou who a wold dost wone, or minstrel shall name thee in lay and glee. For many a friend who would meet his love is balked when the goal is right clear to see. So be gone, and ne'er grieve for what canst not win. Albe time be near, yet thy grasp 'twill flee. Now such is my say, and the tale I tell, so master my meaning, and fare thee well. When Maria had made an end to her verses, she folded the letter and delivered it to the nurse, who hent it and went with it to Al-Abbas. When she gave it to him, he took it, and breaking it open, read it and comprehended its contents, and when he reached the end of it, he swooned away. After a while he came to himself and cried, Praise be to Allah, who hath caused her to return a reply to my writ. Canst thou carry her another missive, and with Allah Almighty be thy requital? Said she, And what shall letters profit thee, seeing that such is her reply? But he said, Peradventure, she may yet be softened. Then he took inkcase and paper, and wrote these couplets. Reached me the writ, and what therein didst write, whence grew my pain and bane and blight. I read the marvel lines made wax my love, and wore my body out till slightest slight. Would heaven ye wot the whole I bear for love of you, with vitals cleaned for you undight, and all I do to outdrive you from my thought vails naught, and 'gainst thee obsession loses might. Couldst for thy lover feel 'twould ease his soul, e'en thy dear phantom would his spite delight. Then on my weakness lay not coyness load, nor in such breach of troth be traitor wight. And weet ye well, for this your land I fared, hoping to joy the union boon forthright. How many a stony wold for this I spanned, how oft I waked when men kept watch o' night, to fare fro another land for sight of you, love bade while length of way forbade my spite. So by his name who moult my frame, have ruth and quench thy flames thy love in me did light. Thou fillest arrayed with glory's robes and rays, heaven's stars with joy and Luna with despite. Then who dare chide or blame me for my love of one that can all beauty's boons unite? When Al-Abbas had made an end of his verses, he folded the letter, and delivering it to the nurse, charged her keep the secret. So she took it, and carrying it to Maria, gave it to her. The princess broke it open, and read it, and apprehended its purport. Then cried she, By Allah, O nurse, my heart is chagrined with exceeding chagrin. Never knew I a sorer, because of this correspondence and of these verses. And the nurse made answer to her, O my lady, thou art in thy dwelling, and thy palace, and thy heart is void of care. So return to him a reply, and reck not. Accordingly, the princess called for ink case and paper, and wrote these couplets. Ho thou who wouldst vaunt thee of cark and care, how many love molten tryst craving be there, and haste wandered the wold in the murks of night, bound afar and anear on the tracks to fare, and to iron haste forbidden the sweets of sleep, borne by devils and marids to dangerous lair, and beggest my boons on in tribeland homed, and to urge thy wish and desire wouldst dare. Now woo patience fair, and thou bear in mind what the ruthful promise to patient prayer. How many a king for my sake hath vied, craving love and in marriage with me to pair. Al-Naban sent, when a-wooing me, camels baled with musk and nad scenting air. They brought camphor in boxes unlike thereof, of pearls and rubies and countless were. Brought pregnant lasses and negro lads, blood steeds and arms and gear rich and rare. Brought us raiment of silk and of sandal sheen, and came courting us, but no bride he bare, nor could win his wish, for I bode content to part with far parting and love forswear. So for me greed not, O thou stranger wight, lest thou come to ruin and dire despair. When she had made an end of her verses, she folded the letter and delivered it to the nurse, who took it and carried it to Al-Abbas. He broke it open and read it, and comprehended its contents, then took inkcase and paper, and wrote these improvised couplets. Thou hast told me tale of the kings, and of them each was rending lion, a furious foe, and thou stolest the wits of me, all of them, and shottest me with the shaft of thy magic bow. Thou hast boasted of slaves, and of steeds, and wealth, and of beauteous lasses ne'er man did know, how presents in mighty sword didst spurn, and disdainest lovers both high and low. Then I followed their tracks in desire for thee, with naught save my scimitar keen of blow. Nor slaves nor camels that run have I, nor slave girls the litters and veil I know. But grant me union, and soon shalt sight my trenchant blade with the forearm's woe. Shalt see the horsemen engird Baghdad, like clouds that wall the whole world below, obeying behests which to them I deal, and hearing the words to the foes I throw. And of negro chattels 10,000 head wouldst have, or kings who would be proud and prow, or charges led for thee day by day, and virgin girls high of bosom low. Al-Yaman, land my command doth bear, and my biting blade to my foes I show. I have left this all for the sake of thee, left Aziz and my kinsmen for evermore, and made Al-Iraq, making my way to thee. Under mighty murks over rocks arow, and the couriers brought me account of thee, thy beauty, perfection, and sunny glow. Then I sent thee verses whose very sound burns the heart of shame with the fiery throe. And yet the world with falsehood had falsed me, though fortune was never so false as thou, who dubbest me stranger and homeless one, a witness fool and a slave girl's son. Then he folded the letter and committed it to the nurse, and gave her 500 dinars, saying, Accept this from me, for by Allah thou hast indeed wearied thyself between us. She replied, By Allah, O my lord, my aim is to bring about foregathering between you, though I lose that which my right hand possesseth. And he said, May the Lord of all might requite thee with good. Then she carried the letter to Maria, and said to her, Take this letter, haply it may be the end to the correspondence. So she took it, and breaking it open, read it, and when she had made an end of it, she turned to the nurse and said to her, This one foisteth lies upon me, and asserteth unto me that he hath cities and horsemen and footmen at his command, and submitting to his allegiance, and he wisheth of me that which he shall not win. For thou knowest, O nurse, that kings' sons have sought me in marriage with presents and rarities, but I have paid no heed unto aught of this. How then shall I accept of this fellow, who is ignoramus of his time, and possesseth naught save 2 caskets of rubies, which he gave to my sire? And indeed he hath taken up his abode in the house of Al-Gatrif, and abideth without silver or gold. Wherefore Allah upon thee, O nurse, return to him, and cut off his hope for me. Accordingly, the nurse rejoined Al-Abbas without letter or answer, and when she came to him, he looked at her and saw that she was troubled, and he noted the marks of anger on her face. So he said to her, What is this plight? Quoth she, I cannot set forth to thee that which Maria said, for indeed she charged me return to thee without writ or reply. Quoth he, O nurse of kings, I would have thee carry her this letter, and return not to her without it. Then he took inkcase and paper, and wrote these couplets. My secret now to men is known, though hidden well and true by me. Enough is that I have of love, and love of you. I left familiars, friends, and kin to weep the loss of me, with floods of tears which like the tide I flowed and flowed anew. Then left my home, and myself I bore to Baghdad town one day, when parting drave me there his pride and cruelty to rue. I have indeed drained all the bowl whose draught repression was, handed by friend who bitter gourd therein for drinking through. And oft as strove I to rejoin the ways of truth and faith, so often on refusal's path he left my soul to sue. Indeed my body molten is with care, I'm doomed the dree, and yet I hoped relenting and to win with some grace my due. But wrong rigour waxed on me and changed to worse my case, and love hath left me weeping-eyed for woes that I pursue. How long must I keep watch for you throughout the nightly gloom? How many a path pining pace and garb of grief endue? And you, what while you joy your sleep, your restful pleasant sleep, reck naught of sorrow and of shame that your friend accrue. For wakefulness I watch the stars before the peep of day, praying that union with my dear in bliss my soul imbrue. Indeed the throes of long desire laid waste in frame and eye, rise every morn in weaker plight with hopes e'er few. Be not, I say, so hard of heart, for did you only deign in phantom guise to visit me, 'twere joy enough to view. But when ye saw my writ, ye grudged to me the smallest boon, and casted down the flag of faith, though well my troth ye knew. Nor aught of answer you vouchsafe, or be you wot full well, the words therein address the heart, and pierce the spirit through. You deemed yourself all too secure for charges of the days, and of the far and near alike you ever careless grew. Hadst thou, dear maid, been doomed like me to woes for shew, hadst felt the low of love and Lazar hell, which parting doth emnew, yet soon shalt suffer torments such as those from thee I bear, and storm of palpitation pangs in vitals thine shall brew. Yea, thou shalt taste the bitter smack of charges false and foul, and public make the privacy best hid from meddling crew. And he thou lovest shall approve him hard of heart and soul, and heedless of the shifts of time, thy very life undo. Then hear the fond salam I send, and wish thee every day, while swayeth spray and sparkleth star, all good thy life ensue. When Al-Abbas had made an end of his verses, he folded the scroll and gave it to the nurse, who took it and carried it to Maria. When she came into the princess's presence, she saluted her, but Maria returned not her salutation, and she said, O my lady, how hard is thy heart that thou grudgest to return the salam! Accept this letter, because 'tis the last that shall come to thee from him. Quoth Maria, Take my warning, and never again enter my palace, or 'twill be the cause of thy destruction. For I am certified that thou purportest my disgrace, so get thee gone from me. And she bade beat the nurse, who went forth, fleeing from her presence, charged of colour and wildred of wits, and gave not over going till she came to the house of Al-Abbas. When the prince saw her in this plight, he became like a sleeper awakened, and cried out to her, What hath befallen thee? Acquaint me with thy case. She replied, Allah upon thee, never more send me to Maria, and do thou protect me. So the Lord protect thee from the fires of Gehenna. Then she related to him that which had betided her with Maria, which when Al-Abbas heard, and there took him the pride and high spirit of the generous, and this was grievous to him. The love of Maria fled forth of his heart, and he said to the nurse, How much hadst thou of Maria every month? Quoth she, 10 dinars. And quoth he, Be not concerned. Then he put hand to pouch, and bringing out 200 ducats, gave them to her, and said, Take this wage for a whole year, and turn not again to serve any one of the folk. When the 12th month shall have passed away, I will give thee a 2-year wage, for that thou hast wearied thyself with us, and on account of the cutting of the tie which bound thee to Maria. Also he gifted her with a complete suit of clothes, and raising his head to her said, When thou toldest me that which Maria had done with thee, Allah uprooted the love of her from out of my heart, and never again will she occur to my thought. So extolled be he who turneth hearts and eyes. 'Twas she who was the cause of my coming out from Al-Yaman. And now the time is past for which I engaged with my folk, and I fear lest my father levy his forces, and ride forth in quest of me. For that he hath no child other than myself, nor can he brook to be parted from me, and in like way 'tis with my mother. Then the nurse heard his words. She asked of him, O my lord, and which of the kings is thy sire? He answered, saying, My father is Al-Aziz, lord of Al-Yaman and Nubia, and the islands of Banu Katan, and the 2 sanctuaries. Allah of all might have them in his keeping. And whenever he taketh horse, there ride with him 120 and 4,000 horsemen, each and every smiters with the sword, besides attendants and servants and followers, all of whom give ear to my word and obey my bidding. Asked the nurse, Then why, O my lord, didst thou conceal the secret of thy rank and lineage, and pass thyself off for a foreigner and wayfarer? Alas, for our disgrace before thee by reason of our shortcoming in rendering thee thy due. What shall be our excuse with thee, and thou of the son of the kings? But he rejoined, By Allah, thou hast not fallen short. Indeed, 'tis incumbent on me to requite thee, what while I live, though from thee I be far distant. Then he called his man Amir, and said to him, Saddle the steeds. When the nurse heard his words, and indeed she saw that Amir brought him the horses, and they were resolved upon departure, the tears ran down upon her cheeks, and she said to him, By Allah, thy separation is saddening to me. O coolth of the eye! Then quoth she, Where is the goal of thine intent, so we may know thy news, and solace ourselves with thy report? Quoth he, I go hence to visit Akil, the son of my paternal uncle, for that he hath his sojourn in the camp of Kunda bin Hisham, and these 20 years have I not seen him, nor hath he seen me. So I propose to repair to him, and discover his news, and return. Then I will go hence to Al-Yaman, Inshallah. So saying, he took leave of the nurse, and her husband had set out, intending for Akil, the son of his father's brother. Now there was between Baghdad and Akil's abiding place 40 days' journey. So Al-Abbas settled himself on the back of his steed, and his servant Emir mounted also, and they fared forth on their way. Presently Al-Abbas turned right and left, and recited these couplets. I'm the singular knight, and my peers I slay. I lay low the foe and his whole array. I fare me to visit my friend Al-Akil, and in safety and Al-Louds shorten the way, and roll up the width of the world while still here's Emir my word, or in earnest I'll play. I spring with the spring of the lynx or pard, upon whose so dareth our course to stay. O'erthrow him in ruin and abject shame, make him drain the death cup in fatal fray. My lance is long with its steely blade, a brand keen gritted thin edge I sway. With a stroke and it fell on a towering hill, of the hardest stone this would cleave in tway. I lead no troops nor seek aid save God's, the creating Lord, to whom Lord alway, on whom I rely in adventures all, and who pardoneth laches of free man and thrall. End of section 34. Recording by Annie Mars. Section 35 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 35. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas. Part 4. Then they fell, a-faring night and day, and as they went, behold, they sighted a camp of the camps of the Arabs. So Al-Abbas enquired thereof, and was told that it was the camp of the Banu Zora. Now there were around them herds and flocks such as filled the earth, and they were enemies to Al-Akil, the cousin of Al-Abbas, upon whom they made daily raids and took his cattle. Wherefore he used to pay them tribute every year, because he lacked the power to cope with them. When Al-Abbas came to the skirts of the camp, he dismounted from his destrier, and his servant Emir also dismounted, and they set down the provant, and ate their sufficiency, and rested an hour of the day. Then said the prince to his page, Fetch water from the well, and give the horses to drink, and draw up a supply for us in thy bag, by way of provision for the road. So Emir took the water skin, and made for the well. But when he came there, behold, 2 young men-slaves were leading gazelles, and when they saw him, they said to him, Whither wendest thou, O youth, and of which of the Arabs art thou? Quoth he, Harkye, lads, fill me my water skin, for that I am a stranger astray, and a farer of the way, and I have a comrade who awaiteth me. Quoth the thralls, Thou art no wayfarer, but a spy from Al-Akil's camp. Then they took him, and carried him to their king Zuhair bin Shahib, and when he came before him, he said to him, Of which of the Arabs art thou? Quoth Emir, I am a wayfarer. So Zuhair said, Whence comest thou, and whither wendest thou? And when Emir replied, I am on my way to Al-Akil. When he named Al-Akil, those who were present were excited, but Zuhair signed to them with his eyes, and asked him, What is thine errand with Al-Akil? And he answered, We would fain to see him, my friend and I. As soon as Zahir heard his words, he bade smite his neck, but his wazir said to him, Slay him not till his friend be present. So he commanded the 2 slaves to fetch his friend, whereupon they repaired to Al-Abbas and called to him, saying, O youth, answer the summons of King Zahir. He inquired, What would the king with me? And they replied, We know not. Quoth he, Who gave the king news of me? And quoth they, We went to draw water, and found a man by the well. So we questioned him of his case, but he would not acquaint us therewith. Wherefore we carried him willy-nilly to King Zahir, who asked him of his adventure, and he told him that he was going to Al-Kil. Now Al-Kil is the king's enemy, and he intended to betake himself to this camp, and make prize of his offspring, and cut off his traces. Said Al-Abbas, And what hath Al-Kil done with King Zahir? They replied, He engaged for himself that he would bring the king every year 1,000 dinars, and 1,000 she-camels, besides 1,000 head of thoroughbred steeds, and 200 black slaves, and 50 handmaids. But it hath reached the king that Al-Kil proposeth to give him naught of this, wherefore he is minded to go to him. So hasten thou with us, ere the king be wroth with thee and with us. Then said Al-Abbas to them, O youths, sit by my weapons and my stallion till I return. But they said, By Allah, thou prolongest discourse with that which beseemeth not of words. Make haste, or we will go with thy head. For indeed the king proposeth to slay thee, and to slay thy comrade, and take that which is with you. When the prince heard this, his skin bristled with rage, and he cried out at them with a cry that which made them tremble. Then he sprang upon his horse, and settling himself in the saddle, galloped till he came to the king's assembly, when he shouted at the top of his voice, saying, To horse, O horsemen! And crouched his spear at the pavilion wherein was Zahir. Now there were about the king 1,000 smiters with the sword, but Al-Abbas charged home upon them, and dispersed them from around him. And there abode none in the tent save Zahir and his wazir. Then Al-Abbas came up to the door of the tent, wherein were 24 golden doves. So he took them, after he had tumbled them down with the end of his lance. Then he called out, saying, Ho, Zahir! Doth it not suffice thee that thou hast abated Al-Kil's repute, but thou art minded to abate that of those who sojourn around about him? Knowest thou not that he is of the lieutenants of Kunda bin Hisham of the Banu Shayban, a man renowned for his prowess? Indeed, greed of his gain hath entered into thee, and envy of him hath gotten the mastery of thee. Doth it not suffice thee that thou hast orphaned his children and slain his men? By the virtue of Mustafa the chosen prophet, I will make thee drain the cup of death. So saying, he bared his brand, and smiting Zahir on his shoulder blade, caused the steel issue gleaming from his throat tendons. Then he smote the wazir, and clove his crown surrender. As he was thus, behold, Amir called out to him and said, O my lord, come help me, or I be a dead man. So Al-Abbas went up to him, guided by his voice, and found him cast down on his back and chained with 4 chains to 4 pickets of iron. He loosened his bonds and said to him, Go in front of me, O Amir. So he fared on before him a little, and presently they looked, and behold, horsemen were making to Zahir's succour, and they numbered 12,000 riders, led by Sal bin Ka'ab, bestriding a coal-black steed. He charged upon Amir, who fled from him, then upon Al-Abbas, who said, O Amir, hold fast to my horse and guard my back. The page did as he bade him, whereupon Al-Abbas cried out to the folk, and falling upon them, overthrew their braves, and slew of them some 2,000 riders, whilst not one of them knew what was to do, nor with whom he fought. Then said one of them to other, Verily, the king is slain, so with whom do we wage war? Indeed, ye flee from him, but 'twere better ye enter under his banners, or not one of you will be saved. Thereupon all dismounted, and doffing that which was upon them of war gear, came before Al-Abbas, and proffered him with allegiance, and sued for his protection. So he withheld his brand from them, and bade them gather together the spoils. Then he took the riches, and the slaves, and the camels, and they all became his lieges and his retainers, to the number, according to that which is reported, of 50,000 horses. Furthermore, the folk heard of him and flocked to him from all sides, whereupon he divided the loot amongst them, and gave largesse, and dwelt thus 3 days. And there came gifts to him. After this he bade march for Al-Kil's abiding palace. So they fared on 6 days, and on the 7th they sighted the camp. Al-Abbas bade his man Amir precede him, and give Al-Kil the good news of his cousin's coming. So he rode on to the camp, and going in to Al-Kil, acquainted him with the glad tidings of Zahir's slaughter and the conquest of his clan. Al-Kil rejoiced in the coming of Al-Abbas and the slaughter of his enemy, and all in his camp rejoiced also, and cast robes of honour upon Amir, while Al-Kil bade go forth to meet Al-Abbas, and commanded that none, great or small, free man or slave, should tarry behind. So they did his bidding, and going forth all met Al-Abbas at 3 parasangs distance from the camp. And when they met him, they dismounted from their horses, and Al-Kil and he embraced and clapped palm to palm. Then, rejoicing in the coming of Al-Abbas and the killing of their foeman, they returned to the camp, where tents were pitched for the newcomers, and skin rugs spread, and game slain, and beasts slaughtered, and royal guest meals spread. And after this fashion they abode 20 days in the enjoyment of all delight of life. On this wise fared it with Al-Abbas and his cousin Al-Kil. But as regards King Al-Aziz, when his son left him, he was desolated for him with exceeding desolation, both he and his mother. And when tidings of him tarried long, and the tryst time passed without his returning, the king caused public proclamation to be made, commanding all his troops to get ready to mount and ride forth in a quest of his son Al-Abbas. At the end of 3 days, after which no cause of hindrance or excuse would be admitted to any. So on the 4th day the king bade muster the troops, who numbered 24,000 horse, besides servants and followers. Accordingly they reared the standards, and the kettle drums beat. The general and the king set out with his power, intending for Baghdad. Nor did he cease to press forward with all diligence until he came within half a day's journey of the city, when he bade his army encamp on the green meadow. There they pitched the tents, till the lowland was straitened with them, and set up for the king a pavilion of green brocade, purfled with pearls and precious stones. When Al-Aziz had sat a while, he summoned the Mamelukes of his son Al-Abbas, and they were 25 in number, besides 10 slave girls, as they were moons. 5 of them the king had brought with him, and the other 5 he had left with the prince's mother. When the Mamelukes came before him, he cast over each and every of them a mantle of green brocade, and bade them mount similar horses of the one and same fashion, and enter Baghdad, and ask after their lord Al-Abbas. So they rode into the city, and passed through the market streets, and there remained in Baghdad nor man nor boy, but came forth to gaze on them, and divert himself with the sight of their beauty and loveliness, and the seemliness of their semblance, with the goodliness of their garments and horses, for all were even as moons. And they gave not over going till they came to the palace, where they halted, and the king looked at them, and seeing their beauty and the brilliancy of their apparel and the brightness of their faces, said, Would heaven I knew of which of the tribes these are. And he bade the eunuch bring him news of them. The castrato went out to them and questioned them of their case, whereto they replied, Return to the Lord, and inquire of him concerning Prince Al-Abbas, and he have come unto him. For that he left his sire, King Al-Aziz, a full told year ago, and indeed longing for him troubleth the king, and he hath levied a division of his army and his guards, and is come forth in quest of his son. So haply he may light upon tidings of him. Quoth the eunuch, Is there amongst you a brother of his, or a son? And quoth they, Nay, by Allah, but we are all his Mamelukes, and the purchased of his money, and his sire Al-Aziz hath sent us to make inquiry of him. Do thou go to thy lord and question him of the prince, and return to us with that which we shall answer thee? Asked the eunuch. And where is King Al-Aziz? And they answered, He is encamped in the green meadow. The eunuch returned and told the king, who said, Indeed, we have been unduly negligent with regard to Al-Abbas. What shall be our excuse with the king? By Allah, my soul suggested to me that the youth was of the sons of the kings. His wife, the lady Afifa, saw him lamenting for his neglect of Al-Abbas, and said to him, O king, what is it thou regrettest with this mighty regret? Quoth he, Thou knowest the stranger youth who gifted us with the rubies? Quoth she, Assuredly. And he, Yonder youth who have halted in the palace court are his Mamelukes, and his father, King Al-Aziz, lord of Al-Yaman, hath pitched his camp on the green meadow, for he has come with his army to seek him, and the number of his troops are 24,000 horsemen. Then he went out from her, and when she heard his words, she wept sore for him, and had compassion on his case, and sent after him, counselling him to summon the Mamelukes, and lodge them in the palace, and entertain them. The king hearkened to her ready, and dispatching the eunuch for the Mamelukes, assigned unto them a lodging, and said to them, Have patience, till the king gives you tidings of your lord Al-Abbas. When they heard his words, their eyes ran over with a rush of tears, of their mighty longing for the sight of their lord. Then the king bade the queen enter the private chamber upon the throne room, and let down the curtain before the door, so she might see and not be seen. She did this, and he summoned them to his presence, and when they stood before him, they kissed the ground to do him honour, and showed forth their courtly breeding, and magnified his dignity. He ordered them to sit, but they refused till he conjured them by their side, Lord Al-Abbas. Accordingly they sat down, and bade set before them food of various kinds of fruits and sweetmeats. Now within the lady Afifa's palace was a souterrain communicating with the pavilion of the Princess Maria. So the queen sent after her, and she came to her, whereupon she made her stand behind the curtain, and gave her to know that Al-Abbas was the son of King Al-Yaman, and that these were his Mamelukes. And she also told her that the prince's father had levied his troops, and was come with his army in quest of him, that he had pitched his camp on the green meadow, and had dispatched these Mamelukes to make inquiry of their lord. Then Maria abode, looking upon them, and upon their beauty and loveliness, and the goodliness of their raiment, till they had eaten their fill of food, and the tables were removed. Whereupon the king recounted to them the story of Al-Abbas, and they took leave of him, and went their ways. So fortuned it with the Mamelukes. But as for the Princess Maria, when she returned to her palace, she bethought herself concerning the affair of Al-Abbas, repenting of what she had done, and the love of him took root in her heart. And when the night darkened upon her, she dismissed all her women, and bringing out the letters to writ, those which Al-Abbas had written her, fell to reading them and weeping. She left not weeping her night long, and when she arose in the morning, she called a damsel of her slave girls, Shafiqa by name, and said to her, O damsel, I propose to discover to thee mine affair, and I charge thee keep my secret, which is that thou betake thyself to the house of the nurse who used to serve me, and fetch her to me, for that I have grave need of her. Accordingly, Shafiqa went out, and repairing to the nurse's house, entered, and found her clad in clothing other and richer than what she had whilome been wont to wear. So she saluted her, and asked her, Whence hadst thou this dress, than which there is no goodlier? Answered the nurse, O Shafiqa, thou deemest that I have seen no good save of thy mistress, but by Allah I have endeavoured for her destruction. I have acted righteously, seeing that she did with me what she did, and bade the eunuch beat me, without offence by me offered. So tell her that he, on whose behalf I bestirred myself with her, hath made me independent of her, and her humours, that he hath habited me in this habit, and given me 250 dinars, and promised me the like every year, and charged me to serve none of the folk. Quoth Shafiqa, My mistress hath need for thee, so come thou with me, and I will engage to restore thee to thy dwelling in safety and satisfaction. But quoth the nurse, Indeed her palace is become unlawful and forbidden to me, and never again will I enter therein. For that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, of His favour and bounty hath rendered me independent of her. Presently Shafiqa returned to her mistress, and acquainted her with the nurse's words, and that wherein she was of prosperity. Whereupon Maria confessed her unmannerly dealing with her, and repented when repentance profited her not. And she abode in that her case days and night, whilst the fire of longing flamed in her heart. On this wise happened to her. But as regards Al-Abbas, he tarried with his cousin Al-Kilb 20 days, after which he made ready for the journey to Baghdad, and bidding bring the booty he had taken from King Zahir, divided it between himself and his cousin. Then he sent out a marching Baghdad-wards, and when he came within 2 days' journey of the city, he summoned his servant Amir, and said to him, Mount thy charger, and forego me with the caravan and the cattle. So Amir took horse, and fared on till he came to Baghdad, and the season of his entering was the first of the day, nor was there in the city little child or old grey-beard, but came forth to divert himself with gazing on those flocks and herds upon the beauty of those slave girls, and their wits were bewildered at what they saw. Soon afterwards the news reached the king that the young man Al-Abbas, who had gone forth from him, was come back with booty and rarities, and black slaves, and a conquering host, and had taken up his sojourn without the city, whilst his servant Amir was presently come to Baghdad, so he might get ready for his lord dwelling places wherein he should take up his abode. When the king heard these tidings of Amir, he sent for him, and caused bring him before him. And when he entered his presence, he kissed the ground, and saluted him with the salam, and showed him his fine breeding, and greeted him with the goodliest of greetings. The king bade him raise his head, and this done, questioned him of his lord Al-Abbas, whereupon he acquainted him with his adventures, and told him that which had betided him with King Zahir, and of the army that was become at his command, and of the spoil he had secured. He also gave him to know that Al-Abbas was to arrive on the morrow, and with him more than 50,000 cavaliers obedient to his orders. When the king heard his words, he bade decorate Baghdad, and commanded the citizens to equip themselves with the richest of their apparel in honour of the coming Al-Abbas. Furthermore, he sent to give King Al-Aziz the glad tidings of his son's return, and inform him of all which he had heard from the prince's servant. When the news reached King Al-Aziz, he joyed with exceeding joy in the approach of his son, and straightway took horse, he and all his host, while the trumpets blared and the musicians played, so that the earth quaked and Baghdad also trembled. And it was a notable day. When Maria beheld all this, she repented in all possible penitence of that which she had done against Al-Abbas, and the fires of desire raged in her vitals. Meanwhile the troops sallied forth of Baghdad, and went out to meet those of Al-Abbas, who had halted in the garth called the Green Island. When he espied the approaching host, he strained his sight, and seeing horsemen coming, and troops and footmen he knew not, said to those about him, Among yonder troops are flags and banners of various kinds, but as for the great green standard ye see, 'tis the standard of my sire, the which is reserved to him and never displayed save over his head, and thus I know that he himself is come out in quest of me. And he was certified of this, he and his troops. So he fared on towards them, and when he drew near them, he knew them, and they knew him, whereupon they lighted down from their horses, and saluting him, gave him joy of his safety, and the folk flocked to him. When he came to his father, they embraced, and each greeted other a long time, whilst neither of them could utter a word, for the greatness of that which betided them of joy in reunion. Then Al-Abbas bade the folk take his horse, so they mounted, and his Mameluke surrounded him, and they entered Baghdad on the most splendid wise, and in the highest honour and glory. Now the wife of the shopkeeper, that is, the nurse, came out, and with the rest of those who flocked forth, to divert herself with gazing upon the show. And when she saw Al-Abbas, and beheld his beauty and the beauty of his host, and that which he had brought back with him of herds and slave girls, Mamelukes and negroes, she improvised and recited these couplets. Al-Abbas from the side of Akil is come, caravans and steed he hath plundered, yea, horses he brought of pure blood, whose necks ring with collars like anklets where'er they are led. With domed hoofs they pour torrent-like, as they prance through dust on the level steed, and bestriding their saddles come men of war, whose fingers play on the kettle-drum's head, and crouched are their lances that bear the points, keen-gridded, which fill every soul with dread. Who with them would fence draweth down his death, for one deadly lunge soon shall do him dead. Charge, comrades, charge ye, and give me joy, saying welcome to thee, O our dear comrade, and who joys at this meeting shall joy delight of large gifts when he from his steed shall light. End of section 35. Recording by Annie Mars. Section 36 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 36. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas, Part 5. When the troops entered Baghdad, each of them alighted in his tent, whilst Al-Abbas encamped apart on a place near the Tigris, and issued orders to slaughter for the soldiers each day that which should suffice them of oxen and sheep, and to bake them bread and spread the tables. So the folk ceased not to come to him and eat of his banquet. Furthermore, all the country people flocked to him with presents and rarities, and he requited them many times the like of their gifts, so that the lands were filled with his renown, and the fame of him was bruited abroad among the habitants of world and town. Then, as soon as he rode to the house he had bought, the shopkeeper and his wife came to him and gave him joy of his safety, whereupon he ordered them 3 head of swift steeds and thoroughbred, and 10 dromedaries, and 100 head of sheep, and clad them both in costly robes of honour. Presently he chose out 10 slave girls and 10 negro slaves, and 50 mares, and the like number of she-camels, and 300 of sheep, together with 20 ounces of musk, and as many of camphor, and sent all of this to the king of Baghdad. When the present came to Inz bin Kays, his wit fled for joy, and he was perplexed wherewith to requite him. Al-Abbas also gave gifts and largesse, and bestowed robes of honour upon noble and simple, each after the measure of his degree, save only Maria, for to her indeed he sent nothing. This was grievous to the princess, and it irked her sore that he should not remember her. So she called her slave girl Shafika, and said to her, Hie thee to Al-Abbas, and salute him, and say to him, What hindereth thee from sending my lady Maria her part of thy booty? So Shafika betook herself to him, and when she came to his door, the chamberlains refused her admission until they should have got her leave and permission. When she entered, Al-Abbas knew her, and knew that she had somewhat of speech with him. So he dismissed his Mamelukes, and asked her, What is thine errand, O handmaid of good? Answered she, O my lord, I am a slave girl of the Princess Maria, who kisseth thy hands and offereth her salutation to thee. Indeed she rejoiceth in thy safety, and blameth thee for that thou breakest her heart alone of all the folk, because thy largesse embraceth great and small. Yet hast thou not remember her with anything of thy plunder, as if thou hadst hardened thy heart against her. Quoth he, Extolled be he who turneth hearts. By Allah, my vitals were consumed with the love of her, and of my longing after her. I came forth to her from my motherland, and left my people, and my home, and my wealth, and it was with her that began the hard-heartedness and cruelty. Nevertheless, for all this I bear her no malice, and there is no help but that I send her somewhat whereby she may remember me. For that I sojourn in her country but a few days, after which I set out for the land of Al-Yaman. Then he called for a chest, and thence bringing out a necklace of Greek workmanship worth 1,000 dinars, wrapped it in a mantle of Greek silk, set with pearls and gems, and purfled with red and gold, and joined thereto a couple of caskets containing musk and ambergris. He also put off upon the girl a mantle of Greek silk, striped with gold, wherein were divers figures and portraitures depicted, never saw eyes its like. Therewithal the girl's wit fled for joy, and she went forth from his presence, and returned to her mistress. When she came into her, she acquainted her with that which she had seen of Al-Abbas, and that which was with him of servants and attendants, and set out to her the loftiness of his station, and gave her that which was with her. Maria opened the mantle, and when she saw the necklace, and indeed the place was illuminated with the lustre thereof, she looked at her slave girl, and said to her, By Allah, O Shafika, one look at him were dearer to me than all my hand possesseth. Oh, would heaven I knew what I shall do when Baghdad is empty of him, and I hear of him no news. Then she wept, and calling for ink case and paper and pen of brass, she wrote these couplets. Longsome my sorrows are, my liver's fired with ecstasy, and severance shaft hath shot me through when sorest pangs I dree. And how so could my soul forget the love I bear to you? You wards my will perforce returns, nor passion sets me free. I prison all desires I feel for fear of spies thereon. Yet tears that streak my cheek betray for every eye to see. No place of rest or joy I find to bring me life delight. No wine tastes well, no vines please however savoury. Ah me, to whom shall I complain of case and seek its cure, save unto thee whose phantom deigns to show me sight of thee? Then name me not or chide for aught I did in passion stress, with vitals gone and frame consumed by yearning malady. Secret I keep the fire of love which aye for severance burns, sworn slave to love who robs my rest and wakes me cruelly. And ceaseth not my thought to gaze upon your ghost by night, which falsing comes, and he I love still unloveth me. Would heaven ye wist the blight that I for you are doomed to bear, the love of you which tortures me with parting agony. Then read between the lines I wrote, and mark and learn their sense, for such my tale and destiny made me an outcast be. Learn eke the circumstance of love, and lover's woe nor deign divulge its mysteries to men, nor grudge its secrecy. Then she folded the scroll, and giving it to her slave girl, bade her to bear it to Al-Abbas and bring back his reply. So Shafika took the letter and carried it to the prince, after the doorkeeper had sought leave of him to admit her. When she came in to him, she found him with 5 damsels, as they were moons, clad in rich raiment and ornaments. And when he saw her, he said to her, "What is thy need, O handmaid of good?" Presently she put out her hand to him with the writ, after she had kissed it, and he bade one of his slave girls receive it from her. Then he took it from the girl, and breaking the seal, read it and comprehended its contents. Whereupon he cried, "Verily, we be Allah's, and unto him we shall return," and calling for ink case and paper, wrote these improvised couplets. I wonder seeing how they love to me, inclined while I in heart from love decline. Eke wast thou wont to say in verseful writ, "Son of the road no road to me shall find." How oft kings flock to me with mighty men, and bales on back of bukti beast they bind, and noble steeds of purest blood and all, the bore of choicest boons to me consign. Yet won no favour, then came I to woo, and the long tale of love I had designed. I fain set forth in writ of mine, with words like strings of pearls in goodly line aligned, set forth my severance griefs, tyrannic wrong, and ill device ill-suiting lover kind. How oft love clamant, craving secrecy, how oft have lovers plained and sore they pine. How many a brimming bitter cup I've quaffed, and wept my woes when speech was vain in wind. And thou, be patient, 'tis thy best discourse, and choicest medicine for mortal mind. Then unto patience worthy praise cleave thou, easy of issue and be life resigned. Nor hope thou aught of me, lest ill alloy, or aught of dross affect my blood refined. Such is my speech, read and mark and learn my say, to what thou deemest ne'er I'll tread the way. Then he folded the scroll, and sealing it, entrusted it to the damsel, who took it and bore it to her mistress. When the princess read the letter and mastered its meaning, she said, "Meseemeth he recalleth bygones to me." Then she called for pens, ink, and paper, and wrote these couplets. Love thou didst show me till I learnt its woe, then to the growth of grief did severance show. I banished joys of slumber after you, and e'en my pillow gad me wake to grow. How long in parting shall I pine with pain, while severance spies through night watch every throe? I've left my kingly couch and self withdrew therefrom, and taught mine eyes sleep to unknow. 'Twas thou didst teach me what I ne'er can bear, then didst thou waste my frame with parting blow. By oath I swear thee, blame and chide me not, be kind to mourner love hath stricken low. For parting rigours drive him nearer still, to narrow home ere clad in shroud for clo. Have ruth on me, since love laid waste my frame, mid thralls enrolled me and lit fires that flame. Maria rolled up the letter and gave it to Shafika, bidding her bear it to Al-Abbas. Accordingly she took it, and going with it to his door, proceeded to enter, but the chamberlains and serving men forbade her, till they had obtained her leave from the prince. When she went to him, she found him sitting in the midst of the 5 damsels before mentioned, whom his father had brought for him. So she gave him the letter, and he tore it open and read it. Then he bade one of the damsels, whose name was Kafifa, and who had come from the land of China, tune her lute and sing anent separation. Thereupon she came forward, and tuning her lute, played thereon in 24 modes. After which she returned to the first and sang these couplets. Our friends, when leaving us on parting day, drave us in wolds of severance grief to stray. When bound the camels' litters bearing them, and cries of drivers urged them on their way, outrushed my tears, despair get hold of me, and sleep betrayed mine eyes to wake a prey. The day they went I wept, but showed no ruth, the severance spy and flared the flames alway. Alas for lowe of love that fires me still, alack for pine that melts my heart away. To whom shall I complain of care, When thou art gone, nor fain a pillow head I lay. And day by day love's ardours grow on me, and far's the tent that holds my fondest May. O breeze, O heaven, bear for me a charge, nor traitor light my troth in love betray. Whene'er thou breathest o'er the loved one's land, greet him with choice salam from me, I pray. Dust him with musk and powdered ambergris, while time endures, such is my wish for aye. When the damsel had made an end of her song, Al-Abbas swooned, and they sprinkled on him musk rose water, till he recovered from his fainting fit. When he called another damsel, now there was on her of linen and raiment and ornaments that which undoeth description, and she was a model of beauty and brightness and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, such as shame the crescent moon, and she was a Turkish girl from the land of Rome, and her name was Hafizah. And he said to her, O Hafizah, close thine eyes and tune thy lute, and sing to us upon the day of severance. She answered him, To hear is to obey, and taking the lute, tightened its strings, and cried out from her head in a plaintive voice, and sung these couplets. My friends, tear flow in painful mockery, and sick my heart from parting agony. My frame is wasted and my vitals wrung, and love fires grow and I set tear floods free. And then the fire burns high beneath my ribs, with tears I quench it as sad day I see. Love left me wasted, baffled, pain begone, sore frightened but to spying enemy. When I recall sweet union with their loves, I chase dear sleep from sick frame of me. Long as our parting lasts the rival joys, and spies with fearful prudence gain their gee. I fear me for my sickly languorous frame, lest dread of parting slay me incontinently. When Hafizah had ended her song, Al-Abbas cried to her, Brava! Verily thou quickenest hearts from griefs. Then he called another maiden of the daughters of Dailam, by name Marjana, and said to her, O Marjana, sing to me upon the days of parting. She said, hearing and obeying, and recited these couplets. Cleave to fair patience, patience gendereth weal, such is the ready to us all sages deal. How oft I planned the low of grief and love, mid passions cast my soul in sore unheal. How oft I waked and drained the bitter cup, and watched the stars, nor sleep mine eyes would seal. Enough it were, and deal you grace to me, in wit a morn, and God no hope to feel. By thoughts which probed its depths would sear my heart, and start from our streams that ever seal. Nor cease I suffering in baleful doom and nights, wakeful and heart by sorrows rent piecemeal. By Allah purge my soul from love of you. When all new secrets cared I not reveal, I march tomorrow from your country, and haply you'll speed me nor fear aught unweal. And when in person you be far from us, would heaven we knew you shall your news reveal. Who kens if home will e'er us two contain, in dearest life with union naught can stain. When Marjana had made an end of her song, the prince said to her, Brava, O damsel, indeed thou sayest a thing which had occurred to my mind, and my tongue was near to speaking it. Then he signed to the fourth damsel, who was a Karen, by name Sid al-Hussein, and bade her tune her lute and sing to him upon the same theme. So the Lady of Beauty tuned her lute and sang these couplets. Patience is blessed, for weal comes after woe, and all things states to time and ordinance show. Haps the Sultan hight fortune prove unjust, shifting the times, and man excuse shall know. Bitter and sweet, sweet in law of change, and after crookedness things straightest grow. Then guard thine honour, nor to any save, the noble knowledge of the hid bestow. These be vicissitudes the Lord commands, poor men endure, the sinner and the low. When Al-Abbas heard her make an end of her verses, they pleased him, and he said to her, Brava, O Sid al-Hussein! Indeed, thou hast done away with anxiety from my heart, and hast banished the things which had occurred to my thought. Then he sighed, and signing to the fifth damsel, who was from the land of the Persians, and whose name was Messiah. Now she was the fairest of them all, and the sweetest of speech, and she was like unto a lustrous star, a model of beauty and loveliness and perfection, and brightness and justness of shape, and symmetric grace, and had a face like the new moon, and eyes as they were gazelle's eyes, and said to her, O Messiah, come forward and tune thy lute, and sing to us on the same theme. For indeed we are resolved upon faring to the land of Al-Yaman. Now this maiden had met many of the monarchs, and had foregathered with the great. So she tuned her lute, and sang these couplets. Friend of my heart, why leave thou lone and desolate these eyne? Fair union of our lots ne'er failed this sitting stead of mine. And who dwellest singly in the heart and sprite of me, be I thy ransom, desolate for loss of friend I pine. By Allah, O thou richest form in charms and loveliness, give alms to lover who can show of patience ne'er a sign, alms of what passed between us tway, which ne'er will I divulge, of privacy between us tway, that man shall ne'er divine. Grant me approval of my Lord, whereby to overwhelm the foe, and let my straitness pass away, and doubtful thoughts malign. Approve of thee, and gain the meed, for me high rank shall gain, and show me robed in richest weed to eyes of envy fain. End of section 36. Recording by Annie Mars. Section 37 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 37. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas. Part 6. When she had ended her song, all who were in the assembly wept for the daintiness of her delivery and the sweetness of her speech. And Al-Abbas said to her, Brava, O Messiah! Indeed, thou bewilderest the wits with the beauty of thy verse and the polish of thy speech. All this while Shafiqah abode gazing upon her, and when she beheld the slave girls of Al-Abbas, and considered the charms of their clothing, and the subtlety of their senses, and the delicacy of their delivery, her reason flew from her head. Then she sought leave of Al-Abbas, and returning to her mistress Maria, sans letter or reply, acquainted her with what she had espied of the damsels, and described to her the condition wherein he was of honour and delight, majesty, venerance, and loftiness of rank. Lastly, she enlarged upon what she had seen of the slave girls, and their case, and that which they had said, and how they had incited Al-Abbas anent returning to his own country by the recitation of songs to the sound of the strings. When the princess heard this, her slave girl's report, she wept and wailed, and was like to leave the world. Then she took to her pillow and said, O Shafiqah, I will inform thee of a something which is not hidden from Allah the Most High, and 'tis that thou watch over me till the Almighty decree the accomplishment of his destiny. And when my days are ended, take thou the necklace and the mantle with which Al-Abbas gifted me, and return them to him. I deem not he will survive me. And if the Lord of all might determine against him, and his days come to an end, do thou give one charge to shroud us and entomb us both in one tomb. Then her case changed, and her colour waxed wan, and when Shafiqah saw her mistress in this plight, she repaired to her mother, and told her that the Lady Maria refused meat and drink. Asked the queen, Since when hath this befallen her? And Shafiqa answered, Since yesterday's date, whereat the mother was confounded, and betaking herself to her daughter that she might inquire into her case, lo and behold, found her as one dying. So she sat down at her head, and Maria opened her eyes, and seeing her mother sitting by her, sat up for shame before her. The queen questioned her of her case, and she said, I entered the hammam, and it stupefied me, and prostrated me, and left me in my head an exceeding pain, but I trust in Allah Almighty that it will cease. Then her mother went out from her. Maria took to chiding the damsel for that which she had done, and said to her, Verily, death were dearer to me than this, so discover thou not my affair to any, and I charge thee return not to the like of this fashion. Then she fainted and lay swooning for a whole hour, and when she came to herself, she saw Shafiqa weeping over her, whereupon she plucked the necklace from her neck and the mantle from her body, and said to the damsel, Lay them in a damask napkin, and bear them to Al-Abbas, and acquaint him with that wherein I am for the stress of severance and the strain of forbiddance. So Shafiqa took them and carried them to Al-Abbas, whom she found in readiness to depart, and being about to take horse for Al-Yaman, she went to him and gave him the napkin and that which was therein. And when he opened it and saw what it contained, namely the mantle and the necklace, his chagrin was excessive, and his eyes turned in his head, and his rage shot out of them. When Shafiqa saw that which betided him, she came forward and said to him, O bountiful Lord, verily my mistress returneth not the mantle and the necklace for despite, but she is about to quit this world, and thou hast the best right to them. Asked he, What is the cause of this? And Shafiqa answered, Thou knowest. By Allah, never among the Arabs or the Ajams, nor among the sons of the kings, saw I a harder heart than thou. Can it be a slightest matter to thee that thou troublest Maria's life, and causest her to mourn for herself, and quit the world for the sake of thy youth? Thou wast the cause of her acquaintance with thee, and now she departeth this life on thine account. She whose like Allah Almighty hath not created among the daughters of the king. When Al-Abbas heard from the damsel these words, his heart burned for Maria, and her case was not light to him. So he said to Shafiqa, Canst thou bring me in company with her, so haply I may discover her concern, and allay whatso aileth her? Said she, Yes, I can do that, and thine will be the bounty and thy favour. So he arose and followed her, and she preceded him till they came to the palace. Then she opened and locked behind them 24 doors, and made them fast with padlocks. And then he came to Maria. He found her as she were the downing sun, strewn upon a tafe rug of perfumed leather, surrounded by cushions stuffed with ostrich down, and not a limb of her quivered. When her maid saw her in this state, she offered to cry out, but Al-Abbas said to her, Do it not, but have patience till we discover her affair, and if Allah, be he extolled and exalted, have decreed her death, wait till thou have opened the doors to me, and I have gone forth, then do what seemeth good to thee. So saying, he went up to the princess, and laying his hand upon her bosom, found her heart fluttering like a doveling, and the life yet hanging to her breast. So he placed his hand on her cheek, whereat she opened her eyes, and beckoning to her maid, said to her by signs, Who is this that treadeth my carpet, and transgresseth against me? O my lady, cried Shafiqa, this is Prince Al-Abbas, for whose sake thou forsakest the world. When Maria heard speak of Al-Abbas, she raised her hand from under the coverlet, and laying it upon his neck, inhaled a while his scent. Then she sat up, and her complexion returned to her, and they abode talking till a third part of the night was past. Presently the princess turned to her handmaid, and bade her fetch them somewhat of food, sweetmeats and fruits, fresh and dry. So Shafiqa brought what she desired, and they ate and drank, and abode on this wise without lewdness, till night went and light came. Then said Al-Abbas, Indeed the morn breaketh. shall I hie to my sire, and bid him to go to thy father, and seek of him in wedlock for me, in accordance with the book of Allah Almighty, and the practice of his apostle, whom may he save and assain, so we may not enter into transgression. And Maria answered, saying, By Allah, 'tis well counselled of thee. So he went away to his lodging, and naught befell between them. And when the day lightened, she recited these couplets. O friends, morn breeze with morn draws on amain. A voice bespeaks us, gladdening us with pain. Up to the convent where our friend will sight, and wine more subtle than the dust will drain, whereon our friend spent all the coin he owned, and made the nursling in his cloak contain. And when we up the jar light opaline, struck down the singers in its search were lain. From all sides flocking came the convent monks, crying at top of voices, welcome fain. And we carousing sat, and cups went round, till rose the Venus star o'er eastern plain. No shame in drinking wine, which means good cheer, and love and promise of prophetic strain. Ho thou the morn, our unions sundering, these joyous hours to find thou dost constrain. Show grace to us until our pleasures end, and latest drop of joy for friends we gain. You have affection candid and sincere, and love and joy our best of faiths for men. Such was the case with Maria, but as regards Al-Abbas, he betook himself to his father's camp, which was pitched on the green meadow by the Tigris side, and none might thread his way between the tents, for the dense network of the tent ropes. When the prince reached the first of the pavilions, the guards and servants came out to meet him from all sides, and walked in his service till he drew near the sitting place of his sire, who knew of his approach. So he issued forth his marquis, and coming to meet his son, kissed him and made much of him. Then they returned together to the royal pavilion, and when they had seated themselves therein, and the guards had taken up their station in attendance on them, the king said to Al-Abbas, O my son, get ready thine affair, so we may go to our own land, for that the lieges in our absence are become as they were sheep lacking shepherd. Al-Abbas looked at his father, and wept till he fainted, and when he recovered from his fit, he improvised and recited these couplets. I embraced him, and straight I waxed drunk with the smell of a fresh young branch wont in wealth to dwell. Yea, drunken, but not by the wine, nay, 'twas by draughts from his lips that like wine cups well. For beauty wrote on his cheek's fair page, O his charms take refuge for danger fell. Mine eyes be easy since him ye saw, nor mote more blearness with you shall mell. In him beauty showeth frail first to fine, and bindeth on heart's bonds unfrangible. And thou call thyself with his cheek of light, thou find but jasper or in stell. The chiders came and reproached me when, from longing and pining my heart befell. But I fear not, I end not, I turn me not from his life, let tell tale his tale even tell. By Allah, forgetting ne'er crossed my thought, while by lifetime bound, or when ends my spell. And I live, I will live in this love, and I die of love and longing, I'll cry, 'tis well. Now when Al-Abbas had ended his verses, his father said to him, I seek refuge for thee with Allah, O my son. Hast thou any want thou art powerless to win? So I may endeavour for thee therein, and lavish my treasures in its quest. Cried Al-Abbas, O my papa, I have indeed an urgent need, on whose account I came forth of my motherland, and left my people and my home, and affronted perils and horrors, and became an exile, and I trust in Allah that it may be accomplished by thy magnanimous endeavour. Quoth the king, What is it thy want? And quoth Al-Abbas, I would have thee go and ask for me to wife Maria, daughter of the king of Baghdad, and for that my heart is distracted with love for her. And then he recounted to his father his adventure from first to last. And when the king heard from his son, he rose to his feet, and calling for his charger of parade, took horse with 24 emirs of the chief officers of his empire. Then he betook himself to the palace of the king of Baghdad, who, when he saw him coming, bade his chamberlains open the doors to them, and going down himself to meet them, received him with all honour and hospitality, and carried him and his into the palace. Then causing make ready for them carpets and cushions, sat down upon his golden throne, and seated the guest by his side upon a chair of gold, framed in juniper wood, set with pearls and jewels. Presently he made bring sweetmeats, and confections, and scents, and commanded to slaughter 24 head of sheep, and the like of oxen, and make ready geese and chickens and pigeons, stuffed and boiled, and spread the tables. Nor was it long before the meats were served up in vessels of gold and silver. So when they ate their sufficiency, and when they had eaten their fill, the tables were removed, and the wine service set on, and the cups and flagons ranged in ranks, whilst the Mamelukes and the fair slave girls sat down, the zones of gold about their wrists, studded with all manner of pearls, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and other jewels. Moreover, the king bade fetch the musicians, so there presented themselves before him 20 damsels with lutes, psalteries, and viols, and smote upon instruments of music, playing and performing on such wise that they moved the assembly to delight. Then said Al-Aziz to the king of Baghdad, I would fain speak a word to thee, but do thou not exclude from us those who are present. As thou consent unto my wish, thine is ours, and on thee shall be whatso is on us, and we shall be to thee a mighty forum against all unfriends and foes. Quoth Inz bin Kays, so what thou wilt, O king, for indeed thou excellest in speech, and in whatso thou sayest dost hit the mark. So Al-Aziz said to him, I desire that thou marry thy daughter Maria to my son Al-Abbas, for thou knowest that he hath of beauty and loveliness, brightness and perfect grace, and in his frequentation of the valiant, and in his constancy in the stead of cut and thrust. Said Inz bin Kays, by Allah, O king, of my love for Maria I have appointed her mistress of her own hand. Accordingly, whomever she chooseth of the folk, to him will I wed her. Then he arose to his feet, and going in to his daughter, found her mother with her. So he set out to them the case, and Maria said, O papa, my wish followeth thy word, and my will ensueth thy will. So whatsoever thou choosest, I am obedient to thee, and under thy dominion. Therewith the king knew that Maria inclined to Al-Abbas, and therefore returned forthright to King Al-Aziz, and said to him, May Allah amend the king. Verily the wish is one, and there is no opposition to that thou commandest. Quoth Al-Aziz, by Allah's leave our wish is one. How deemest thou, O king, of fetching Al-Abbas, and documenting the marriage contract between Maria and him? And quoth Inz bin Kays, thine be read. So Al-Aziz sent after his son, and acquainted him with that which had passed. Whereupon Al-Abbas called for 24 mules, and 10 horses, and as many camels, and loaded the mules with fathom-long pieces of silk, and rugs of leather, and boxes of camphor and musk, and the camels and horses with chests of gold and silver. He took the richest of the stuffs, and wrapping them in wrappers of gold purfled silk, led them on the heads of porters. And they fared on with the treasures till they reached the king of Baghdad's palace, whereupon all who were present dismounted in honour of Al-Abbas, and escorting him in a body to the presence of Inz bin Kays, displayed to the king all that they had with them of things of price. The king bade carry all this into the storerooms of the harem, and sent for the qazis and the witnesses, who wrote the contract and married Maria to Al-Abbas. Whereupon the prince commanded slaughter 1,000 head of sheep and 500 buffaloes. So they spread the bride feast, and bade hereto all the tribes of the Arabs, men of tents and men of towns, and the banquet continued for the space of 10 days. Then Al-Abbas went into Maria in a commendable and auspicious hour, and lay with her, and found her a pearl unthridden, and a goodly filly no rider had ridden. Wherefore he rejoiced, and was glad, and made merry, and care and sorrow ceased from him, and his life was pleasant, and trouble departed, and he ceased not abiding with her in the most joyful case, and in the most easeful of life, till 7 days were past, when King Al-Aziz resolved to set out, and return to his realm, and bade his son to seek leave of his father-in-law to depart with his wife to his own country. So Al-Abbas spoke of this to King Inz, who granted him the permission he sought, whereupon he chose out a red camel, taller and more valuable than the rest of the camels, and loading it with apparel and ornaments, mounted Maria in a litter thereon. Then they spread the ensigns and the standards, whilst kettle drums beat and the trumpets blared, and set out upon the homewards way. The king of Baghdad rode forth with them, and accompanied them 3 days' journey on their route, after which he farewelled them, and returned with his troops to Baghdad. As for King Al-Aziz and his son, they fared on night and day, and gave not over going till there remained but 3 days' journey between them and Al-Yaman, when they dispatched 3 men of the couriers to the prince's mother to report that they were bringing with them Maria, the king's daughter of Baghdad, and returning safe and laden with spoil. When the queen mother heard this, her wit took wings for joy, and she adorned the slave girls of Al-Abbas after the finest fashion. Now he had 10 handmaids, as they were moons, whereon his father had carried 5 with him to Baghdad, as hath erst been set forth, and the remaining 5 abode with his mother. When the dromedary post came, they were certified of the approach of Al-Abbas, and when the sun easted and their flags were seen flaunting, the prince's mother came out to meet her son. Nor on that day was there great or small, boy or greybeard, but went forth to greet the king. Then the kettle drums of glad tidings beat, and they entered in the utmost of pomp and the extreme of magnificence, so that the tribes and the townspeople heard of them, and brought them the richest of gifts and the rarest of presents, and the prince's mother rejoiced with joy exceeding. They butchered beasts, and spread mighty bride feasts for the people, and kindled fires, that it might be visible afar to townsmen and tribesmen, that this was the house of hospitality, and the stead of the wedding festival, to the intent that if any passed them by, it should be of his own sin against himself. So the folk came to them from all districts and quarters, and in this way they abode days and months. Presently the prince's mother bade fetch the 5 slave girls to that assembly, whereupon they came, and the 10 damsels met. The queen seated 5 of them on her son's right hand, and the other 5 on his left, and the folk gathered around them. Then she bade the 5 who had remained with her speak forth somewhat of poesy, so they might entertain therewith the seance, and that Al-Abbas might rejoice thereat. Now she had clad them in the costliest of clothes, and adorned them with trinkets and ornaments, and moulded work of gold and silver, and collars of gold, wrought with pearls and gems. So they paced forward with harps and lutes and zithers and recorders and other instruments of music before them. And one of them, a damsel came from the land of China, and whose name was Ba'utha, advanced and screwed up the strings of her lute. Then she cried out from the top of her head, and recited these couplets. Indeed your land returned when you returned, to whilom light which overgrew its gloom. Green grew the land that was afore dust brown, and fruits that failed again showed ripening bloom. And clouds rained treasures after rain had lacked, and plenty poured from earth's reopening womb. Then ceased the woes, my lords, that gade us weep, with tears like dragon's blood our severance doom, whose length by Allah made me yeam and pine. Would heaven, O lady mine, I were thy groom. End of section 37. Recording by Annie Mars. Section 38 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 38. Tale of King Inz bin Kays and his daughter with the son of King Al-Abbas, Part 7. When she had ended her song, all who were present were delighted, and Al-Abbas rejoiced in this. Then he bade the second damsel sing somewhat on the same theme. So she came forward, and tightening the strings of her harp, which was of balass ruby, raised her voice in a plaintive air and improvised these couplets. Brought the courier glad news of our absentees, to please us through those who had wrought us unease. Cried I, my life ransomed thee, messenger man. Thou hast kept thy faith, thy boons are these. And the nightlet of union in you we joyed, when fared you naught would our grief appease. You swear that folk would to folk be true, and you kept your oaths as good faith decrees. To you made I oath, true lover am I. Heaven guard me when sworn from all perjuries. I fared to meet you, and loud I cried, Aha, fair welcome, when come you please. And I joyed to meet you, and when you came, decked all the dwelling with tapestries. And death in your absence to us was dight, but your presence bringeth us life and light. When she made an end of her verse, Al-Abbas bade the third damsel, who came from Samarkand of Ajam land, and whose name was Ramana, sing, and she answered, To hear is to obey. Then she took the zither, and crying out from the midst of her head, recited and sang these couplets. My watering mouth declares thy myrtle cheek my food to be, and calm my lips thy side-faced rose, who lily art to me. And twixt the June and down there shows the fairest flower that blooms, whose fruitage is Granado's fruit with all Granado's blee. Forget my lids of eyne their sleep for magic eyes of him, nor since he fared but drowsy charms and languorous air I see. He shot me down with shaft of glance from bow of eyebrow sped. What chamberlain betwixt his eyes guard all my pleasure flee? Haply shall heart of me seduce his heart by weakness force, e'en as his own seductive grace guard me love ailment dree. For and by him forgotten be our pact and covenant. I have a king who will never forget my memory. His sides bemock the bending charms of waving tamarisk, and in this beauty pride he walks, as drunk with coquetry. His feet and legs be feather light whene'er he deigns to run, and did any ride the wind except 'twere Solomon. Therewith Al-Abbas smiled, and her verses pleased him. Then he bade the fourth damsel come forward and sing. Now she was from the Sundown land, and her name was Balaksha. So she came forward, and taking the lute and the zither, tuned the strings and smote them in many modes. Then she returned to the first, and improvising sang these couplets. When to the seance for all pleasure hied, thy lamping eyes illumed its every side, while playing round us o'er the wineful bowl, those necklace pearls old wine with pleasure plied, till wits the wisest drunken by her grace, betrayed for joyous secrets sages hide, and seen the cup we bade it circle round, while sun and moon spread radiance side and wide. We raised for lover veil of love perforce, and came glad tidings which new joys applied. Loud sang the camel guide, one was our wish, nor was the secret by the spy espied. And when my days were blessed by union bliss, and to all parting time was aid denied, each bode the other, clear of meddling spy, nor feared we hate of foe or neighbour pride. The sky was bright, friends came and severance fared, and love in union reigned boons multiplied. Saying fulfill fair union all are gone, rivals and fears less shaming foe deride. Friends now conjoined are, wrong passed away, and meeting cup goes round and joys abide. on you by Allah's peace with every boon, till end the dooming years and time and tide. When Balaksha had ended her verse, all present were moved to delight, and Al-Abbas said to her, "Brava, O damsel!" Then he bade the fifth damsel come forward and sing. Now she was from the land of Syria, and her name was Rayhana. She was passing her voice, and when she appeared in an assembly, all eyes were fixed upon her. So she came forward, and taking the viol, for she was used to play upon all instruments, recited and sang these couplets. Your mewards coming I hail to sight, your look is joy driving woe from spite. With you love is blessed, pure and white of soul, life sweet and my planet grows green and bright. By Allah you wards my pine ne'er ceased, and your like is rare and right worthy height. Ask my eyes, and ere since the day ye went, they tasted sleep, looked on lover white. My heart by the parting day was broke, and my wasted body betrays my plight. Could my blamers see in what grief am I, they had wept in wonder my loss, my blight. They had joined me in shedding torrential tears, and like me a morn had shown thin and slight. How long for your love shall your lover bear this weight o'er much for the hill's strong height? By Allah, what then for your sake was doomed to my heart, a heart by its woes turned white, and showed I the fires that I flare in me. They had flamed eastern world and earth's western sight. But after this is my love fulfilled with joy and gladness and mere delight. And the Lord who scattered hath brought us back, for who doeth good shall of good ne'er lack. When King Al-Aziz heard the damsel's song, both words and verses pleased him, and he said to Al-Abbas, O my son, verily long versifying hath tied these damsels, and indeed they make us yearn after the houses and the homesteads with the beauty of their songs. These five have adorned our meeting with the charm of their melodies, and have done well in that which they have said before those who are present. So we counsel thee to free them for the love of Allah Almighty. Quoth Al-Abbas, There is no command but thy command. And he enfranchised the 10 damsels in the assembly, whereupon they kissed the hands of the king and his son, and prostrated themselves in thanksgiving to the Lord of all might. Then they put off that which was upon them of ornaments, and laying aside the lutes and other instruments of music, kept to their houses like modest women, and veiled, and fared not forth. As for King Al-Aziz, he lived after this 7 years, and was removed to the mercy of Almighty Allah, when his son Al-Abbas bore him forth to burial, as beseemeth kings, and let make for him perlections and professional recitations of the Quran. He kept up the mourning of his father during 4 successive weeks, and when a full 12 months had elapsed, he sat down on the throne of kingship, and judged, and did justice, and distributed silver and gold, and also loosed all who were in the jails, and abolished grievances and customs due, and righted the oppressed of the oppressors. So the lieges prayed for him, and loved him, and invoked on him endurance of glory, and continuance of kingship, and length of life, and eternity of prosperity and happiness. The troops submitted to him, and the hosts from all parts of the kingdom, and there came to him presents from each and every land. The kings obeyed him, and many were his warriors and his grandees. And his subjects lived with him the most easeful of lives, and the most delightsome. Meanwhile he ceased not, he and his beloved Queen Maria, in the most enjoyable of life, and the pleasantest, and he vouchsafed by her children, and indeed there befell friendship and affection between them, and the longer their companionship was prolonged, the more their love waxed, so that they became unable to endure from each other a single hour, save the time of his going forth to the divan, when he would return to her in the liveliest that might be of longing. And after this fashion they abode in all solace of life and satisfaction, till there came to them the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies. So extolled be the Eternal, whose sway endureth for ever and aye, who never unheedeth, neither dieth nor sleepeth. This is all that hath come down to us of their tale, and so the peace. End of section 38. Recording by Annie Mars.
Section number 39 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 39. Shahrazad and Shahryar. King Shahryar marveled at the history, and said, By Allah, verily injustice slayeth its folk. And he was edified by that, wherewith Shahrazad bespoke him, and sought help of Allah the Most High. Then said he to her, Tell me another of thy tales, O Shahrazad. Supply me with a pleasant story, and this shall be the completion of the story-telling. Shahrazad replied, With love and gladness. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that a man once declared to his mates, I will set forth to you a means of security against annoy. A friend of mine once related to me and said, We attained to security against annoy, and the origin of it was other than this. That is, it was the following. End of section 39. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 40 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 12, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 40. Tale of the Two Kings and the Wazir's Daughters. I over-traveled whilom lands and climes and towns, and visited the cities of high renown, and traversed the ways of dangers and hardships. Towards the last of my life, I entered a city of the cities of China, wherein was a king of the Chosroes and the Tobas and the Caesars. Now that city had been peopled with its inhabitants by means of justice and equity, but its then king was a tyrant dire who despoiled lives and souls at his desire. In fine, there is no warming oneself at his fire, for that indeed he oppressed the believing band and wasted the land. Now he had a younger brother who was king in Samarcand of the Persians, and the two kings sojourned a while of time, each in his own city and stead, till they yearned unto each other, and the elder king dispatched his wazir to fetch his younger brother. When the minister came to the king of Samarcand and acquainted him with his errand, he submitted himself to the bidding of his brother and answered, To hear is to obey. Then he equipped himself and made ready for wayfare and brought forth his tents and pavilions. A while after midnight he went in to his wife that he might farewell her, and found her with a strange man, lying by her in one bed. So he slew them both, and dragging them out by the feet, cast them away, and set forth on his march. When he came to his brother's court, the elder king rejoiced in him with joy exceeding, and lodged him in the pavilion of hospitality beside his own palace. Now this pavilion overlooked a flower garden belonging to the elder brother, and there the younger abode with him some days. Then he called to mind that which his wife had done with him, and remembered her slaughter, and bethought him how he was a king, yet was not exempt from the shifts of time, and this affected him with exceeding effect, so that it drave him to abstain from meat and drink, or, if he ate anything, it profited him not. When his brother saw him on such wise, he deemed that this had betided him by reason of severance from his folk and family, and said to him, Come, let us fare forth a coursing and a hunting. But he refused to go with him, so the elder brother went to the chase, while the younger abode in the pavilion aforesaid. Now, as he was diverting himself by looking out upon the flower garden from the latticed window of the palace, behold, he saw his brother's wife, and with her 10 black slaves and 10 slave girls. Each slave laid hold of a damsel, and another slave came forth, and did the like with the queen. And when they had their wills, one of other, they all returned whence they came. Hereat there betided the king of Samarcand exceeding surprise and solace, and he was made whole of his malady, little by little. After a few days his brother returned, and finding him cured of his complaint, said to him, Tell me, O my brother, what was the cause of thy sickness and thy pallor, and what is the reason of the return of health to thee, and of rosiness to thy face after this? So he acquainted him with the whole case, and this was grievous to him. But they hid their affair, and agreed to leave the kingship and fare forth a pilgrimaging and adventuring at haphazard, for they deemed that there had befallen none the like of what had befallen them. Accordingly they went forth, and as they journeyed, they saw by the way a woman imprisoned in 7 chests, whereon were 5 padlocks, and sunken deep in the midst of the salt sea, under the guardianship of an Ifrit. Yet for all this that woman issued out of the ocean, and opened those padlocks, and coming forth of those chests, did what she would with the 2 brothers, after she had practiced upon the Ifrit. When the 2 kings saw that woman's fashion, and how she circumvented the Ifrit, who had lodged her in the abyss of the main, they turned back to their kingdoms, and the younger betook himself to Samarcand, whilst the elder returned to China, and contrived for himself a custom in the slaughter of damsels, which was, his wazir used to bring him every night a girl, with whom he lay that night, and when he arose in the morning, he gave her to the minister, and bade him do her die. After this fashion he abode a long time, whilst the folk murmured, and God's creatures were destroyed, and the commons cried out by reason of that grievous affair into which they were fallen, and feared the wrath of Allah Almighty, dreading lest he destroy them by means of this. Still the king persisted in that practice, and in his blameworthy intent of the killing of damsels, and the despoilment of maidens concealed by veils. Wherefore the girls sought succor of the Lord of all might, and complained to him of the tyranny of the king and of his oppression. Now the king's wazir had 2 daughters, sisters German, the elder of whom had read the books and made herself mistress of the sciences, and studied the writings of the sages and the stories of the cup companions, and she was a maiden of abundant lore and knowledge galore, and wit than which naught can be more. She heard that which the folk suffered from that king in his missuage of their children, whereupon ruth for them got hold of her, and jealousy, and she besought Allah Almighty that he would bring the king to renounce that his new and accursed custom, and the Lord answered her prayer. Then she consulted her younger sister, and said to her, I mean to devise a device for freeing the children of folk, to wit, I will go up to the king and offer myself to marry him, and when I come to his presence I will send to fetch thee. When thou comest in to me, and the king had his carnal will of me, do thou say to me, O my sister, let me hear a story of thy goodly stories, wherewith we may beguile the waking hours of our night, till the dawn, when we take leave of each other, and let the king hear it likewise. The other replied, 'Tis well, for sure this contrivance will deter the king from this innovation he practiseth, and thou shalt be requited with favor exceeding, and recompense abounding in the world to come. For that indeed thou perilest thy life, and wilt either perish or win to thy wish. So she did this, and fortune favored her, and the divine direction was vouchsafed to her, and she discovered her design to her sire, the Wazir, who thereupon forbade her, fearing her slaughter. However, she repeated her words to him a second time and a third, but he consented not. Then he cited to her a parable which should deter her, and she cited to him a parable of import contrary to his, and the debate was prolonged between them, and the adducing of instances, till her father saw that he was powerless to turn her from her purpose, and she said to him, There is no help but that I marry the king, so haply I may be a sacrifice for the children of the Moslems. Either I shall turn him from this his heresy, or I shall die. When the minister despaired of dissuading her, he went up to the king and acquainted him with the case, saying, I have a maiden daughter, and she desireth to give herself in free gift to the king. Quoth the king, How can thy soul consent to this? Seeing that thou knowest I abide but a single night with the girl, and when I arise on the morrow, I do her dead, and 'tis thou who slayest her, and again thou hast done this. Quoth the Wazir, Know, O king, that I have set forth all this to her, yet consented she not to aught, but needs she must have thy company, and she chooseth to come to thee and present herself before thee. Albeit I have cited to her the sayings of the sages, but she hath answered me with more than that which I said to her, and contrariwise. Then quoth the king, Suffer her visit me this night, and tomorrow morning come thou and take her and kill her, and by Allah, an thou slay her not, I will slay thee and her also. The minister obeyed the king's bidding, and going out from their presence returned home. When it was night, he took his elder daughter and carried her up to the king, and when she came before him she wept. Whereupon he asked her, What causeth thee to weep? Indeed, 'twas thou who willest this. She answered, I weep not but of longing after my little sister, for that since we grew up, I and she, I have never been parted from her till this day. So, and it pleased the king to send for her, that I may look on her and listen to her speech, and take my fill of her till the morning, this were a boon and an act of kindness of the king. So he bade fetch the damsel, and she came. Then there befell that which befell of his union with the elder sister, and when he went up to his couch, that he might sleep, the younger sister said to her elder, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be not asleep, tell us a tale of thy goodly tales, wherewith we may beguile the watches of our night, ere day dawn and parting. Said she, with love and gladness, and fell to relating to her, whilst the king listened. Her story was goodly and delectable, and whilst she was in the midst of telling it, the dawn brake. Now the king's heart clave to the hearing of the rest of the story, so he respited her till the morrow, and when it was the next night, she told him a tale concerning the marvels of the land and the wonders of Allah's creatures, which was yet stranger and rarer than the first. In the midst of the recital appeared the day, and she was silent from the permitted say. So he let her live till the following night, that he might hear the end of the history, and after that slay her. On this wise it fortuned with her, but as regards the people of the city, they rejoiced and were glad, and blessed the Wazir's daughters, marveling that 3 days had passed, and that the king had not put his bride to death, and exulting in that he had returned to the ways of righteousness, and would never again burthen himself with blood guilt against any of the maidens of the city. Then, on the 4th night, she related to him a still more extraordinary adventure, and on the 5th night she told him anecdotes of kings and wazirs and notables. Brief, she ceased not to entertain him many days and nights, while the king still said to himself, When as I shall have heard the end of the tale, I will do her die. And the people redoubled their marvel and admiration. Also, the folk of the circuits and cities heard of this thing, to wit, that the king had turned from his custom, and from that which he had imposed upon himself, and had renounced as heresy. Wherefore they rejoiced, and the lieges returned to the capital, and took up their abode therein, after they had departed thence. And they were constant in prayer to Allah Almighty, that he would stablish the king in his present stead. And this, said Shahrazad, is the end of that which my friend related to me. Quoth Shahryar, O Shahrazad, finish for us the tale thy friend told thee, inasmuch as it resembleth the story of a king whom I knew, but fain would I hear that which betided the people of this city, and what they said of the affair of the king, so I may return from the case wherein I was. She replied, with love and gladness, Know, O auspicious king, and lord of right rede, and praiseworthy meed, and prowess of deed, that, when the folk heard how the king had put away from him his malpractice, and returned from his unrighteous wont, they rejoiced in this with joy exceeding, and offered up prayers for him. Then they talked one with other of the cause of the slaughter of the maidens, and the wise said, Women are not all alike, nor are the fingers of the hand alike. Now when King Shahryar heard this story, he came to himself, and awakening from his drunkenness, said, By Allah, this story is my story, and this case is my case, for that indeed I was in reprobation and danger of judgment, till thou turnest me back from this into the right way. Extolled be the causes of causes, and the liberator of necks, presently adding, Indeed, O Shahrazad, thou hast awakened me to many things, and hast aroused me from mine ignorance of the right. Then said she to him, O chief of the kings, the wise say, The kingship is a building, whereof the troops are the base, and when the foundation is strong, the building endureth. Wherefore it behoveth the king to strengthen the foundation, for that they say, Whenas the base is weak, the building falleth. In like fashion it befitteth the king to care for his troops, and do justice among his lieges, even as the owner of the garden careth for his trees, and cutteth away the weeds that have no profit in them. And so it befitteth the king to look into the affairs of his riots, and fend off oppression from them. As for thee, O king, it behoveth thee that thy wazir be virtuous and experienced in the requirements of the people and the peasantry. And indeed Allah the Most High hath named his name in the history of Musa, on whom be the peace, when he saith, And make me a wazir of my people, Aaron. Now could a wazir have been dispensed withal, Moses, son of Imran, had been worthier than any to do without a minister. As for the wazir, the sultan discovereth unto him his affairs, private and public. And know, O king, that the likeness of thee with the people is that of the leech with the sick man, and the essential condition of the minister is that he be soothfast in his sayings, reliable in all his relations, rich in ruth for the folk, and in tenderness of transacting with them. Verily it is said, O king, that good troops be like the druggist. If his perfumes reach thee not, thou still smellest the fragrance of them. And bad entourage be like the blacksmith. If his sparks burn thee not, thou smellest his evil smell. So it befitteth thee to take to thyself a virtuous wazir, a veracious counselor, even as thou takest unto thee a wife displayed before thy face, because thou needest the man's righteousness for thine own right directing, seeing that, if thou do righteously, the commons will do right, and if thou do wrongestly, they will also do wrong. When the king heard this, drowsiness overcame him, and he slept, and presently awaking, called for the candles. So they were lighted, and he sat down on his couch, and seating Shahrazad by him, smiled in her face. She kissed the ground before him, and said, O king of the age, and lord of the time and the years, extolled be the forgiving, the bountiful, who hath sent me to thee, of his grace and good favor. So I have incited thee to longing after paradise, for verily this which thou wast wont to do was never done of any of the kings before thee. Then laud be to the Lord who hath directed thee into the right way, and who from the paths of frowardness hath diverted thee. As for women, Allah Almighty maketh mention of them also, when he saith in his holy book, Truly the men who resign themselves to Allah, and the women who resign themselves, and the true believing men, and the true believing women, and the devout men, and the devout women, and truthful men, and truthful women, and long-suffering men, and long-suffering women, and the humble men, and the humble women, and charitable men, and charitable women, and the men who fast, and the women who fast, and men who guard their privities, and women who guard their privities, and men who are constantly mindful of Allah, and women who are constantly mindful, for them Allah hath prepared forgiveness and a rich reward. As for that which hath befallen thee, verily it hath befallen many kings before thee, and their women have falsed them, for all they were more majestical of puissance than thou, and mightier of kingship, and had troops more manifold. If I would, I could relate unto thee, O king, concerning the wiles of women, that whereof I should not make an end all my life long. And indeed, in all these my nights that I have passed before thee, I have told thee many tales of the wheedling of women and of their craft, but soothly the things abound on me. So, an thou please, O king, I will relate to thee somewhat of that which befell olden kings of perfidy from their women, and of the calamities which overtook them by reason of these deceivers. Asked the king, How so? Tell on. And she answered, Hearkening and obedience. It hath been told me, O king, that a man once related to a company the following tale of... End of section 40. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown.